Here you go, Monica.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. How are you? Oh, good. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you sure did. Right? Whew. Really. Yeah, a good seal. Okay.
The program's really choppy.
What?
Do you hear the program?
Yeah. You don't hear it? Well, I hear commercial.
Okay. Yeah, I hear it.
Copy.
Copy. Copy.
Is weather before a live shot or what's the deal? Okay, thank you.
Copy. Copy.
Okay. Should I get in position now? Oh no, there's gonna be another live look.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna zoom into what we have here, and then after that, I'm gonna say this video shows a moment, firefighters. Or actually, I think it's Air 7 video first. I'm seeing an email from Asher, so we'll go with Air 7 was overhead last night.
everybody.
How do you prepare for something like this? Because again, Californians well-trained in fire safety and so on, generally speaking. So, and you guys are in New York, but your neighbors aren't, presumably. So how do you prepare when you hear that something this big can happen this quickly?
I mean, I think just having a bag ready to go, having a plan, acting fast. Zibby and I were in our home on New Year's Eve, and a fire broke out at 3 in the morning, very close to where this fire broke out, due to some fireworks, apparently, we heard. And I think it was like 10 acres burned, but we had to evacuate our house at 3 in the morning and just threw a backpack in the car and left and, you know, grabbed our passports and whatever valuable things we had real quick and left. I mean, you have to leave because of the roads. That's the thing, getting down the mountain from where we live and where so many people live, it can get so congested and there's just no way out. That's why all these people had to abandon their cars. We know people who, it's a 2-minute drive. It took them 3 hours to get down the mountain. Wow. People had to walk. People were leaving their homes, evacuating on foot.
What are you hearing from your neighbors now? Have you been able to get in touch with anyone there?
All of our neighbors have evacuated. They're in hotels or friends' houses further away and are just sort of in the same boat as we are. And no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, I think the not knowing is the hardest. There's no access. You can't see what's happening. We don't know when we can go back. They don't know when they can ever see what the damage is. And we just have to hope and pray that things get better.
But it's going to take a long time to rebuild this community. I know. I'm just saying it's a really special place. It's a really special place.
What makes you say that?
Because of the people that live there, the way that people feel about that particular area, the way that people sort of, come together over that place.
And we fell in love with the Palisades because it's like this time capsule. A lot of the homes are these older mid-century modern homes like you would see on a TV show like The Wonder Years or something like that. The village is quaint with small businesses, mom and pop owned shops with a new Caruso development as well. Everything is just beautiful, but there's so much soul to the neighborhood. There's just so much goodwill and community, and it's just unthinkable that this whole place could vanish. And no matter what happens to individual homes, it's the fact that it's the whole place, and it doesn't matter. I keep trying to tell myself, like, it's just stuff, right? It's just it's just things, right? We are all safe, thank God, and we hope everybody else out there is safe. Like, that is what's important. We have our lives and that. But to go from having a normal day to saying, well, at least we're alive, right? It's a huge jump. This is a huge emotional thing. People's homes and where you live and spend time and the places you visit and the businesses you frequent. And yes, it's just stuff, but it is feelings and a sense of home and connection and community. And
memories.
I have a bookstore in Santa Monica. That area is now under evacuation warning. You could see all the flames from Zibby's bookshop all the way up the mountain. I mean, if it goes that way, you just don't know. The winds keep turning. We watch it on your broadcast. So we just have to hope and pray that everything is okay. So
what happens for you and your community now?
I honestly don't know.
Just a waiting game?
It's a waiting game. I mean, the fires are 0% contained. I really don't know. I don't know. But I do know that once this is done, everyone will come together and rebuild it. I mean, we have to. It's, like I said, it's a really special place, and it's going to need a lot of attention.
Well, Zibby, Kyle, again, I wish under better circumstances, but thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing your story with us. All fingers crossed that your home is okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are pulling for you and your community right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our many thanks to Diane for that interview there. Coming up, the daughter of disgraced parenting influencer Ruby Franke is speaking out what she's now sharing in a new book, including allegations about her mom's relationship with her former mentor. We're back in a moment.
I used to think I couldn't host shindigs at my place.
Then I found Pretty Litter. My home has never smelled fresher. Plus, it can serve as a fun party trick. Pretty Litter changes color to keep tabs on my cat's health. Did I mention it delivers right to your door?
This is kitty litter? It's so lightweight.
You bet your bottom collar it is. Don't hate me because I'm punny. Get 5-star freshness at prettylitter.com.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
At the Disneyland Resort, the happiest place on earth, you can find the my dream is finally coming true kind of happy. That woohoo kind of happy. And the we're never going to forget this kind of happy. Find yours at the Disneyland Resort.
What's good to watch? Read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
Get excited!
I love that so much. It's time for GMA Life.
GMA Life, streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Yo, guys, you ready for the NFL playoffs? I got some ideas.
What you got, Chad?
High-stakes football needs a heightened experience. Weather in 4D.
And here comes the snow.
Feel the elements. Let's put cameras on every player. Hibachi vendors.
What do you want? Shrimp. Okay, wait up.
A third Kelsey brother. Pitcher in pitcher. In pitcher in pitcher.
I've been pitching that hibachi thing for years.
So you guys like my ideas?
No.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
All right, welcome back. Let's take a look at some headlines that we're falling for you at this hour. Top Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado briefly detained by men in black jackets after she joined a protest in Caracas. Now, hundreds of Venezuelans flooded the streets to show their support
Copy you. Okay, Gabe. Tyler says hello. It's Ryan, but he doesn't start till 7. That was before we bumped. Yeah. Spot fire well into Mandeville Canyon. You could tell Mark that it's spotting in the Mandeville Canyon in a couple different places. That's not good. Spotting way out ahead of it. Look at more. Yeah. He just dropped. He dropped. So if you want, here you go, Gabe. So if we're looking at it, I'm looking a little bit of a right pedal, I'm looking west. This is Brentwood to the left. This is where it's in Mandeville Canyon. Below me on the screen is the 405. And then this is Mulholland. Yes. 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 It's getting established in Mandeville Canyon now. They're trying to keep it in Sullivan Canyon. Now the next containment line will be the 405. Okay. Copy you. Comes a drop. Okay. Okay. So, Gabe, we got about 30 on station. Look at that. They're making a stance there. That's Mulholland. Exactly what time were you there, Gabe? I'm joking. Yes, sir. If you look at it, this is the northern flank. It's pressing against Mulholland. That's where they're making a stance. This was. I can't. Sky Map's down in this ship right now. It won't be up until like 10 a.m. We got to have them dial in to update something. Last night, though, when you were here, this is the whole area that was burning. See where this spot fire is down here? That was the big flaming front. Oh, look, it's bumping the road, bumping the road. We're looking for anything that happens north of there. That's gonna be a run towards Encino if it gets north of that. They're pulling they're drafting out of the Encino dip still. See them down there. Copy that. I'm going to go back and get some drops. There's a vortice for Mark. Copy. The iPad getting an alert. The heck was that? It was an emergency alert. Copy 1. They're kind of petering out right down here, but more worried about that Mulholland one. That's what they're more worried about too. Right, but it's punching that Mulholland spot pretty good. Yeah. No. Yeah, they're just making sure it doesn't go over. Yeah, because you put it out and leave some, guess what? It come back.
7 minutes. Yeah, we can make that, but right after that 7, we need to book it. And I should be able to hold a shot for you all the way in, Gabe. So. And we should be a quick turn, too. So, there's that. Come on, it's 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday. They're probably going to fly to Camarillo and back. Oh, Gelson's. Or Erwan. What am I thinking? Erwan. For $50. Tyler's landing at Erwan. Is it just CNN carrying us? Are we not streaming this? Gabe? A little bit of a left pedal. A little bit more. Need to see. That just looks. This does not look good. They're gonna need to be a strong at 8 o'clock. They need to have those fixed wings here and do a lot of work, or else it's gonna be at the 405 here. Multiple spots over the line. Yeah, it's now terrain driven.
Immediate need for Type 1 helicopters requested. They're asking for 6 Type 1 helicopters, 20 strike teams. Oh, man. This is not good. Yeah, it's going to go to the 405. All right, we're good for gas. Simon Desk Air 7, we're clear from the show, headed for fuel.
To withstand what happened here, if you looked at the devastation around here, is incredible.
He tells me he believes local authorities should have been more prepared for something like this.
This is a wake-up call for the city.
And I want to bring in Matt Rivers, who's live for us in Altadena, California. Matt, just incredible reporting there. Hope you're staying safe. Thank you for what you're doing there on the ground. But these deadly wildfires are leaving immense damage behind, as you just showed us, that heartache that so many people are experiencing when they see their homes just reduced to rubble. I mean, I lived in Los Angeles for a couple of years, very familiar with some of those areas. I'm curious, what are you seeing this morning, and how are people holding up?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to describe the extent of devastation here. I mean, it's block after block after block just vaporized. What was here just a few days ago is no longer. And it's not just people's homes, which is the obvious part of all of this. It's also the kind of things that make up the fabric of the community. I'm talking about businesses, grocery stores, churches. I'm talking about schools like the one that used to be behind me. This is the Pasadena Waldorf School. It's a private school right in this community. And you can see there's hardly anything left. That building is the only thing that's left standing. There's some of the framework that's still up, but all these other buildings on this campus have been reduced to rubble. Let me show you what was maybe a classroom, maybe a storage room. We're not exactly sure, but look here. I mean, it's a desk that you can see down there. I mean, that's just a sign of what was here and the loss that this community is going to experience. I mean, for those of us who have kids, you know, school that your kids go to is such an integral part of your day-to-day life. It's part of what makes your community. And so on top of having to come back and rebuild homes, they're also going to have to rebuild things like this. So it just gives you a sense, Morgan, of the overall sense of destruction here. It's not just homes, it's this entire community at large.
You know, that's so true. It's so vast and truly unimaginable, just the scope of the damage right behind you. One of the other things, Matt, with all of these fires burning across Los Angeles County, I mean, folks are on edge, right? Officials are now apologizing for false evacuation alerts around Los Angeles. What more are we learning about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you people are very much on edge because we saw how fast this can happen. I don't know if you can see the smoke that's coming in front of our camera now. That's just one hot spot that's just behind our camera. And that's just what happens with fires like these. Embers can move so quickly, and right now the wind is calm, thankfully. But we know that over the coming days, there will be increased winds. Red flag warnings will go into next week. And so there is this sense of unease across all of Los Angeles County. You could be here on the east side. You can go all the way to the west side in Santa Monica where the Pacific Palisades fires are. You can go in the middle to downtown LA. Everybody is on edge here. And one thing I would say is, you know, traffic in LA is usually horrific during the week. It's kind of famous for that. The amount of people that are staying home right now, based on what I saw on the roads, how quickly you get from place to place is really staggering, and it's really a sign of how people are still so unease after these horrific events.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Rivers reporting for us. So many people on edge there. Matt, continue to stay safe. And we are continuing with our wildfire coverage this morning because, again, as Matt just pointed out, so many communities across Southern California are being impacted. And we're now learning of growing concerns about water supply issues. A fire captain telling ABC News that when a structure with a sprinkler system burns down, well, the water from that sprinkler continues to flow. Well, here's the issue. That not only impacts a local water supply, but it also leads to a loss of fire pressure for firefighters. Governor Gavin Newsom is demanding an investigation into the water issues here. And this comes as one reservoir, usually containing 117 million gallons of water, was taken offline for repairs before the fires. But look, it's not just the destruction that people are dealing with. The people of Los Angeles still have to fight through the smoke that has clouded the area. So what's the best way to stay safe? Joining us now is Dr. Bayou Curry-Winchell, a family physician and health advocate. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you were listening, I was talking to Matt Rivers about me living there in Los Angeles for a couple of years. I mean, the air quality out west was already pretty hairy, right? But I want to talk about smoke inhalation. Can you explain some of the health risks when inhaling smoke from these fires, especially for those with underlying conditions? I mean, this really just kind of compounds it all.
Correct. You know, when we think about smoke inhalation, often we're thinking, oh, it's not a big deal, but it actually is. It can cause really big issues, especially if you have any underlying health conditions such as asthma or COPD. So you really need to think about what ways you could protect yourself. How can you do that? Wearing a mask is essential because even if you're just going outside for a short period of time, that can really impact your overall health.
There's so many pollutants as well to think about, Doctor, like your plastic and wood from these fires. I mean, that's going to be lying all over the Southern California region. What are some risks of prolonged exposure from inhaling just the residue of these pollutants?
Well, when you think of the materials that are used to build a home, they are not meant to be inhaled. And so those pollutants, toxins, as you mentioned, can be really irritating to the lungs. The other thing we have to think about is long-term exposure. That can cause health conditions, not just in the immediate, but also in the long term.
Absolutely. So much to think about, and that's important to think about in terms of masking as well. Doctor, I do want to point that out. Thank you so much for joining us and all that you're doing to inform us. You can learn more from Dr. Bayou on her website, drbayou.com. Well, for more on the weather conditions ahead, meteorologist Samara Theodore is here now. Samara, we know these fires in Southern California have been just exacerbated by the dry conditions, also the wind. When do things let up for folks out there? When do they get some sort of reprieve?
Honestly, to be honest with you, the reprieve is now. We have a little bit of downtime, and this is when the firefighters are going to want to go in, and they probably are making some level of headway. We may see the containment go up for some of these fires, but that comes on the heels of the winds kicking right back up tonight. So let's go ahead and take a look at these maps. I want to go ahead and let everyone know that the area of high pressure that brings us that standard Santa Ana wind setup is returning tonight. Red flag warnings have been issued this morning from Riverside all the way down to just outside of Temecula, much of eastern Los Angeles County. We still have fire weather watch in place for Pacific Palisades. So these alerts are going to extend through this evening. The winds are increasing. Critical level for places like Simi Valley, San Fernando, Riverside, Anaheim. Wind gusts could reach as high as 65 miles per hour. Humidity still low, 10 to 20% there. So what I have to leave folks with is the fact that, you know, this is a tinderbox. It doesn't matter if you don't have a fire burning where you live right now. Just be mindful and be ready to evacuate if you are called to evacuate.
Absolutely, and heed those warnings. Samara Theodore, thank you so much, and I know that you'll stay on top of that. Later on, we'll have more information on a powerful winter storm that, of course, dumped snow from North Carolina to Texas as it maintains its icy grip into this weekend. Well, with just 10 days until his inauguration, President-elect Trump was sentenced for his New York criminal conviction in the Stormy Daniels hush money case. Judge Juan Merchan handing down an unconditional discharge. That means no prison time, no fine, not even any probation, calling the sentence the only one that he can impose without encroaching upon the highest office in the land. Now, Trump listened remotely, his face on courtroom screens. You see it there. He declared his innocence and vowed to appeal the conviction. Donald Trump will take the oath of office, carrying a historical distinction. He will be the first president to enter the White House as a convicted felon. Oh, we turn now to the economy. The latest jobs report is blowing past expectations, showing U.S. employers added 256,000 jobs in December, and that's significantly more than expected. The unemployment rate ticked lower to 4.1%. This is the final jobs report of Joe Biden's presidency. He's touting what he called the transformational progress the economy has made under his watch. Well, coming up, TikTok at the Supreme Court. Justices deciding whether to allow a law banning popular social media platform in the U.S. Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, a.k.a. Mr. Wonderful, is joining us live. He's offering to buy the platform with billionaire Frank McCourt. Stay with us.
out, Mark, we've been watching this for a while, and let's just look at the rate of spread. It's not tremendously super fast, but it's still concerning. Yes, yes. Whenever you're dealing with a fire in this type of vegetation, which meaning the type of plants that are burning, we're dealing with a lot of native plants here, chaparral and chamise, which are referred to by the fire department as light flashy fuels or moderate fuels. Those types of fuels, when they're burning, they tend to burn very hot. When they're burning very hot, you'll see a column of smoke that'll go straight up. It'll be dark. It'll be very ominous, and that will in tune create its own fire weather when it gets hot enough. When that fire weather gets hot enough, you start to see erratic fire behavior. That erratic fire behavior is noticed when you have these little tornadoes people see. Oh, it's a fire-nado or a smoke-nado. Those little tornadoes are a good indicator that we're dealing with some erratic fire behavior that has the potential to swirl up that heat in that vortex and spit those embers out in front of itself. So perfect example right here, this little spot fire down canyon, it doesn't have any connection with the main head of the fire. However, some embers were spit above and forward of the fire, and now it's creating. And that's how a fire advances in most of these cases. Last night, we were well into where the fire had not advanced into Sullivan Canyon. Now, not only do we have the fire well established in Sullivan Canyon, but we also, I'm going to take a quick break here. This is a 3,000-gallon air tanker. This is a tanker that's coming in to save the day here. They're going to drop 3,000 gallons of water on the head of this fire. And just tremendous to see that these resources are available. This one's actually based out of Van Nuys. And there you go. Boom, 3,000 gallons dropped at the head of the fire, trying to stop that momentum of the flaming front. Yeah. That's the first drop I seen from that chopper this morning. That helicopter, I was actually surprised to see it just now. It was up working night operations all night last night. So just to give you some semblance of how serious this is, they woke that crew up, got a new crew, got it staffed, and got it out here immediately because we're dealing with that serious of a situation here where we need immediate resources. We need them right now because, as you can see, that small spot fire we were looking at earlier, here it is. It's starting to establish itself a little bit just alongside of these structures here. And very well, you'll probably see the next drop will probably be on the spot if it begins to take hold. And this is where all the importance of your preparation comes in. If you have prepped your home for wildfires, and you would anticipate that, or I would go out on a limb to say these individuals that live in the canyons of Southern California, they are actually probably the most, they're the most ready for a thing like this. And when you talk about prepping your home and getting it ready, having some defensible space, having some non-flammable vegetation that is alongside your home to slow the fire down, that's going to be where the true test is, and that's going to be the make the difference between firefighters being able to save your home and your home being lost. It's all in the preparation. And if these homes are prepared, like most of the fire department has indicated or asked them to do, we're going to see a valiant firefighting effort. And after this flaming front passes, you'll see many of these homes still standing because of that preparation. Mark, I do not. I was looking for that. After the tragedy that happened on Tuesday, where people panicked, didn't have the time, they got out last minute. I mean, the images of the bulldozers clearing cars out of the way so that they can make room for fire department personnel, and people feeling the despair that they jumped out of their cars and actually ran because they felt like they didn't have any other option. I couldn't imagine being in that situation. What we see, like you said, this area here was under a mandatory evacuation, and at this time, it looks like many people. I see desolate streets. All I see is firemen. Every street that I turn on, I see strike teams that are positioned to make this structure. This is the Westgate Structure Protection Group, is a group of individuals that they've set aside to just fight this fire in Westgate. So there's a number of resources. I've counted at least maybe 10, maybe 20 strike teams, and a strike team consists of 5 engine companies and a chief officer. So I'm saying at least 20 strike teams. Those are made up of 5 engine companies each in this Westgate community that are poised and ready to go to battle. This is it. This is game time. They're ready to go. And like I said, it's all going to determine on how people prepared and gave those firefighters the opportunity. Here's another street marked, not a car driving anywhere. It's still there, Mark. I think this was it. I think this is it, and I think it's still there. They're keeping an eye on it. I heard them talking about it on the radio, so forgive me if I take a moment here and there. I'm actually listening to the fire department communications as I'm talking to you guys, and so I'm hearing that branch say they see the spot fire. They've requested an aerial drop when available, but the main focus right now is the flaming front. And you see came into our screen there was one of the actual firefighting helicopters that is out of LA County. This is a master mutual aid event where you'll see firemen and equipment coming from all over the state of California. And their priority right now is to stop this flaming front from hitting Westgate. So they're doing active drops in Sullivan Canyon and in Mandeville Canyon. Copy. Less than 2 minutes. Go ahead, Brandon. Where are we doing fuel? Hey, Gabe, I'm back with you. Copy. Copy. Oh, Mark, we were watching this community, that Westgate community that we are keeping our eye on, where we saw those firefighters poised and ready to pounce. And 15 minutes ago, this fire is still in the same place. The reason why, they've launched an area assault on the head of this fire in this canyon. Very lucky that Stone Canyon Reservoir is right nearby. It's just across the 405, and all 4 helicopters were just in the dip filling up. Some of those helicopters can refuel or regain water in as little as 2 minutes, and because it's so close, they could come right back and drop water. So they've proverbially held this in check. It hasn't moved much from what we've seen. And I've also been keeping my eye on a couple of those spot fires we saw that were on the west side of the community. Those two have kind of just been knocked down. So we're seeing a air assault right away with these Type 1 helicopters are all over this right now. What a difference a few minutes makes, where we had probably 1 or 2 helicopters that were on the night shift, and now they've recalled all the helicopters, and now we're seeing 4 to 6 helicopters all dropping on this priority position here. I also noticed air attack flying above. That's a great sign that here comes the cavalry. We should see some fixed wing assets here pretty quick. And I mean, I talked about how different this fire is from Tuesday, where I think we're poised in our mind, seeing all the devastation of Altadena and Palisades. That was just, I couldn't believe my eyes to see it. This is a different day. It's a non-wind driven fire. Not to say we're not out of danger, but it's a different situation when we can get ahead of it and prepare for it. Mark, the utter devastation that we've witnessed this week is unfathomable. I think you were on. You might have heard Scott and I think you were on the ground in Palisades. We couldn't get to see the Palisades until later in the day when the smoke cleared. And it's almost like we came around the corner and then we saw the Palisades, and I had to zoom in and check my eyes. I thought I was out of focus. I could not believe the fact of what I was witnessing. And then yesterday, I was blown away twice, because I had no clue or couldn't even imagine that Altadena could possibly be even worse as far as the amount of structures damaged. It is just, it's historic is all you could say. We are witnessing history, and this will be in the books, and we'll talk about this forever in time.
Responders attacked the flames from the ground and from the sky. It's just one of many wildfires scorching through California. At least 11 people dead, including, according to the New York Times, 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson, retired pharmacy technician Erliane Kelly, and 66-year-old Victor Shaw, who stayed to fight the fire.
And I opened the front door and I just yelled in, "Victor, we gotta get out. This is it. We have to get out. The fire's here." And I didn't hear him say anything. I heard him say nothing.
Authorities warning they won't know the true toll until they can safely enter those ravaged neighborhoods. In Altadena and Pasadena, the Eaton fire blazing on. The Hearst fire, the Lydia fire, the Kenneth fire, and the newest fire to break out, the Archer fire, also all still burning. In total, so far across Los Angeles, more than 150,000 people under evacuation orders, and more than 12,000 structures, homes and businesses, damaged or destroyed.
This is just a devastating view as we fly over Pacific Palisades. You can see down below just how quickly these fires spread.
Satellite imagery showing the extent of the destruction, entire city blocks erased from the landscape. Streets lying silent in the aftermath. Burned out husks, the only things left standing. These before and after images painting a chilling picture of vibrant communities reduced to ash. Neighborhood after neighborhood burned to the ground. Residents slowly making their return, only to find out they've lost everything.
Look at that. There's nothing we can do. It's gone. This is total and utter devastation.
Charles Nelson, a longtime resident of Altadena, the fire decimating his home.
You know, it was our dream home. You know, we brought up our kids there.
Victoria DeSantis finding her home of 20 years reduced to rubble. But in that debris, a miracle. Her engagement ring, found by a firefighter.
This is like apocalyptic.
Micah Kelly builds homes with fires in mind, including this one of the only houses left standing in a neighborhood that buckled under the flames. Even he was surprised.
For this even to withstand what happened here, if you looked at the devastation around here, is incredible. Like, I could take a blowtorch directly to the center of this, and this would not light on fire. It would just smoke.
He tells me he believes local authorities should have been more prepared for something like this.
This is a wake-up call for the city. It's only getting worse.
He's one of many residents voicing frustration with city officials, as questions swirl over whether the city failed to supply enough water and deploy enough firefighters. And this morning, the long and painful journey to rebuild for so many Angelenos begins. The Community United Church was one of the many casualties of the Pacific Palisades fire. Built in 1929, the blaze burning it to the ground. Now, nearly a century later, its members promising this is not the end.
The church is not a building. The church is not a steeple, obviously. The church is not a resting place. The church is the people. So it's only the people that are the church. That's all that matters.
We just want to give you a sense of scale of the destruction in this neighborhood. And it's really hard to do because block after block after block here in Altadena has been completely vaporized. But it's not just the homes that are in this community that have been affected. It's also schools like this one. This was the Pasadena Waldorf School. And now what's left of it is basic rubble. There's burnt desks here. There's some frame of a building over there. It's just an example of what we're seeing all across this area.
Matt Rivers, thank you. And we want to take you now to a press conference where Los Angeles County officials are giving new details on the impacts from the windstorm affecting the region's wildfires. Let's take a listen.
To go out countywide yesterday after the first erroneous alert was corrected. We've been working tirelessly with FEMA, the FCC, the state, and our region's telecommunications providers. And we've made the preliminary determination that the echo alerts happened as cell towers came back online after they were knocked offline due to this disaster. The outdated alerts were cached in the system, and as they came back online, started being released to the public. We are very grateful to our federal and state partners who are working with the cell phone providers to make sure that all of these outdated alerts are flushed from the cell phone towers so that this ceases. We believe this process is largely complete, and we are working with our federal partners and the providers to ensure that there is not a reoccurrence of the alerts going out in error. This has been frustrating, unacceptable, and the public is in the most need of accurate information, and we are moving forward rapidly to reestablish that. Finally, the press release spells out some of the immediate improvements that we are concurrently making to establish a more robust multi-layered notification system. We're enhancing 211 call network to respond to the public's urgent need for information. Technology, it can be great. These emergency alerts helped us evacuate hundreds of thousands of people in immediate life safety measures. We've undoubtedly saved lives. But the last couple of days have also reminded us that technology is vulnerable to the impacts of a disaster, especially unprecedented ones. So I will close by reminding everyone in the public, please, for your safety, the safety of your family and friends, to receive emergency alerts, you can sign up for our local program, which will be utilized by the state by going to Alert LA County. These are customized alerts. They are different than the wireless emergency alert. When you sign up, you can put landlines, your cell phone, you could receive text and email messages. Go to lacounty.gov/emergency to sign up for Alert LA County. With that, I thank you, and I'll introduce Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. I will be providing an Eaton fire update. The fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment, with over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed. We have 2,832 personnel assigned to the incident, and it is static at this time. Elevated to critical fire weather conditions are predicted to continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County, and today, tomorrow, and then again on Monday through Wednesday. LA County Fire will be prepared. These winds, combined with dry air and dry vegetation, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger, along with Supervisor Horvath, but also to all of the boards of supervisors for their support of my personnel on my department and me as a department head and fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires from the air and ground, we recognize and commend their tireless dedication in protecting residents and properties. And finally, to our residents, please rest assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation, the recovery, and the rebuilding. I would now like to invite up Todd Hopkins, Unified IC, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for the Palisades incident.
Good morning. The Palisade incident is now at 21,596 acres and 11% contained. It is being in unified command with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 coordinating the efforts. Ground crews and aerial assets worked through the night in the Mandeville Canyon area, creating containment lines and protecting structures, continuing a full suppression effort. Approximately 100 engines were surged into that area for direct suppression efforts and for structure defense. 6 night flying helicopters were utilized all night, and additional night flying resources were also ordered. It was an approximate 1,000 acres in growth last night in the Mandeville Canyon area. Early estimates from an aerial reconnaissance indicate approximately 5,316 structures have been destroyed. And please, what I want you to remember is that structures does not mean homes. Structures can be homes, outbuildings, RVs, automobiles, or other types of things like sheds or outbuildings. Damage inspection teams have been in the field surveying properties. As of this morning, it's confirmed 426 homes have been destroyed. We still have over 105,000 citizens that have been evacuated. There is a fire weather watch being issued for the next 72 hours. And tonight there will be a community meeting at Calvary Westlake Church at 6:30 p.m. tonight. The address for the meeting is 5495 Via Rocus in Westlake Village. And next, I would like to introduce LA County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, and good morning. So this morning, our staff at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has increased to approximately 700. We continuously bring people in. We've shifted to 12 on, 12 off shifts in patrol. And we will continue to reevaluate that as the needs come up, not just in our area of responsibility, but the entire county of Los Angeles and our partner law enforcement agencies' needs. Just to reiterate, our missions include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed at the request of our partners at FIRE. And from what I'm told currently, we are not performing any evacuations, but that can change at a minute's notice. And we're doing escorts for essential service needs like animal recoveries, medications, and things of that nature. Now, I want to take a couple of minutes to explain this so that hopefully everybody understands. An evacuation order versus warning. And I want to put this out to our community, some of them who have been significantly impacted. And we're trying to have as much empathy as we possibly can, but safety does come first. I would like to reemphasize that an evacuation order is a mandatory directive for residents to leave the area immediately due to imminent danger. Wildfire, floods, anything of that nature. Failure to heed our warnings can put individuals at risk and potentially interfere with emergency response efforts. You've heard me say it the last couple of days. Every miraculous story of a rescue or tragedies that we're encountering, the majority are people who did not heed the warning to leave or the order to leave. Failure to heed these warnings, I already talked about that. Evacuation warnings are precautionary alerts informing residents that they should be prepared to evacuate as the situation may worsen. So you got to be ready to go. A lot of people are coming back saying, hey, I need my medicine. Please try and remember, and I know it's chaotic, it's stressful, it's not easy. important paperwork, your medication, your pets, maybe supplies for your pets, those kind of things, have those ready to go. While it's not mandatory, it's strongly advised to prepare to leave the area to make other arrangements. Please understand, the decisions to evacuate or issue warnings are not made lightly. I have been at command posts or other venues where they're talked about very seriously. We do not want to inconvenience people that we don't have to, but there's always a top priority. Is your life in danger? That's what the priorities are made for. Many orders have been downgraded or lifted related to the Eaton fire, such as Glendale, La Crescentia, much of Pasadena, Monrovia, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Arcadia, and some in Sierra Madre. We continue to reevaluate these areas, and we will adjust when the time is appropriate. Overall, evacuations for the Palisades,
You were just listening to officials there in Los Angeles County giving an update on the number of fires in the county. The big headline coming out of that press conference is that fire danger continues, of course, with that dangerous Santa Ana winds continuing through at least Wednesday. Officials there insisting that they are prepared for this. Let's bring you right back to that press conference. We have them back now.
Are under evacuation warnings. I'm going to switch now to the curfew order that we have in place. A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones that will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. That is something else we continuously will be evaluating. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any crime, specifically burglary or looting, in areas where residents have been evacuated. Many times when we're trying to evacuate people, their number one concern is somebody going to break into my house? They shouldn't have to worry about that because they're worried about so many other things. This is trying to assist them. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the affected zones unless you are authorized personnel or emergency responders. We have people driving up and around trying to get in just to look. Stay away. Anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under the county code, and conviction may result in a fine of $1,000 or jail. We understand that this is extremely stressful and absolutely challenging. But we appreciate our public's cooperation, our community's cooperation as we work together to get through this crisis, and we will do it together. National Guard deployment. We have roughly 400 National Guard members deployed around the region that are assisting. Not only us, but our partners at the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, Arcadia and Sierra Madre police departments. They're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure missions. I want to switch now to arrest and criminal activity. These numbers fluctuate and they do change. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades fire, 19 arrests in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. All these individuals were in areas they were not supposed to be there, meaning they had no business being there. Of the 4 arrested last night, 2 were arrested for unauthorized entry of emergency areas. Basically, we had 2 arrests for curfew violations. You heard me say it yesterday. We've directed our deputies that under these circumstances, if you get arrested for a curfew violation, you are not going to be cited and released. Those 2 individuals were actually booked at stations. So I'm just letting you know, you go out there and you violate this curfew, you are going to spend time in jail. You're not going to get cited and released. I want to make that very clear. Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed firearm. These are the kind of folks that our deputies are encountering, stopping investigating. Some of them need to arrest, some of them don't. These did. Switching gears on you again, something that we're starting to do this morning. Search and Rescue Task Force. Through Unified Command, the department has committed 40 members of its specialized search and rescue teams to work jointly with our partners at Los Angeles County Fire, Urban Search and Rescue Team, the Coroner's Office for LA County, FEMA, the Office of Emergency Services, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families. They will conduct systematic grid searches that will commence this morning to locate missing persons and reunite families. Due to safety concerns, we are unable to safely search the impacted areas during the hours of darkness. So this will only be taking place while there's light. We will be staffing a joint family assistance center at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. People will be greeted by deputies along with providing them with additional resources that they may need. If our residents need to take a missing report, our deputies will do that at that point. I encourage you, if you believe somebody's missing, go there, talk to the deputies. We will assist you in any which way that we can. Regarding deaths at this point, and again, this information continues to change. Be patient with us. We have confirmed 11 deaths in our jurisdiction. Again, that does not include LAPD and Pasadena. This is just LA County Sheriff's area of responsibility. 8 in the Eaton fire and 3 in the Palisades County area. We also have reports for 13 missing individuals. Are those related or not? Maybe, maybe not. We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the families. Family assistance centers are open to provide information to people looking for missing and family and friends, and they will be comprised of the Office of Emergency Management, Sheriff's personnel, Los Angeles Police Department, Red Cross, Medical Examiner, and the Department of Mental Health for the County of Los Angeles. These centers will provide information to families and victims regarding this mass casualty event. Couple of other things, and I'll wrap up here. I know it's a lot of information, but there's a lot going on, and we're really, really busy. Donations. We talk about arrest. We talk about the sad things going on, but I got to tell you, I have been getting a ton of phone calls and inquiries from good people who want to help. They want to donate. So they want to help the people impacted in the disaster. If you are in a position to be able to lend support to countless people who have been left with little or nothing, please contact the Emergency Network of Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. The last 2 things more. One, if you haven't heard, we were scheduled to have an NFL playoff game here Monday night at SoFi Stadium, the Rams versus the Vikings. The decision was made to move that game. It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. Yesterday morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions. In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I have co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute. Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family. And I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize that I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, we are in a crisis. These families are suffering. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to ask him to, at the very least, slash the amount of money that's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires. On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I talk to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we will be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online if you have access to a computer to begin the claims process with FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades fire. I want to thank all of you who have and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscomari Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who have been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents. And this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen C2 for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move swiftly, so we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure the systems that need to deliver for our residents are working together, and that we are securing the resources to swiftly get them to our residents. We're also urging residents to avoid ocean waters from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach due to contamination caused by the fires. Please prioritize your health and follow these guidelines. Also, as Chair Barger mentioned, we introduced a local proclamation of emergency to be ratified at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. This will also cut through red tape so county departments can respond more effectively, give Cal OES the ability to provide recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and unlock critical state and federal resources. At my request yesterday, Senator Schiff reached out to Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA to investigate the emergency alert issue that Director McGowan spoke about. And I want to thank the Senator, the Secretary, FEMA, and the White House who communicated directly their immediate partnership with us to diagnose and address the telecommunication errors. We know this issue is serious. It is frustrating. It has added chaos to an already catastrophic crisis. Some mobile carriers have confirmed that the issue is cleared on their systems. We are waiting for that confirmation from additional mobile carriers, and we will continue to fix this issue. I know these are incredibly challenging and devastating times for our community, but I want to remind everyone, we are here for you. You see partnership in every shelter, incident command post, and across our resilient and beautiful county. Together, we will rebuild and recover. Remember, all mandatory evacuation orders and warnings, in addition to all emergency information, can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov. And some of the statistics that you've heard on arrests and acreage and others are focused on the statistics that LA County provides. We also know that our local partners in the city of Los Angeles, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and others have their additional statistics as it relates to arrests and the work that they are doing on the ground. We are working in a unified command situation, and we want to make sure that the information we are providing you is accurate. We appreciate our partners who are working with us collaboratively to ensure the safety of all. Please continue to check and follow all evacuation orders for the safety of you and your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. We also want to recognize a few individuals that have joined us at today's press conference. We have with us State Board of Equalization Chair Antonio Vasquez and also Senator Ben Allen, and we are also joined.
You were just listening to officials in Los Angeles County giving an update on the wildfires in the county. The big headline coming out of this is that the fire danger continues from now through at least Wednesday because those fierce and ferocious Santa Ana winds are expected to continue to ramp up. The death toll in Los Angeles County stands at least 11. Again, this is LA County, not including Pasadena, not including the city of Los Angeles. We also know 13 people are missing. Emergency management officials also clarifying that erroneous emergency alert that went out, laying out how all of that happened. They say when cell phone towers went down and came back online, this was from a wireless provider systems. With that said, they're urging the community to opt into their alert system to make sure that they're getting the appropriate and timely alerts. The LA County Fire Chief also giving a number of statistics on the fires. Several of the fires are at least 15% contained when it comes to the Eaton fire. CAL FIRE saying 21,000 acres have burned in the Palisades fire, 11% contained. A surge of resources have been flooded into that area. Crews working overnight, several helicopters. We do know that that fire exploded overnight by at least 1,000 acres with 105,000 evacuated. Again, multiple choppers flying overnight. We want to get right to Matt Rivers from Altadena, California. Matt, you've been covering these fires on the ground there. You were also listening to that press conference. What stood out to you there, specifically that emergency management and the communications issues? I mean, officials really laid out how we got to this point. What else are they asking residents in the community to do from here?
It does kind of feel like it's a mixed bag of sorts. On the one hand, you're hearing from fire officials saying that this fire warning will continue through Wednesday, given the localized Santa Ana winds that they're expecting, in addition to what's already a very dry environment with dry vegetation and the drought that continues. So that's the bad news. The good news, though, what I took away from that press conference listening to fire officials, is that the fires, the biggest ones, the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, they do appear to be relatively static at this point, according to the officials. So it doesn't seem like there are evacuations that could happen imminently here. It doesn't seem like there are more structures that are imminently threatened. But still, we know how fast things can change. And so I think that's the message. It's both good and bad. A couple other things I want to talk about, though, in terms of what we heard from fire officials. There were several dozen arrests that have happened over the last few days in areas where curfews have been put in place, both here in Eaton. Primarily, the arrests here in the Eaton fire area coming, in Altadena, people that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office say should not be out during curfew. They made some arrests for looting. They made some arrests for burglary. They made some arrests for identity theft, people trying to go in and steal people's things from inside what's left of their homes. Truly horrific crimes, given that it's just adding insult to injury for what all these people have gone through. But that's something that the Sheriff's Department says they are very much on the lookout for at this point. They also announced that they're going to be going systematically, grid by grid, searching for remains. They're going to take cadaver dogs and they're going to go through these areas to make sure that they're not missing anyone, because in addition to the at least 11 people killed in both of these fires so far, there is an additional, according to the LA County Sheriff, 13 people missing. Now, he clarified that that doesn't mean that those people are dead. It just means that they're unaccounted for at this point, but they're going to have to go through step by step in a grid-like search, is what he said, in order to go through these areas. So it's just a reminder, I think, Morgan, of how much work remains as these firefighters continue to battle these fires, as the Sheriff's Office has to continue to deploy their resources to protect these neighborhoods from those that would come take advantage of this horrible situation. There's also just so much work into the future that these officials are laying out.
Yeah, you talked about that search and rescue task force and then the arrest and then also the criminals that they say that they've been able to put behind bars. And the sheriff gave a really stark and stern warning, basically saying you're not going to be, caught and released. You're going to spend a night in jail. You're going to be booked. Another thing that public health officials talked about was just the ongoing health risk as well. And where does that stand right now? And what was the big risk? I mean, they told people to stay out of the water as well, Matt. They talked about, the smoke inhalation dangers. Talk a little bit about, from a public health perspective, what the warning is.
Yeah, I mean, and I think in a large part it's aimed at populations who are already vulnerable. I mean, it's safe to say that what is burning inside these houses is not great to be breathing in, and there continues to be smoke all over. The second you drive from, let's say, downtown LA, which is kind of more geographically in the center of the city, and you come out here towards where the Eaton fire is, you get to a point where you get far enough east and you immediately smell the smoke in your car, and it is pervasive. It's inside buildings, it's outside buildings, and if you have those kinds of lung issues, that is something that you're going to have to really be paying attention to. So there's no question. And then also, as people are allowed to come back into these communities, not only are you talking about lung issues, there's nails everywhere. There's all kinds of dangerous things in these areas that people are going to have to be looking out for. And again, it just goes to the broader effects from these fires beyond just property damage.
Absolutely. So much to think about. And Matt Rivers, we thank you so much for your reporting. Stay safe out there. All right, so for more on the real impacts from these fires, I want to bring in co-founder and president and the CEO of Wound Pros and the owner of the largest Black-owned ranch in Los Angeles County, Dr. Bill Relaford. Thank you so much for speaking with us today. I just want to ask you, how are you doing? We know that you're north of the Eaton fire, which is still, as officials just laid out, just at 15% containment. Still a big improvement since yesterday, but what is the situation at your ranch? How are you and everyone around you holding up?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's quite been devastating with the winds. We've been very, very fortunate not to have any direct impact from the fire, but the winds have had a toll. For several days, our electricity was off, and we had to use several generators, but right now electricity is back on, and we're continuing to continue our business and serve our local community with fresh produce.
Yeah, with that said, you're known as the doctor and the farmer. Tell us how you use your expertise to heal communities. We see so many people hurting right now in your own backyard.
Well, I've always said that your health is the most important asset that you have. And, during times of crisis or adversity, there is a tendency to sometimes put your nutrition, secondary. But your nutrition and your health and well-being is how you get past difficult times like this. And we're very committed at Bloom Ranch to make sure that people get the nutrition that they need. And more importantly, we're committed to partnering with local fire departments to give them salad kits as well as nectarines directly from our farm. Nutrition is very important. You need high-octane nutrition for high-octane activity like fighting a fire. So we're here to help our firefighters and our first responders during this devastating crisis.
Yeah, they're doing so much and exerting so much energy. So what you're doing is so critical. So we thank you. What is your message to the people in your community?
My message would be overall is to, stay safe, listen to your local authorities about doing the right things and clearing your yards of any debris that could be flammable. I think this is the time for us all kind of work together right now. We're all that we've got in the community. It's unfortunate that it requires crisis like this for us to have a better appreciation for the neighbors that are in your local community. So our message would be to stay healthy and stay out of the way of our local authorities as they deal with this devastating crisis.
Such an important message. Dr. Bill Relaford, thank you so much for speaking with us, and stay safe out there as well. We're thinking of you guys.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, the wildfire crisis in Southern California is turning a spotlight on the home insurance industry as well. I mean, thousands of homes, they've been decimated across the Los Angeles area. And for many of those homeowners, the first natural step to rebuilding their lives would be filing an insurance claim if they have coverage. Joining us now, we have former Florida Congressman Patrick Murphy, who now runs one of the biggest construction companies in the storm-prone Southeast. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. We've been hearing about these insurance companies not renewing California homeowners even before these wildfires. It is also something that you've seen happening down in Florida for years with hurricanes. I mean, break this down. What is happening here in the insurance industry?
My heart goes out to all those affected. And unfortunately, we're seeing more natural disasters affect more people. And you can't have this conversation without talking about climate change head on. Right? 2024 was the hottest year on record. We're seeing more and more natural disasters. In California, we're seeing longer dry seasons. We're seeing earlier snow melt. We're seeing stronger winds in Florida. We're on that. We're seeing more hurricanes. We're seeing stronger hurricanes. We're seeing hurricanes hit the western mountains of North Carolina like we did last year with the flooding and the wind and the devastation. So this is affecting all of us. And, you know, unfortunately, we all want to live in beautiful areas that are often coastal and often more prone to risk. So we have more people living in risky areas. And as you alluded to, the private insurance companies have taken note. In California, 7 out of the 12 largest insurance companies have pulled out or stopped issuing policies. Infamously, State Farm, I believe, dropped about 70% of their policies in the Palisades that we're seeing affected right now. So the private insurance companies are pulling out, leaving these state-backed programs, whether that's the FAIR plan in California or Citizens in Florida or Citizens in Louisiana, taking on a lot more policies, hundreds of thousands or even over 1 million in Florida. And that's creating a real problem because what they now have to do is somehow recoup those costs. So in California, they are backed by the private insurance companies. So now they've got to go ask these private insurance companies for more money. These private insurance companies were just hit with all these claims now. So what are they going to do? They're either going to dramatically raise their rates or pull out of the state, right? Which now makes the problem worse for the California FAIR plan. And, there's no necessarily perfect way to predict where the next fire or hurricane is going to be, but there are areas that are riskier than others. But it's not necessarily equitable because these insurance plans have to raise the rates for everybody. So there's got to be a real honest conversation, I think, at the federal level, state and local level about how we're going to fairly price these plans. And look, home ownership is part of the American dream, right? It's so important, right? It's the biggest asset in most Americans' families. But if the cost of insurance is unaffordable and you can't afford that insurance, then you can't get a mortgage. And if you don't have a mortgage, then you're stuck renting, right? So you're going to have more and more renters, and that's not the American dream. That's not the society we need. So we're going to need some real, I think, big thinking and probably federally backed plans to backstop these plans that are on the brink of going under.
The point of insurance, right, is to have that sense of security amid a certain risk there. So as a former member of Congress, is there a solution at the federal level? You mentioned that more needs to be done here to address this problem that not only is happening in California, you mentioned North Carolina, but also in Florida.
There have been several proposals at the federal level. Senator Whitehouse in Rhode Island and I believe Senator Schiff in California have begun revamping some legislation. And I imagine after a devastating disaster like this, we're going to see a lot more interest in that. Unfortunately, in Congress and in politics nowadays, it is so divisive. And unfortunately, it does often take a disaster like this to kind of bring people together and remind them that government's role isn't necessarily to be reactive, but be proactive, right? These things are going to happen again. So let's look at potentially a federally subsidized reinsurance program that can help backstop these private insurers so they can take the first tier of risk and do it affordably and help spread that risk out. Just like we see in health insurance, you have to spread the risk across the board. So I imagine we're going to see new interest in a federally backed plan. I'm sure there'll be several versions, but hopefully they can come up with something because this is just going to keep getting worse and worse year after year in areas that typically we wouldn't imagine to see these disasters.
And certainly the work that you do, putting a spotlight on the insurance industry and hopefully the conversation to improve that. Patrick Murphy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we turn now to live coverage from our Los Angeles station, KABC.
Point, all we've been seeing for the last few days is just the devastation and the potential of what could happen to a home if it's not already been destroyed. And of course, if a home has been destroyed, if a life has been lost, that, of course, is the tragedy that so many people are going through in this very moment. So we're seeing another police officer come across here. They're answering a lot of questions from a lot of confused people, desperate for any kind of answers that they can get. And they have been stopping people who've been coming around this intersection, coming around trying to cut the line. Again, people are desperate, but they're definitely not letting people just cut either. People have had to wait their turn, and some people, like I said, have been out here for a very long time just waiting to get in and get, whatever it is they need. The only people they're letting in right now are folks like us, media, and then, of course, other first responders and law enforcement here that are here to help with the perimeter. And it's just so striking when you were talking earlier about the arrests that have been made. I know that is a big concern. Some of them, like you said, were for curfew violation, but even yesterday when we were covering the Eaton fire, an officer that was at the perimeter there when we were going in told us that 2 had been arrested for looting. And it's got to be heartening for so many of the people whose homes are still standing, or even the people whose homes have been leveled by the fire, that the perimeters are so hardened right now, because so many of the folks that I've spoken with, the residents, were talking about just concerns over their property that is left behind and the looting. That hopefully gives people some amount of comfort. Of course, nothing is a guarantee that their property will be safe or that anything will be safe at this point, because anytime you might think you're out of the woods, then something kind of starts to flare up again. We had saw an example of that back in the Eaton fire with one home where homes around it were just leveled, damaged, destroyed, devastated. That home was still standing, but then about a day after that, that home ended up catching fire somehow, and crews tried so hard to fight that fire, but they just could not. That home ended up coming down at a point where it appeared that everything around it had slowed down. Despite the devastation and destruction around there, it didn't look like there'd be fire still going on, but unfortunately that house came down still. And again, I said this earlier, it's not to instill fear in anybody, but it's just to speak to the fact that we're not out of the woods yet. We're not clear yet until everything is clear and until we know that for a fact. So a lot going on down here at this intersection. Again, you're seeing how Mandeville Canyon Road here at Sunset Boulevard is just serving as a main artery for those crews to get in and out. And again, a lot of people here waiting to get into their homes. But that's the look we have right here. I think you're seeing some more of the smoke right now. We're going to continue to monitor things here, though, see how people can get in, once people can get in a little bit better, easier. But right now, again, LAPD telling us that they're only allowing people in here right now to get medication, just like the man I spoken with who was desperate to get his son's medication. That is who they're letting in right now at this point. So I'm going to send it back to you. I don't know if the camera is actually showing some of the air support, but we did see some water drops here too just a little bit ago. So just again, speaking to the work that crews are doing here to combat this nightmare of a fire.
Right, absolutely. No, we have seen some of the water drops. Right now we have a long distance view of the smoke plume on one side of your screen and then your ground shot. Let me ask you this specifically regarding the National Guard. When you arrived on scene at this location at the bottom of Mandeville, the National Guard was not there yet, correct? So when they arrived, did they simply replace and clear the sheriff's deputies or LAPD that was on site?
It was interesting. So when we were coming here, we were arriving, and then we saw multiple National Guard trucks going through this intersection, and we didn't see them stop initially, and now we are seeing them stopped here. And it does appear that it has given a little bit of a break, a little bit of relief to the LAPD officers who were here fielding so many questions and dealing with so many frustrated people. And we definitely understand why people are frustrated right now. But they were dealing with a lot of questions. I have to say, once the National Guard got here, that seemed to slow down, and people really started to understand the severity of what this perimeter is, because the folks were talking earlier that I guess the checkpoint yesterday was a little further up, so they were able to drive past this point. So this is not the same checkpoint that they were used to just a day ago. You're seeing some more trucks head up towards Mandeville Canyon Road. Again, people from all jurisdictions coming through here. Sonoma Valley, that's from my area, I believe, in the Bay Area. We've seen a lot of our Bay Area crews here, departments down here helping to fight this fire. I've seen Arizona, people from out of state as well, as we continue to talk about the mutual aid needed. But yes, National Guard here, no, it doesn't look like they're doing too much, but it actually does seem to have been effective just to really speak to the people, so the people see that this is a perimeter and this is someplace they need to stop, and they're stopped here for a reason.
Absolutely, and you can imagine just how confused and frustrated all these folks are, so we really do understand. And we want to mention, Zach, that there are 400 National Guard members deployed all across Los Angeles right now for those multiple fires burning. Thank you so much, and we want to keep you updated on the press conference that has just wrapped up. We did hear from LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, as she announced that because the federal government announced a public health emergency yesterday, LA County wants to do the same. So the LA County Public Health will declare a public health emergency, and that will be ratified on Tuesday. And what that means is that it will help with staffing ratios, and it makes sure that any people who have been moved out of their area can still access the medications and the prescriptions that they need. So again, that is going to be ratified Tuesday, a public health emergency. Let's go now to Mark, who is monitoring a map of the Palisades fire.
Yeah, it's wild because when we came on the air here at 5 this morning, I don't think we expected the flames and the fire to grow this much. The latest update from that news conference that we were listening to was about 1,000 acres that grew. So this is the west side. This is the Palisades fire that we've been following. This map is, the dark orange is the burn area that is days old from Tuesday on. This right here is the burn area that we're now concerned about, the Mandeville Canyon open space. This is pretty good resolution once I zoom in and it gets the resolution. This is West Ridge Road. It actually has moved a bit closer. The flames even reaching this area right here within the last hour. Of course, this home at the top would be of most concern, but firefighters, they are staged through this community. I believe Josh Haskell saying that his aunt who evacuated is from this specific area. So this is the Mandeville open space. This is Mandeville Canyon Road right here going up past the burn area. And if I zoom out, you can get some perspective again on the greater burn area, the 405 freeway right here. Down lower is the Getty Center right there. So you get an idea of what is at risk, what's burning. Zoom out a little bit further up to the north, the San Fernando Valley, and the Encino area, Ventura Boulevard, the 101 freeway, all of it essentially, I don't want to say at risk, but causing that concern from the west side, the 405s, the Pulveda Pass, up to Encino. But that is what we are watching. That is the area that is burning this morning, again, in the Mandeville Canyon area, which is on the east side of where the fire first started on Tuesday. Okay, let's get a check of the weather forecast, the very latest with Nico Kazori.
Yeah, Mark.
Now to Irene first. Okay. First to Irene Cruz.
Okay, we do want to mention that we are getting ready here to monitor the press conference being held by city officials. So that is scheduled to start at 9. We'll keep you updated on when they're getting ready here to set up at the podium. But in the meantime, let's go to Nico Kazori with the latest on the forecast and the weather conditions for those firefighters who are out there this morning. Nico.
Absolutely, Irene and Mark. So things right now, the wind speeds are looking pretty decent. So definitely looking better for those firefighters that are battling those flames. You can just see that plume of smoke out there, the Mandeville Canyon area. And you can see from the wind gust map, things right now this morning, it's calm, but that doesn't really mean much as far as maybe meaning the fire's not going to spread, because we saw what happened this morning. It really doesn't matter. The wind direction, the wind speeds, these fires, especially these erratic fires, they just basically have a mind of their own. And again, we saw what happened. But as far as the wind speeds go, yes, it definitely helps those firefighters that are trying to get a good grip on these flames, because right now we are seeing wind speeds down to the single digits and teens for some spots, but especially where the Mandeville Canyon area and the Brentwood area are, we are starting to see those.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
Get excited! I love that so much. It's time for GMA Life.
GMA Life, streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember
that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Here you leave today and enter
a world of galaxies.
A world of speed.
A world of other worlds.
for whatever you love. Infinite worlds await.
This version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Who is this guy?
He was kind of creepy. Pure evil.
We were shocked.
This is every woman's nightmare. This is not just any killer.
There was 11 skulls.
Drawn using a finger in blood.
All of these victims' souls belong to him.
They're mine.
I'm more sane than most Americans.
This guy is an evil genius. He's the best serial killer that ever existed.
He compared himself to Ted Bundy.
Wild Crime, 11 Skulls, only on Hulu.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Norwood. Thank you for streaming with us. Let's get right to our top stories. It's the wildfires in Los Angeles County gaining strength and forcing new evacuations as homes and businesses are reduced to ashes. Let's give you a live look. Live images of the Palisades fire. Officials say is burning over 21,000 acres. Firefighters have not only been able to contain 11% of those flames. 105,000 residents, though, have been evacuated in that zone. You can see the smoke just billowing from the mountains there. Meanwhile, the Eaton fire, now estimated to be more than 14,000 acres, with only 15% of those flames contained. The death toll, though, is currently at 11. This does not include numbers from the city. Officials say that 13 people are also unaccounted for at this hour. Law enforcement officials say that they are ramping up efforts to enforce a curfew order established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas as residents continue to try to get to safer places. They also point out that anyone violating those curfew orders, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense. We're also learning that LA County will set up new resource centers for displaced residents who lost their homes so that they can start to begin the claims process with FEMA. Here's more from ABC's Matt Rivers.
Apocalyptic scenes unfolding across Los Angeles as multiple wildfires blaze through the city. The Pacific Palisades fire flaring up once again overnight. Stunning aerial footage showing the inferno growing stronger and stronger. Even firefighters fleeing from the scene, forced to leave their vehicles behind. That fire only 8% contained. At least 11 people dead. Authorities warning they won't know the true toll until they can safely enter those ravaged neighborhoods. In Altadena and Pasadena, the Eaton fire blazing on. The Hearst fire, the Lydia fire, the Kenneth fire, and the newest fire to break out, the Archer fire, also all still burning. In total, so far across Los Angeles, more than 150,000 people under evacuation orders, and more than 12,000 structures, homes and businesses damaged or destroyed. These before and after images painting a chilling picture of vibrant communities reduced to ash. Residents slowly making their return, only to find out they've lost everything.
Look at that. There's nothing we can do. It's gone. This is total and utter devastation.
This is like apocalyptic.
Micah Kelly builds homes with fires in mind, including this one of the only houses left standing in a neighborhood that buckled under the flames. Even he was surprised.
For this even to withstand what happened here, if you looked at the devastation around here, is incredible.
He tells me he believes local authorities should have been more prepared for something like this.
This is a wake-up call for the city.
And ABC's Matt Rivers, who is live for us in Altadena, California, joining us now. Matt, thank you for being with us. You were listening in through that press conference just a short time ago. Officials addressed several public health warnings. Break that down for us, because as many people are returning back to their homes, trying to see what they can salvage, there are some hidden risks out there.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, just the very fact that there is still so much smoke in this area and what is burning has to be considered. You know, it's one thing if a tree goes up in flames. It's another thing if everything that is synthetic in homes like this behind me goes up. That's not the kind of thing that people should be breathing in for extended periods of time. As these neighborhoods start to reopen, we should reiterate they're not open yet. We're here because media members get special access into these neighborhoods behind police lines, the public not generally being allowed into where we are yet at the moment. But when they do come back in, they're certainly going to be facing those public health risks. Also, they're going to be facing what the Los Angeles County Sheriff has talked about with the threat of burglaries, looting. They said they've made several arrests, 24 arrests rather, over the last few days, both between here in Altadena and also over in the Palisades fire area. That is an ongoing risk. There's a curfew in place. They say that they are arresting people who are violating that curfew, but yet they continue to see people try and take advantage of this horrible situation. So there's no question that even though after all this damage is done, there still remains risk for people as they come back into these areas.
Yeah, you know, Matt, you just mentioned that the sheriff said that law enforcement really cracking down. He had some really strong words for those who choose to, you know, go out there and violate those curfews, saying that basically you're not going to be caught and released or given a citation, but you may actually spend a night in jail. It is really just so horrific to even think about folks being taken advantage of, especially during a time where they're already reeling and they've lost pretty much everything but what is left, seemingly picked over by reported looters. What else has the sheriff said about the curfew, the number of resources, any shelters? What else stood out to you in that press conference?
Sure. Well, we know that they have hundreds and hundreds of officers across LA County making sure that these neighborhoods stay safe. And we've seen that with our own eyes. I mean, it is difficult. You can't just drive into this area. Every time we come in, even though we're in clearly marked press vehicles, still, we have to, and rightly so, we have to show our IDs. We have to show that we have a reason to be there. And that's one thing that the sheriff talked a lot about. If you don't have a reason to be there, AKA you're not a journalist, you're not a first responder, you're not working on the utility lines here, you're not with the gas company, they're not going to let you in. And if they catch you here, you're going to be prosecuted. That is the very clear message that we heard from him, especially as they continue to do very important work during the daytime. He talked about setting up a search and rescue task force, and in what will likely also be a search and recovery task force. But they're looking for remains, people who got caught in the fires who remain missing at this point. They're trying to confirm for their family members where those missing people are. He said that there's 13 people that are still reported missing. He didn't say that means that they're all dead. He just said that they are missing at this point, and they're trying to bring some closure for some of these family members. So they're going to do a grid-by-grid search with that task force. It's all the more reason why anyone who doesn't need to be here should get out.
Absolutely. Matt Rivers reporting from Altadena, California. Matt, thank you so much. And as Matt pointed out in his reporting, we've heard so many devastating stories of loss since these wildfires broke out. And now we want to bring in a musician who lost his home in the Palisades fire. But it wasn't just his home. Chad Comey lived in Pacific Palisades with his parents, who both have disabilities. Chad is joining us live now from Santa Monica. Chad, I want to say that I am so sorry, and I'm glad that you're safe. I can't imagine what you and your family are going through. How and when did you make the decision to leave your home? And did you ever imagine that you wouldn't be going back?
First of all, Morgan, thank you so much for having me on. And I want to express my gratitude to every single person worldwide who's expressed their compassion and generosity. It means so much from the bottom of my heart. There were a couple fires, in 1978 that my father and mother lived through. There was another fire in 2019. And so with those in mind, we were probably one of the last families to get out of the neighborhood. I remember tracking on various apps, the wind speed, the wind direction, and the progress of the fire, and the rate at which it ballooned was unfathomable. I saw it from my building complex on one ridgeline, and a couple hours later, it was at another ridgeline, even closer to us. We got out right about 6 p.m. My mother and I, with the help of my neighbor Riley and my dad, we carried my mom down 5 flights of stairs into the subterranean garage. And right as we drove out of the garage, a bush outside our building was on fire. My dad, who stubbornly stayed behind, went back upstairs to try to wait it out for the rest of the night, thinking that it would be one of the safest places to be. But he couldn't get back into the complex and spent the whole rest of the night in the subterranean garage.
Chad, I'm so sorry to hear what happened in your harrowing escape. I know that you mentioned that, your mom was able to get out. You also said that you take care of your parents. And one thing that we've been talking about with these fires and covering is the home insurance, right? We know that a number of insurance companies had dropped residents within, the fire zone. But curious, do you have home insurance that will cover all of this? And where do you and your family go from here?
No, we don't. We don't have homeowners insurance. We don't have wildfire insurance. We don't have anything. My parents lived off their Social Security income. Their monthly Social Security checks went to paying for the homeowners association fees and, daily subsistence. I don't know where we go from here. I'd love to think about, rebuilding and picking up the pieces, but right now it's really about the daily victories that we have in progress and mindset. Like, for instance, one of my friends yesterday graciously dropped off guitar picks, one of the cheapest pieces of musical equipment you could have. And I was just so grateful to have guitar picks. And that meant the world to me. Just to be able to play guitar with a pick.
Yeah, I can imagine that music brings you a lot of comfort during this time. Talk to me about what keeps you going throughout all of this.
I know that a better day will come, and it's that I'm grateful for the blessings that I have. I might have lost my residence, but I haven't lost my resilience. I might have lost my musical equipment, but I'm still equipped to make music. It's how we think about these things that give me hope for tomorrow. I know that the Palisades will persevere. We're a very tight-knit community. All of us, we're going to be getting through it together, navigating FEMA efforts, how we rebuild the next phases of urban planning. All of that is an exciting discussion to be part of. And I'm feeling motivated to take those on with my whole community, with our whole community.
And with your mindset and resilience, I know that you will do just that. Chad Comey, thank you so much. And we're thinking of you and your family during this difficult time.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, and these wildfires also taking a heavy mental toll on people across the Los Angeles area. Joining us now with more on that part of the story is board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Judith Joseph. Dr. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us. Curious, what do you say to someone like Chad who just lost everything?
Morgan, thank you so much for bringing up the mental health aspect. Someone like Chad will survive this. He has something that he practices, probably doesn't even know it, the 5 V's. You know, he's validating how he feels. He's venting. He's talking about how he feels. He's tapping into the values that give him purpose and meaning, like his music. And hopefully he and others are supporting their vitals, you know, the getting good sleep, keeping a routine, getting food in, drinking lots of water, connecting with loved ones, and then the vision. You know, he's hopeful. He's looking forward to the future, hopefully, and scheduling some type of joy. And the 5 E's can really help you through this period because this is trauma and it is going to weigh on people's physiology, their bodies, their brains, and their mental health for sure.
Yeah, you talked about just how traumatic something is like this for someone to experience, whether it's, you know, personally losing a loved one, losing personal items, losing your home. It's a sense of security, and we know safety is something that our mind really struggles to adapt and perceive. For someone who is already struggling, either has an existing mental health condition, how is something like this making it worse, and what else can they do?
It's really important that safety comes first. In the middle of a trauma where you don't feel like you have control, safety is number one. And number two is focusing on the things that you can control, like what time you wake up, what time you go to bed, how much you eat. But then there are people who have risk factors, those who have a history of substance abuse, those who have a history of mental health conditions, such as anxiety and depression. We have to, you know, take care of these extra vulnerable people. So make sure that they have access to loved ones, that they're regularly checking in with others, that they don't fall back into negative adaptive coping mechanisms like relying on substances. And so it's important to realize if you have these risk factors to ask for help. Everyone's struggling now, so you may not feel like you want to burden someone, but it's really important to know that a symptom of trauma is feeling guilt and shame and internalizing this, so you don't want to talk about it. So knowing that that's a symptom hopefully allows people to ask for help.
And then hopefully allows us to be mindful of what everyone else is going through and have that sense of empathy, but then also ask how we can help other people and really be that village. Dr. Judith Joseph, thank you so much for your insight on this topic. We thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you for having me, and know that there are free resources that you can talk to. There are helplines. So if you don't feel comfortable talking to someone around you, there are helplines available.
Absolutely. Dr. Joseph, thank you. All right, let's get a check on the weather conditions. Meteorologist Samara Theodore is here. Samara, we know these wildfires in Southern California have been made even worse by the dry and windy conditions. Where do things stand right now?
Well, we've actually elevated in the Los Angeles region at the end of last week to a severe drought. So this really just exacerbates the situation. And the reason I'm even mentioning this is because it's one of the fundamental factors into why we're seeing such terrible wildfires out west. Downtown Los Angeles, for instance, only saw 0.16 inches of rain since May of last year. And between October 1st and today, we should have picked up well over 4.5 inches. So we're in quite the deficit. Dry conditions out there, coupled with all that dry vegetation, and of course the winds making for this dangerous, terrifying situation on the ground. So the story now is the winds have lightened up. And as they have lightened up, this is going to give firefighters an opportunity to get on the ground this morning and through this early afternoon to hopefully make some headway with fighting these fires. But unfortunately, we are anticipating this next Santa Ana wind event to really pick up tonight into tomorrow morning. So I've pushed forward in your time, and you can already see how these winds have picked up. 20 miles per hour out in Pacific Palisades, 41 in Silverado, and we could see wind gusts as high as 65 miles per hour. Morgan?
All right, Samara, thank you so much. Right now, we want to go to the presser with the Los Angeles mayor regarding these wildfires. Let's listen in.
Everybody in place? Good morning, everyone. Let me thank you all this morning. I want to especially thank our first responders, community members, leaders, everybody, as we continue to go through this crisis, this emergency. Here with us today, Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, Police Chief Jim McDonnell, FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, District Director Julie Klaus of the Small Business Administration, and for all Angelenos, we are hurting, grief, still in shock and angry, and I am too. The devastation that our city has faced. But in spite of the grief, in spite of the anger, in spite of the shock, we have got to stay focused until this time passes, until the fires are out. Now, we need to stay focused, but I will say that when the fires are out, make no mistake, we will have a full accounting of what worked and especially what did not. I know that this is a top priority of the people that are here behind me and the firefighters and the first responders that are on the front line. There is nothing that I will not do for the city where I was born and raised. And I know that that goes for all of us. So let me be clear about something. The fire chief and I are focused on fighting these fires and saving lives, and any differences that we might have will be worked out in private. But right now, our first and most important obligation to Angelenos is to get through this crisis. When the fire is out, there will be time for us to evaluate, but at the same time, we also must begin the recovery effort, and there'll be more to come from that in the next few days. So you saw last night that the fires intensified. The Palisades fire expanded, leading to additional evacuations in Encino and parts of Brentwood. But despite the flare-up, relentless air and ground assaults has led to increased containment of the fire. Emergency shelter is open at the Lanark Regional Recreational Center in Canoga Park. We are updating on lacity.gov with information about assistance and up-to-date evacuations. The Hearst fire is now 76% contained, and the Sunset fire is almost 100% contained. FEMA teams are on the ground providing in-person support, helping Angelenos apply for disaster relief at the Westwood Recreation Center and Ritchie Valens Park. The Small Business Administration is now offering home disaster loans, business disaster loans, and economic injury disaster loans, which can be applied for at lending.sba.gov. Let me repeat that, lending.sba.gov. And the National Guard is here too, helping relieve our firefighters and secure the perimeter of our evacuation zones, aiding our Los Angeles police officers in having zero tolerance for crime. And let me just say that again, zero tolerance for crime. And so that means if you are bold enough that you are going to go into a fire area and attempt to break in homes or do looting of any type, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In the grief, in the anger, in the pain that we are going through, the idea that there would be predators out there that would try to take advantage of this situation will not be tolerated. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that your emergency departments are working as hard and as fast as they can for you. We are a city, Los Angeles. We have been through tragedies before. I remember 1992, the civil unrest, when we had to rebuild the city. I remember 1994, the big earthquake. This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires, and then we will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better. With that, let me introduce our Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. As Mayor Bass has stated, she and I met yesterday to discuss our shared priorities. Number one, first and foremost, we are both focused on our urgent needs to mitigate these devastating wildfires. Our top priority remains saving lives and protecting property. Second, we are committed to working together on community recovery and rebuilding efforts. 3, we are focused on building an LEFD that reflects the needs of the community we serve and which will prepare us for the many challenges that are ahead of all of us. I will now provide an update on the current fires. Palisades fire. Yesterday evening, there was a significant flare-up on the northeastern boundary of the fire, threatening Mandeville and Sullivan Canyon areas. We immediately redeployed resources from the San Fernando Valley to begin evacuation and extinguishment efforts with a relentless air attack utilizing all available aircraft in the area. I can now report that we have increased the fire's containment from 8% to 11% with 3,712 personnel that are assigned to this incident. The fire is now at 22,660 acres with all evacuation orders and warnings. They all remain in place. The Hearst fire, 799 acres, 76% contained. 2 structures were damaged. 305 personnel are assigned to that incident. Sunset fire, halted, and I want to focus on that word, halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained due to the due diligence of our first responders that are out there doing their work. Currently in a mop-up and patrol status and no active threat to the public. Now looking forward, over the next few days and into the next week, we will be facing another critical weather event. I want to assure the residents within our incredible city of Los Angeles that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are in lockstep together, and that we will utilize every single resource at our disposal to ensure public safety and that we holistically protect Angelenos. Thank you, everyone. And next, I have the honor to introduce Police Chief McDonald.
Thank you, Chief, very much. As we navigate this challenging time, our primary focus remains the safety and security of our community. We're committed to protecting lives, safeguarding property, and maintaining order in the areas affected by the fires. Determining the cause of these fires is critical, and to that end, Mayor Bass, Chief Crowley, and I are announcing, in conjunction with our partner agencies, the creation of the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force. This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and to see if there's any connection between them. The task force will be made up of, or is made up of, investigators from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, CAL FIRE, the Los Angeles Fire Department Arson Counterterrorism Section, Los Angeles County Fire Department Arson, Los Angeles Police Department Major Crimes Division, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Arson and Explosives. Just announced this morning, or decided this morning, that the ATF will take over as lead agency on that. They have tremendous resources and expertise and can bring in resources from across the country to do their investigation. So we're very thankful for them and their resources. The LAPD remains on tactical alert, and we have dedicated resources to ensure the safety of our law enforcement and city, state, and federal public safety partners. LAPD officers are actively patrolling these areas around the clock. These efforts include enhanced visibility in evacuation zones and neighborhoods where homes and businesses are vacant. We're deploying marked and unmarked vehicles as well as foot patrols to ensure a strong presence and swift response to any issues that arise. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas, with support from Port Police, who provided personnel, and the National Guard, who've provided 40 personnel at various posts throughout the Palisades, and we're truly grateful for their support also. We've continued to respond to radio calls with reports of looting, although I'm happy to share that so far none have been substantiated in that fashion. Let me be clear on this, and the mayor just talked about it. We do have a zero tolerance policy for anybody attempting to exploit this crisis. Looting and other illegal activities will not be tolerated, and we've taken significant steps to prevent such behavior. Additional patrols are actively monitoring evacuated areas, and we've implemented a system of surveillance and rapid response. LAPD is enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles City areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. The curfew will run from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Last night, we arrested a total of 5 people for crimes involving curfew violation in the Palisades burn area. I want to remind everybody that unless you are public safety personnel or another type of disaster worker, you have no reason to be at these locations. And if we see you in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Any person who refuses or willfully neglects to obey the curfew order in effect in any evacuation order zone or evacuation warning zone within the city of Los Angeles will be physically booked for a violation of California Government Code Section 8665. A violation of curfew order is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine and potentially imprisonment for up to 6 months, or both. The countywide curfew order is enforceable in the city of Los Angeles by LAPD officers. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool that will help keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and in very difficult circumstances. I want to reassure everybody that your safety and security of your property remains our top priority. We understand the stress and uncertainty you are feeling, and we're doing everything in our power to protect what matters to you. I urge you to continue following safety guidelines issued by our emergency management partners and abide by any security checks and screenings. These measures are in place to protect lives and to allow first responders to do their jobs more effectively. In closing, I want to thank our officers who continue to work extended hours in a challenging environment, the National Guard, and all of our partners, particularly our fire partners, for their tireless efforts in responding to this crisis. I also want to express my gratitude to our community for your resilience and your cooperation. We will continue to provide updates as the situation develops and remain steadfast in our mission to protect and serve. Thank you, and please stay safe. Now my honor to introduce FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep, thanks. Well, let me start out by saying our hearts go out to everyone affected by the wildfires. And as our administrator yesterday said, we're committed to be here to help the community recover as long as it takes. One of the things that's important to us is having a strong relationship with not only the mayor, all communities in the state, and delivering assistance to those communities that have been affected. And we'll continue to make sure that we're here to do that. In addition to providing support on the response side, one of the areas that we're focusing now on our priority is to help those that have been affected by this event. And one of the ways we do that is through our individual assistance program. I want to start off with how to apply to that program. So the easiest way is to go to the website to disasterassistance.gov and apply there. You can also download the FEMA app and use that to apply. Or you can phone our 1-800-621-3362 number to apply for assistance. We've already had over 16,000 applications as of this morning, and we'll continue to take registrations into our system, and we'll be probably reaching out to many of those individuals. Those who have that are insured, I urge you to go ahead and call your insurance company first, as you'll need that information through the registration process with FEMA as you go through that application process. One of the positive things that have happened in some of the changes of our legislation is we can help those that are underinsured, which I suspect will be a significant need here from these fires. FEMA is starting to expedite serious needs assistance. It's a one-time payment that helps survivors with costs associated to disaster-related needs, such as whether it's water, food, infant formula, things you had to purchase as you evacuated, and that's a one-time payment. Other forms of assistance include displacement assistance to help with hotel costs, minimal repairs to your house, other needs assistance, costs for if you have medical bills from this event, the unfortunate funeral costs that will come for some. If you lost your car in this event, you could go ahead and put that in for assistance from FEMA. And then ultimately, as we've seen the great devastation and loss of housing, temporary housing, whether it be through our rental assistance programs or other forms of temporary housing, that we'll work with the city, the county on how to provide those in the best way that meets the needs of the community here. So I'm working closely with the state and county and the city to ensure that we bring not only the full weight of the federal government, but working with community partners to make sure that we bring the resources that are needed to help recover. We are sending staff out to the field to help individuals register for our program. We'll start with going to the shelters and some of the other places, and we'll expand out and help individuals that need help registering. However, I urge you to go to the 3 locations I gave you, register online or register through the 1-800 number, as it's better to register before coming in and asking for extra technical assistance. Ultimately, we'll work with the county and the city to set up local assistance centers where we'll have in-processing centers to help with your application. Lastly, I just want to continue to reiterate, we are here for the long term. We're here to financially support the response costs and to help individuals recover from the fire, and have the full weight of the federal government behind me to support any needs that the state or the county or the city have in response to these fires. Thank you.
Next is SBA District Director Julie Quellis.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Thank you to all of our government officials, FEMA, and especially our first responders. Thank you so much for everything you are doing for the community. For those that are affected by these fires, my heart is with you. My team and I live here. We know what the challenges are ahead, and we're here to help you through that recovery process. SBA's disaster loan programs are open. They've been fully activated, and they are open, and people can apply today. The applications are available for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for private nonprofits here in LA County. A quick overview of the programs for you. The Disaster Home Loan Program is loans to renters or homeowners to repair or replace disaster-damaged real estate and personal property, and this includes automobiles. Loan maximums are $500,000 for real estate and $100,000 for personal property, and this is for uninsured or otherwise non-compensated losses. Business physical disaster loans are also available for businesses of all sizes to repair or replace their disaster-damaged property, including the real estate, inventory, supplies, machinery, and equipment. Businesses of all sizes and nonprofit organizations are eligible to apply, and the loan maximums are $2 million. Economic injury disaster loans are available to small businesses and nonprofits as a way to provide working capital to help them meet their ordinary and necessary obligations that otherwise could have been met but for this fire. Loan maximums for this program are $2 million. Interest rates are extremely low, under 4%, and in some cases 2.56% for homeowners and renters. We have a 12-month deferment on interest and payments. And we are in the process of setting up some centers, but everyone is absolutely eligible to apply online today. SBA.gov/disaster will take you right to the info page and application. Also, SBA.gov, we have banners on our homepage to direct you right to these resources as well. And you may also reach out through our customer assistance line at email box, at disaster customer service at SBA.gov. Again, disaster customer service at SBA.gov. And we also have our cadre of business advisors through small business development centers, women business centers, veteran business outreach centers, and SCORE, who are all over the county with free business assistance ready to support any business concerns you may have, from recovery and rebuilding to applying for any of the assistance we talked about today. Thank you.
Next question to Lynette, and then second question.
Lynette? Who is Lynette? Oh, there you are. Yes.
The Palisades fire has had flare-ups last night, earlier this morning, and the threat to more homes, to more communities is very real. What do you tell these residents that are now finding themselves under evacuation orders?
Well, you know what? I think that the people in Palisades and in most of the areas have been doing everything they can. They've been responding to the evacuation orders. I think that is critical that they do that. We know that those people who stay behind might not be able to get out. And I think that it's important that people pay attention to that. The good news is that the fires have been slowly being contained. I know that the Palisades area is one of the ones that is the most vulnerable for the winds to continue to spike up. And it's anticipated that the winds will kick up again at the beginning of the week. So having National Guard there, having law enforcement there is going to be very critical, because not only do we have to protect ourselves from the fires, but we also have to make sure that no one goes up there and attempts to loot, attempts to do anything that is inappropriate in the areas. Well, they need to pay attention to what the orders are. You know, in some of the areas they've been told to evacuate. I know that west of the 405, people are supposed to evacuate. I know east of the 405, it's a warning. So I think people need to pay careful attention to what the instructions are. And please, please, please not try to wait out the fires. Oh, my goodness. Let me just say that, as you see here, the chief and I are lockstep in our number one mission. And that mission is to get us past this emergency right now. We want to make sure that we save lives, we save housing, we save businesses, and if there are differences that we have, we will continue to deal with those in private. Thank you. No. First of all, I have no idea as to what he means when he says he's getting different answers from different people. But I have to tell you, I have a lot of concerns about every step of what has happened over the last week. Again, we have to stay focused on the number one mission, which is getting through this crisis, keeping people safe. Examining what happened, I want a full investigation of every level. So I'll follow up with the governor to find out exactly what he means, but I do not know.
Next question is Simon and then Tom.
Yeah, this question is directed at both you, Madam Mayor, and Fire Chief Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
The dynamic between you two today appears very different
Mm-hmm. Come stand. Thank you. Yes.
Say that you're in lockstep.
Yes.
How can Angelinos be sure that you two are on the same page when everyone's facing this historic and unprecedented crisis?
Well, I think, first of all, you have heard it directly from me. I'll give her an opportunity to repeat it again, that we have one mission, and that is going to be our sole focus. Now, prior to this, the chief and I have always been in regular communication, and we will continue to do that. Chief.
Thank you for that. I stand by my comments this morning, especially in this time of crisis. That number one priority, with actually Chief McDonnell, Madam Mayor, and myself,
That's right,
are all on the same page. And I don't know how to overstate that at this point. That's why we're all here today, is to make sure that the community, the people that we serve, understand exactly where the three of us are. And I think I know we've clearly articulated that this morning. So thank you for the question.
Just one follow-up quickly. Are there enough resources for the city to answer the demands of this?
Well, let me just say that not only are there the resources, and unlimited resources that the fire department, the police department need right now. We're not going to sit around and look at what we're going to spend on or not. If Chief McDonald calls me and tells me this is what he needs, if Chief Crowley calls me and tells me this is what we need, then that's what we'll do. But let me just also say that it's beyond Los Angeles. So the mutual aid component, I'm getting phone calls from all over the country, from people I served with in Congress who have now moved on to be governors. We have a number of different states, even Canada called. But that is what happens in natural disasters. I know the chief and I think it was just a couple of months ago, we had a number of firefighters go around the country. Firefighters go around the country all the time to assist in natural disasters, and that's exactly what is happening. Now, let me add on to that to say that President Biden, Vice President Harris, the state leaders, and obviously the governor, but also the head of the state Senate, the head of the state assembly, they have all been calling us off the hook. I did a press conference yesterday, a Zoom press conference, the governor and I did, with the president and the vice president, for the president to reiterate over and over again. The fact that we're getting 100% reimbursement from FEMA is not something that is usual. But it is something that the president agreed to. So I feel confident that whatever support is needed, we will have.
And you were just listening to Los Angeles city officials give an update on the wildfire crisis in Southern California. That was Mayor Karen Bass saying that they are focused right now on the firefight and making sure that all of these fires get put out. Just a quick update on the stats there that officials threw out there. Palisades fire intensified overnight, also expanding despite that flare-up, both with air and ground resources deployed. They say that they've been able to gain some ground from 8% containment overnight now to 11% containment as of this afternoon. 3,000 fire personnel deployed to this incident. So there have been improvements there when it comes to the Hearst fire. That's looking great, 76% contained. The Sunset fire, they just announced, 100% contained. We know that FEMA officials are there on the ground. They talked about some of the disaster assistance that's been available, 16,000 applications as of this afternoon. The Small Business Association also offering disaster loans and economic injury disaster loans as well. And we also heard Mayor Karen Bass echo the LA County Sheriff's warning, saying that they have zero tolerance for crime when it comes to looting. They've also arrested and will arrest and prosecute people who violate the curfews to the full extent of the law. We also heard from Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. She also said that she and the mayor are in lockstep when handling this crisis. Again, the Sunset Fire halted and stopped at 42 acres, 100% contained. No active threat to the public. But over the next few days, there is a critical weather event. Those Santa Ana winds will continue to flare up. Authorities also announcing that as they continue to investigate and determine the cause, they announced that they've activated a regional wildfire investigative task force. This is going to be made up of local, state, and federal officials to see if there's any connection between all of these fires that have happened over the past few days. For more now, I do want to go to Jacqueline Lee, who's been covering the situation down there in Malibu. Jacqueline, you've, of course, been on the ground all week. Incredible reporting, my friend. What is it like where you are right now?
Hey, Morgan, I mean, there is just destruction absolutely everywhere. We are currently on Pacific Coast Highway, and as you can see the beautiful Pacific Ocean and all of these luxury beachfront properties that are destroyed. You can see the smoke smoldering everywhere, and because there is an issue with the winds, we're seeing a lot of ash flying around. And what is so interesting about whenever there are wildfires is some structures are still intact and others are just destroyed. As you can see over there, if you look further down the highway, some of those homes are still standing. Obviously, the threat is not gone. We know firefighters are really focused on making sure that those structures that are still there, they're standing watch, trying to make sure that no embers fly. Because what happens is when it lands on the house and that one goes up in flames, it will continue to spread. We heard in that press conference the mayor discussing this investigative joint task force to find out the cause of these fires. That is all under investigation. And we've seen all of these local, state, and federal agencies in lockstep as they try to figure out what exactly happened. The ATF will be leading that investigation. As you mentioned, that there is concern about crime, about looting, with at least 27 arrests so far in regards to whether it was looting or violating the curfew. The curfew went into effect last night at 6 p.m., lasted until 6 a.m., and what officials are focused on is making sure that the right people are where they need to be. They don't want residents to be returning if they have an evacuation order. They don't want them to be in risk, and they also don't want the firefighters to have to, struggle with getting residents out of the area when they're just focused on fighting these fires. When you look at the homes that are still there and those that are still standing, I spoke with a firefighter yesterday. Actually, no, he's not a firefighter. He's a resident, but he was trained and certified by the fire department to serve as an emergency responder in the case of a disaster. He ended up staying behind to try to save his and his neighbors' homes. He is doing that job very well, but he is very concerned, obviously, about what happened to his community. Morgan.
Jacqueline, I know exactly where you are because, of course, I used to live in LA maybe about a couple of years ago, not too far from there. And I'm just kind of struck by the destruction that you have. And then behind you, you have just the beautiful Pacific Ocean. You talked about, talking to that resident who, is trying to help other people. But what else have residents there in Malibu told you as they're dealing with this crisis?
They are absolutely heartbroken. And so the residents that I have spoken with said it really is a community here. That resident I spoke with who has stayed behind to help save his home and his neighbors' homes say he knows every single resident around his home that lives on the beach. And he broke it down into tears saying, part of those neighbors are all gone. These are people that had homes for decades and decades. And to see it now look like this, right? It's just rubble, destruction, ash, debris. It is so devastating for people. But I will say, you have to remember, there's also a good chunk of residents who do not know the fate of their home. Everywhere you go, you cannot, first off, access Pacific Coast Highway unless you are credentialed media or a first responder. And there are residents who are so desperate to find out any information if their home is still standing or not. I was up in the Pacific Palisades yesterday, and we were in this neighborhood. Some homes were there, some were not, but it was just so random. You couldn't, say it was just this entire street or anything like that, Morgan.
Yeah, it's just so agonizing to think, about the families who don't know how their homes fare throughout all of this. You can just imagine the emotional anguish and toll there. But Jacqueline, you're doing incredible reporting down there on the ground in Malibu. Stay safe, my friend. And we thank you so much for joining us. And we want to turn now to live coverage from our Los Angeles station, KABC.
And then Sky Valley Road. But I also wanted to point out that American flag that you were seeing, and it looked like a possible structure, not a home, on fire. There's a lot of those Nike missile sites, the old missile sites up in the hills of the Santa Monica Mountains that are really used now by the FAA, by SoCal Edison, different gas companies, and I know for utility purposes. And I've hiked up in that area extensively, and there's a lot of valuable infrastructure there, and those are facilities that they use routinely. And I believe on the right-hand side of your screen right now, what we're seeing is not necessarily a home, but some buildings that are either used by the gas company or by Southern California Edison. I remember hiking once, and they were working on a pipeline or a gas line from the valley to the Brentwood area, and there were trailers up there and a lot of different machinery reinforcing that. There's obviously the Sullivan Canyon Fire Road off Queens Ferry that also goes to the valley, which I know has been really valuable in this firefight because they just widened it after it was destroyed in one of the recent rainstorms. So a lot of infrastructure up there. But what you're seeing right now is sort of what they call Upper Mandeville Canyon. And that is an area I've been very concerned about just because that road is so long. It opens up. You see those homes. And actually, some of the other homes we've been seeing have been the Encino Hills. So although there is not a road that connects Brentwood to Encino and you take the 405 freeway, if you go to the end of Mandeville, you're really not that far from Encino. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind right now.
Absolutely. That is a fantastic insight. There's that American flag that you were referencing, and you can see the wind on the ground whipping up there. And the trailer right there, not sure if that's a campsite or, you know, a trailer associated with another property up there, but that is just honestly feet from the flames. Josh, thank you for your insight. Gabe Santos still live here in Air 7. Gabe, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Mark, we're still keeping a close eye on this scene right here. We're going to try and figure out exactly what this property is. As Josh Haskell was saying, it appears to be one of those, outposts that might have to do with maintenance or other public works or things of that sort. You would hope that whoever's in that trailer has long since gone. I would definitely imagine that is the case. One thing I want to clarify about the canyons here, there are a lot of canyons in this area. Mandeville Canyon is one of them. Sullivan Canyon is the next canyon further west. We're kind of dealing with being at a high altitude because air traffic control is keeping us at 7,000 feet. So the canyons are starting to blend together. So forgive me for that. But what we're able to confirm now is that the fire is still on the west side of Mandeville Canyon. It has not crossed Mandeville Canyon. It's established in Sullivan Canyon, which is kind of a firefighter term for there's a lot of fire activity in Sullivan Canyon, and that's a concern right now. That's what fire crews are hopefully going to work on doing something about, whether it be with water drops or crews on the ground or things of that nature. Again, looking at this dramatic shot of this outpost here with this American flag blowing around in a few different directions. Overall, it appears to be kind of from the north to the southwest. So definitely that Santa Ana flow we're seeing continuing right now. But again, the fire has not crossed Mandeville Canyon Road, so we could say that at this point. The next thing after Mandeville Canyon is that Mountain Geek community, so that's still definitely a concern. But we do know that the fire is still on the west side of Mandeville Canyon Road right now. So I wanted to clarify that for you guys, Mark.
Gabe, this really does speak to how these firefighters are having to deal with multiple spots in terms of this fire. It could be on the backside of the community, on the side of the community. They're just having to tackle so many different spots and little spot fires that are cropping up as well. In terms of the resources that we have out there, we have about 100 fire engines in Mandeville Canyon, 6 helicopters. It's been phenomenal watching them draw water from that reservoir close by and make those drops and really taking those flames out on the fire line. So that's been phenomenal to see as those flames had really been creeping up close to those homes. I believe it was in Sullivan Canyon. So really good to see. We are very curious to know what structure this is that we are zooming in and focusing in on with this trailer here, if it's a utility facility or what exactly it is. So we will find that out for you and bring you the latest in terms of that. In the meantime, we do want to go to our reporter on the ground, Eyewitness News reporter Monica Dianda. She is live in Mandeville Canyon. Monica, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Irene, unfortunately, the flames here have been making a run. I want you to take a look at this, the hillside here. You can see the flames there. They've been creeping closer and closer to this neighborhood here on the right, and you may be able to see that red fire engine there. And we've seen firefighters get off here, and it seems like they're taking a defensive position, just getting ready in case those flames inch closer toward these homes. Again, this is Canyon Back Road, about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club, if you're familiar with this area. We've been here since 5 o'clock this morning, and I got to tell you, really the fire has started to move downhill, creeping closer toward these homes. After this live shot, we're going to drive around and see just how close it is because of how windy these roads are around here. We want to see just how close the smoke is, in fact, to at least these homes here on the corner that we're seeing. So as Josh mentioned, there's a lot of homes in this area, and the topography, that's one of the things that firefighters have told us this morning, makes it difficult to fight the fire that they're seeing here in this area. We know that it was overnight when a lot of the progress was made over here. Unfortunately, a lot of the flames moved this way. About 1,000 acres in growth overall here in the Mandeville Canyon area. We know there's 100 engines here for direct suppression efforts, and we've seen a lot of aerial support as well, a lot of water drops. But really, in the last 15, 20 minutes, we haven't seen any, but I'm sure hopefully they're, going to be coming again soon, because you can see that smoke now really close to these homes, which isn't something that we saw around 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning. Really, it was after 7 a.m. that this fire really started to creep its way closer to these homes, and that is definitely a concern. About a few minutes ago, I saw a man drive away, and I'm sure he was evacuating, because I could see his car from where I'm standing filled with a whole bunch of items. So that just goes to show that people are really taking this seriously, and they're getting more concerned as they see that smoke creep up closer toward their homes. Right now, we are seeing some air support up above, and again, just be.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina.
The U.S. Capitol.
Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis.
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Hi, I'm Phil Lipoff. We have a lot of news to get to, and we are going to begin with catastrophic wildfires out in Southern California. Flare-ups now forcing new evacuations as homes and businesses are reduced to ashes. These are live images of the Palisades fire, which officials say is burning more than 21,000 acres right now. Firefighters have only been able to contain about 11% of it. 105,000 residents have been evacuated in that zone. You can see air tankers there dropping thousands of gallons of red flame retardant in the hills around Los Angeles as firefighters desperately attempt to limit the devastation, which is so hard for them to do right now. Meantime, the Eaton fire is now estimated to be more than 14,000 acres with only 15% of the flames contained. The death toll currently stands at 11. 13 people are unaccounted for at this hour. Law enforcement officers say that they are ramping up efforts to enforce a curfew order which was established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas as residents continue to move to safer places. Anyone violating the curfew, we're told, will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense. We are also learning LA County will be setting up a resource centers for displaced residents who lost their homes so that they can begin the claims process with FEMA. I want to bring in ABC meteorologist Kenton Jawicki right now. Kenton, the weather has been, I covered Hurricane Sandy, Superstorm Sandy, 85-mile-an-hour winds when I was on the coast of Jersey, the shore. Yeah. But that water was hitting me. When this started was fire. at 80 miles an hour. I can't even wrap my head around it.
Exactly, because then you have the fire and then those embers going into that fire. And so instead of water hitting you, it would be embers hitting you and hitting homes and hitting brush and palm trees. And then all that, of course, exploding into flames, which is why it was heavily warned. This event was warned very, very well. But again, it's even in those warnings, it's hard, it's impossible to imagine this type of a scenario, right? And we still have those winds happening today, but especially tonight is when they're going to pick back up again. So tonight from 6 p.m. tonight until 6 p.m. on Sunday, so for 24 hours starting tonight, there are new warnings in effect, new fire warnings in effect for this area because winds are going to be back gusting potentially 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's mostly in the mountain ranges, in the pass areas, but still even lower to the ground. We're still going to see winds 20 to 40 miles per hour. So this is not over by any means. And then we have more threat next week, Monday through Wednesday as well.
I mean, Kenton, we're looking at these pictures. There are homes burning actively. You see the fire coming up the hills. There are those who lost their homes already. There are those who were worried about losing their homes. I have a friend in the hills, evacuated, came back, got that warning that everybody got, and is still not sure which way the winds are going to be blowing and when they're going to pick up. What do the winds look like?
So those winds are going to pick up again back tonight around 6 p.m. and then continue until 6 p.m. on Sunday. So for 24 hours, they're very strong again, and they're coming back in from the northeast, and so they're going to be blowing in similar directions that they have been. And the thing is, too, we see all those fires right now on screen. All of that smoke is also blowing with that, and that's why there is terrible air quality for millions of people that are still living there and are not in evacuation zones, but they are breathing in unhealthy air for days, and it's not going to stop until those fires stop.
You know, it's wild. You can see where the flame retardant had been laid down, that red color, and you see how they're trying to fight the fire. And that was the problem in the beginning of this, that they just couldn't get those fixed-wing planes and the choppers in the air. All right, Kenton, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Great. Right now, I want to bring in ABC's Jacqueline Lee from Malibu, California. Jacqueline has been reporting there for days. Jacqueline, Brentwood County under high alert potential. There's a potential for more homes being at risk, being destroyed. We see the destruction just behind you. What more can you tell us about these new evacuation orders?
You know, I think the fact that it is now pushing into Brentwood is really shocking. For those who don't know, Brentwood is a very wealthy area. It is where UCLA is based. UCLA is one of the biggest schools in the area, obviously very famous. So the fact that we were hoping that when the red flag warning, expired yesterday, that we would have some sort of calm throughout this weekend before the winds picked up on Monday. As you guys can see, that is clearly not the case. Of course, firefighters working on both the offensive and the defensive. But we saw with that flare up, especially yesterday, is the firefighters were forced to retreat, which is just so unfortunate. More residents are just on alert, as you mentioned, being forced to evacuate. I guess the silver lining is because for the last few days, residents all throughout Los Angeles have seen the sheer destruction as a result of these fires. People packed to-go bags, and they know it's serious when officials say, you need to go, this fire is spreading. I have to say, we are currently here in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades along Pacific Coast Highway, and there is just nothing left. I mean, this is so stunning. We're seeing still a lot of smoke and ash swirling around. But when you look at, the homes that are destroyed, there are still some that are still standing. You would never imagine this would happen to homes on the beach. I think that's what's just so striking to me. For anyone who has been here in Southern California and visited this, section of Pacific Coast Highway, which, by the way, brings in so many tourists and so many people from around the world, to be able to see directly onto the Pacific Ocean from the highway instead of having all of these, properties lining the beach blocking your view, it's heartbreaking. I mean, and you can see there's nothing left. And Phil, I spoke with a resident who lives around here. He decided to stay behind to try to preserve his house because he has been certified by the fire department to serve as a first responder in case of a disaster. So he and his neighbors, they bought, fire hoses and supplies and have been fighting these fires ever since it broke out. And he told me, he burst into tears and said to see all of these members of his community displaced, and these are people who are very tight-knit, who have known each other for decades and decades. And now, as you can see, there's nothing left. For those that do have structures and homes that are still standing, of course, there's always the fear that there could be a flare-up, there could be a spot fire, and just because it's standing today does not mean it will be standing tomorrow. Phil.
Jacqueline, just quickly, I know you have more reporting to do. Before we let you go, officials addressed the false evacuation alerts around Los Angeles. I've been in contact with a good friend of mine who's in the Hollywood Hills, and he got back to his house after after evacuating. Then that night, got that evacuation order and then he looked at the app, and there wasn't a fire within 5 miles of his home. What more can you tell us about that?
So officials acknowledged this and apologized, and they said it's not a human error. There's not someone who's clicking a button and sending all these alerts. This is automated. It's part of some system. They're working to figure this out, but I understand what your friend is saying, because yesterday I had 20 emergency evacuation order alerts go off on my phone within the span of an hour, and every time I open the app, because I live very close to an evacuation order zone, I'm not forced to evacuate yet, but I'm very nervous for my house because it is in a high fire zone. I would, the alarm would go off and I'd freak out and check, but then you click the link and it's not under an evacuation order. So that, of course, is so stressful and frustrating for residents who are just relying on these alerts. There have been massive cell tower issues. So, what's nice is these alerts are able to bypass, if you're in a SOS zone. But unfortunately, if it's a false alert, of course, it will stress you out for no reason. But officials say they do not want anyone to turn off the public, alerts, because just in case it is real and the threat is real, they don't want them to be stuck in that fire. Phil.
Right, and that's the terrifying thing that's keeping people up at night as firefighters continue to fight this. All right, Jacqueline Lee, thank you so much. We'll check back with you in a little bit this afternoon. We've heard so many devastating stories out of Southern California this week, and unfortunately there are too many to tell. Right now, though, I want to bring in a couple who are already looking to the future after they've lost their home. They lost their home in the Eaton fire in Altadena. Alex Shakarshian and Mujige Cooper. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing both of your names right. Thank you so much for, oh good, I got a thumbs up. Thank you so much for taking the time and being with us. I can't even imagine. I've been trying to wrap my head around what we on the East Coast are watching you go through on the West Coast, and it's heartbreaking. Alex, I want to begin with you because we understand that just days before these fires broke out, you were diagnosed with thyroid cancer. So first off, I want to know how you're doing. How you're holding up?
I'm doing great. It is one of the more treatable versions of cancer, so I am a soon-to-be cancer survivor, is the way I look at it. And yeah, it was actually right after the last appointment that kind of confirmed it from the doctor's point of view, that we had to go to the house to kind of get that footage that you see right there. But we're in high spirits. New neck, new house, new life is, that's our motto right now. We're going to have a great 2025 going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's a heck of a way to be looking at it. But yeah, a lot of blessings to count. Mujige, you guys are no stranger to natural disasters either. You just wrote out, what was it, Hurricane Milton in Florida a few months ago. But this had to be different because it's your own home. So walk us through. I mean, I know you're counting your blessings, but walk us through what's going through your mind as you're evacuating.
Yeah, a lot of it was going through my mind, but when I was packing my vehicle, I thought to myself, I'm coming back. There were so many things in hindsight that I thought, oh, I wish I packed my dad's World War II photos, and I wish I packed these other things. But the mentality that you have is, I'm going to come back to this place, and it didn't happen.
Alex, we mentioned that you guys are vowing to rebuild. You're looking to the future. I've spoken to so many people who have suffered a home loss, whether it was in a flood zone or a hurricane zone or unfortunately, a fire area. Are you planning to rebuild where you're at, and have you already begun the arduous process of dealing with, insurance companies?
Yeah, we've reached out to insurance, and that's the goal, is to build Altadena back. It's a wonderful community. It's a strong community, and my sister and her wife actually live 10 houses down. They lost everything as well. We are, these are discussions we're having with our neighbors. Some people, we don't judge whether or not they decide to not build back. I can understand the concerns, but I think that there's going to be a good contingency of the restaurants, the shops, and the community itself that will be there, day one to kind of start building back the process. Yeah.
Well, Alex and Mujigi, I can't thank you enough for taking the time, and I'm really glad that we got to speak to you, because your spirit and your optimism and your perspective is obviously going to be a bright light in what has been a very dark time out on the West Coast. Thank you both very much.
Thank you for having us, Phil.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yep, best of luck to you. Disney, the parent company of ABC, is also helping thousands in need of help in Southern California. We know so many of you want to reach out. Disney is revealing it is donating $15 million to the wildfire relief. The company also offering support to Red Cross, the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, and the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, among others. The company is also working closely with the business community to find ways to support rebuilding efforts in the area. The Red Cross and Salvation Army are among the organizations already helping evacuees there. You can go to redcross.org or salvationarmyusa.org if you'd like to help out. We also have many ways listed on our own website, but we do know so many of you are desperately looking for a way to help. And we do want you to be careful, though, because there are scams out there right now. Still to come, we are just days away from seeing TikTok banned across the United States. What the platform is doing to stay in app stores and why its lawyers are pleading with the nation's highest court.
Gail, look at your little boo. What happened?
On the Saturdays.
Okay, you gotta be careful, okay?
I know.
Hey, let's get you off your feet. We're gonna get your Medicare prescriptions delivered.
Get help with your Medicare prescription right in your neighborhood.
When my hair started to thin.
This is what they're doing. They're from out of town. They're from the IE, and they are bringing in all these outside resources, all these outside aerial resources to really try and, make an impact on this fire. We have seen a lot of air tankers make a lot of drops on the north end of the fire, so I see a line of fire retardant as Marcel widens out the shot and brings us to the north. I see a line of fire retardant coming from the north all the way, it looks like, from about the Tarzana line, coming across that ridge there, that fire road where the Nike silo location is. That's kind of the area where fire crews are trying to hold this fire to the north, and that's a perfect location for it because the fire will race up the hill and then it will very slowly creep down south. And now that those aerial tankers have been able to drop that line of Phosgene around the fire, that is going to be helpful, and that will allow fire crews to focus their efforts on the homes and the homes and properties in Mandeville Canyon and the Brentwood area, so they won't have to focus too much on the stuff going on the north and west side of this fire. Still a concern if you're in Encino, the Encino area, still a concern. Do not let your guard down. If you have an evacuation warning or an evacuation order in effect for your area, please heed those orders, those warnings. I believe homes around the Mulholland Drive area are included in that evacuation, that mandatory evacuation area. If you're west of the 405, Mark and Irene, you could probably have the latest details on that. But from the air, what we're seeing here is a line of fire retardant around the north side of the fire, and the helicopters are working now to really try and help with the flames that are now burning downslope on the west side of Mandeville Canyon. And unfortunately, as we zoom back in, we do have our first home that appears to be a complete loss since this flare-up began late last night. Mark and Irene. Copy. Simon Desk Air 7. 30 minutes on station, 3-0. Can you repeat your last? Yeah, sky map is down. We can switch helicopters when we go back though. Let me check. So that is there. Widen out for me, Marcel, a little bit. That's up the canyon. I think, no, that's not it. Okay, I got it. 3371 Mandeville Canyon Road. 3371. Oh, that's sad. This is Mandeville Canyon. It's a home in Mandeville Canyon. So the first home in Mandeville Canyon is burning. It's the 3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road. Copy. Oh my goodness. Yep, it's going up. Marcel. Copy, thank you. I think it went. I got it. I got a small HD up here. See, sometimes it doesn't work though. There we go. With just your phone? It's a good ways. I mean, yeah. I mean, once it gets on this side of Mandeville Canyon, if you get the wind, it could shoot down that way. And then you get Getty down there. That's scary. How long you on till, Tyler? Are they doing downlink, Marcel? Are they doing downlink, the other ship? Oh, okay. Was there a reporter too? Oh no. Wow. We're still a good ways from the 405. It still has to get through Mountain Gate. It has to get through Mandeville Canyon, get up slope, which I think it can do, but then it has one more canyon to get through, and then it can come down towards the 405. So I think we're a number of hours away if they even let it get that far. What do you think, Tyler? Like 20, 15 more minutes? 2-0, 20 more minutes. Thank you. Yeah, that's... Are we doing a second, Marcel? Oh. Copy that. Standing by. Copy. What was that? Yeah, Mark and Irene, this home that we've been focused on, that's the first home we've seen burning in Mandeville Canyon, and it is just an unfortunate sight after days and days of dealing with this firestorm, starting with the wind conditions Tuesday night. We seem to have had a few days of calm, and then last night we had this flare up, the Palisades fire flaring up towards the north and towards the east, and we now have this fire encroaching down into Mandeville Canyon. That's where fire crews are trying to put up a stand, but unfortunately there are homes a little bit up the canyon. This home's at the end of a driveway, still has an address of, we believe, on the 3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road. It's on the end of a little driveway, but it's still Mandeville Canyon Road, end of a long driveway. Now, fire crews are here on Mandeville Canyon. They have a lot of crews down in the canyon. They have structure protection in place for structures that they can protect. If your structure in Mandeville Canyon has defensible space, fire crews will be able to work and have a good probability of saving your home. If your home does not have any defensible space, like this home in particular, fire crews are not going to be able to put to do much, to be quite frank with you. You can see a lot of those trees there leaning up into the home, into the, leaning on the roof, leaning onto the property. That whole wood balcony there, you could see it. There was a pool there that we could see not long ago. Now that entire balcony and the entire home really is completely going up in flames. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a collapse of the roof very shortly here. And when that happens, you see a lot of embers get shot up into the air, and that becomes a concern because that could lead to little spots in and around the Mandeville Canyon area, which is what we're trying to avoid. So definitely a sad sight to see here, but fire crews have their aerial resources, their helicopters really. They're picking up water from Encino Reservoir, they're picking up water from Stone Canyon Reservoir, and they have multiple helicopters working on the area. You could see there a water drop on this particular home. I'm a little bit surprised to see that because the home was pretty much going up in flames already, so I'm surprised they did that, but they are probably doing that to cool the fire down and to stop it from spreading a little bit further down the hill, down towards those homes that have defensible space that fire crews are really trying to protect right now. But we have the fire being established now on the west side of Mandeville Canyon, inching down the slope, and you could see there's another water drop coming now. This appears to be one of the Firehawk helicopters, and they are going to make a targeted and precise water drop right on that balcony, and you could see it's putting most of those flames out, even though the house, at this point it's going to be a total loss, but they're trying to prevent it from lighting those bushes on fire right at the bottom of your screen and prevent further spread here. And those helicopters and air tankers, they're working on these fingers of the fire, if you will, that are inching their way down the western slope of Mandeville Canyon. And this is the perfect time to do so because the winds We have a little bit of gusty conditions at the top of the hillsides right now, but the winds aren't that intense in the valleys quite yet. And on the western slope where the fire has to move downhill, the fire will move slower. So this gives fire crews and those helicopters time to put a lot of water drops down and hopefully prevent it from crossing Mandeville Canyon, or at least hitting any more homes in Mandeville Canyon. As we saw a little bit a few seconds ago, one of those C-130 Hercules air tankers, they're preparing to do another drop in the area of fire retardant. Probably not on the home like we saw those helicopters do, but they are working to continue to create a line around this fire. Right there on that ridge that leads to Mulholland Drive, that's where all of that Phos-Chek and all of that fire retardant is at this point, and that is the stand that fire crews are making on the north and the northeast side of this fire. But the big focus right now, you can see those homes there. We'll try and find out where those are exactly, but those homes are already covered in fire retardant, which is kind of a thankful sight to see at this point. As you see that fire helic right there, that's going to be from Ventura County Fire. So they are in the area, and you have a lot of assets from all over the place, all over Southern California, coming in to the area to help with the fire efforts. And they are giving our local fire crews from LA County Fire and LA City Fire, they're giving them a little bit of a break right now so they can recover, they can do maintenance on their helicopters, and they can rest their crews. So all of these crews from different parts of Southern California and different parts of the southwestern United States are now in the area here helping with this firefighting effort now as the fire creeps slowly down Mandeville Canyon into Mandeville Canyon. And we unfortunately do have our first home lost in Mandeville Canyon. A little bit upslope, so not in the bottom of the canyon where all the rest of the homes are, but unfortunately that is our first home lost there in the center of your screen near the address of 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. Mark and Irene. Copy that. Yeah, you can see the 405 freeway at the bottom of your screen. It is still a bit, a good distance away from where the flames are. The flames would still have to cross Mandeville Canyon and go through the Mountain Gate community, which is definitely what fire crews are going to do everything in their power to prevent. We may see little fingers of this fire kind of get close to maybe this side of the Mountain Gate community. But I don't foresee an impact to the 405 freeway, at least in these early morning hours. Once the winds pick up a little bit later on, you can't really predict anything after that. So that will be a concern then. If you have to use the 405 right now, I think you should be fine. I don't even see any traffic down there that's too bad at this point. When we were on that wide shot, you could see this, this giant plume of smoke that this fire is still putting up as you see another air tanker prepared to make another fire retardant drop there through the center of your screen. But all of this smoke that the fire is putting up is moving to the south, the southwest. Unfortunately, it's moving over, the Pacific Palisades community that's already been, it doesn't need anything else to worry about, let alone air quality issues. A little bit over Santa Monica as well. So if you're in the Santa Monica area, beautiful drop there, by the way, by that air tanker, pretty much putting a line of fire retardant right in between those flames and the homes in the Mandeville Canyon community, and that is what I was hoping to see here shortly. You have the helicopters making individual water drops, but these long lines of fire retardant, that is what is going to hopefully help slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it, as it's creeping down the hill, which is what it will do in these circumstances as it's going downhill, and hopefully that, because of the slower rate of spread that the fire is moving at right now, hopefully that gives fire crews enough time to bring in more water drops, more fire retardant drops, and really put a lineup defense on the upper slopes of Mandeville Canyon, even though unfortunately we do have that one home lost so far at 3300 in the vicinity of 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. I don't want to give an exact street number because I can't confirm that, to be honest, from this altitude. We're still at about 7,000 feet, so we're above this layer of smoke right now. What this layer of smoke can tell us is that there isn't a lot of wind, but there is a push. We're beginning to see that push from the north to the south, and we're seeing that smoke be pushed to the south and to the southwest offshore. So that's where that's the overall trend of wind right now. So not good news for the folks in Brentwood, even though fire crews are in those areas. They have structure protection in those areas, and they're going to do everything in their power, as we've said, to prevent any further spread of this fire into homes that have defensible space that are able to be defended. Unfortunately, that home there on the right side of your screen, it didn't appear to have any defensible space really, and that is why that's why I believe we saw fire crews, once they saw it go up, they knew that there was nothing else they could really do except for prevent further spread from the home to the brush. And we're seeing a little bit of these flare-ups as the fire continues to creep down the hill towards Mandeville Canyon. But again, the good news is it has to go down before it comes back up, and it will move slowly down. There isn't a wind component right now that is pushing the fire downslope towards Mandeville Canyon. It's just a lot of fire, and it's a long line of fire. The fire line right now runs from the top of the Santa Monica Mountain slope pretty much right on Old Mulholland Drive, the dirt road. That's the far north end of the fire that has active flames right now, and this is running all the way down to the kind of about halfway down Mandeville Canyon Road. I know Josh Haskell was on earlier talking about how Mandeville Canyon is the longest dead-end road in the city of LA, I believe was the stat that he mentioned, and the fire line runs about halfway down Mandeville Canyon. So that just paints a picture of just how much of an active fire crews are working on right now, and they're throwing everything they have at this. They have the crews on the ground that are stationed for structure protection, so they're not actively climbing the hill putting out the fire. They're set up and setting up a line of defense for structure protection. And you have these helicopters, this one in particular, that's going to be National Guard right there, a Firehawk from the National Guard doing an amazing water drop right there, trying to cool those embers on the upper slope there of Mandeville Canyon. You see another one coming in right behind it. And this is really an amazing sight to see, because that's going to be Orange County fire right there. They are coming in one after another, these Firehawk helicopters, to put as much water as they can as the fire once again inches down Mandeville Canyon slowly, giving fire crews thought go up. They knew that there was nothing else they could really do except for to prevent further spread from the home to the brush. And we're seeing a little bit of these flare-ups as the fire continues to creep down the hill towards Mandeville Canyon. But again, the good news is it has to go down before it comes back up, and it will move slowly down. There isn't a wind component right now that is pushing the fire downslope towards Mandeville Canyon. It's just a lot of fire, and it's a long line of fire. The fire line right now runs from the top of the Santa Monica Mountain slope pretty much right on Old Mulholland Drive, the dirt road. That's the far north end of the fire that has active flames right now, and this is running all the way down to the kind of about halfway down Mandeville Canyon Road. I know Josh Haskell was on earlier talking about how Mandeville Canyon is the longest dead-end road in the city of LA, I believe was the stat that he mentioned, and the fire line runs about halfway down Mandeville Canyon. So that just paints a picture of just how much of an active fire crews are working on right now, and they're throwing everything they have at this. They have the crews on the ground that are stationed for structure protection, so they're not actively climbing the hill putting out the fire. They're set up and setting up a line of defense for structure protection. And you have these helicopters, this one in particular, that's going to be National Guard right there, a Firehawk from the National Guard doing an amazing water drop right there, trying to cool those embers on the upper slope there of Mandeville Canyon. You see another one coming in right behind it. And this is really an amazing sight to see, because that's going to be Orange County fire right there. They are coming in one after another, these Firehawk helicopters, to put as much water as they can as the fire once again inches down Mandeville Canyon slowly, giving fire crews hopefully the time they need to knock out a lot of these hot spots and get it, and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon at all.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot if you don't know the answer to this, but the super scoopers, I know that we had one of them that had a drone strike just a couple days ago. There should be at least another one that's available. Any insight? Are they still here? Is that one still available? Is it being used?
Well, we did see the one that isn't being used. It's still at Van Nuys Airport. It is parked there. The FAA is doing an investigation. They are inspecting the aircraft. So one super scooper is indeed off limits. The other super scooper I haven't seen up in the area personally. We're going to try and effort details on where that one went. It was not at Van Nuys Airport, so I don't know if it went to another airport for service or anything like that. But you know, they've been working the past few days, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that their crew has timed out, and they are taking a mandated rest break for their crews. So that could be the situation with that other super scooper that was not damaged by that drone strike earlier this week. But we do know that one of them still on the tarmac at Van Nuys Airport, right where Air 7 is based, and still grounded for now. So one super scooper out of commission right now. The other super scooper, we're going to find out where that is and find out if that's going to be available to help with this firefight today.
Yeah,
what
good
a great
insight, yeah.
retardant drop right there.
Amazing.
That trailer and the American flag right there at the bottom of the screen is still standing. I mean, that has been on the edge of the flames for the better part of an hour or longer. So that is incredible. The heat of the fire for the house that's burning, it really speaks to the situation and what these aerial drops can do. They've been incredible. We saw 2 incredibly precise drops right on that home, and Gabe, the house is still burning.
Yeah, the house is still burning, and there's a lot of smoke that that those water drops are creating. So we might even lose the home behind the smoke, but you could still see those really hot flames right there in the center of your screen. The porch that those water drops really hit hard a little bit ago. That porch is you know, they've done a lot of work on that, but you're still seeing some flames because the fire was just burning so hot in and around the home. But hopefully they're going to try to prevent the fire from spreading into the brush that was around that home, which is just a really difficult ask right now. We have, if Marcel widens out the shot and pans to the right, we have another DC-3 tanker. I think this is the DC-10, excuse me, coming into the frame. I believe it might be setting up for just an observation pass right now. It looks a little bit too high to do a fire retardant drop right now, and that appears to be what it's doing right now. But that's just an amazing sight, because these DC-10 tankers can drop so much fire retardant, such a long line of fire retardant, hundreds of feet in length, and to see a plane that big flying low over these residential areas is just an amazing sight to see. So we saw it do kind of a supervisory pass of the area to try and see where it needs to affect its drop. There's a lead plane that also does a lower pass of the area, and that lead plane will talk on the radio with the pilots of this DC-10, and they will negotiate where that drop needs to be specifically, and then that lead plane will lead the DC-10 into exactly where that drop needs to be made. You'll see a little puff of smoke come from that lead plane, and then the DC-10 tanker will drop the fire retardant right there where you saw that puff of smoke, or right a little bit past that. But this is just an amazing sight there. You see the 405 freeway right in the background, and this DC-10, this very large, you know, this is a passenger aircraft. It possibly has a past life as a airliner many years ago, and then has been repurposed as a fire tanker. So it's just amazing to see that plane, be put in service for this use that is very beneficial and very much needed in this community. We see the DC-10 turning back around. It does appear to be a little lower right now, but I don't see the spotter plane, so I'm not sure if it's going to make a drop right at this point. It might be making another pass, trying to figure out, the area of need right now where fire retardant needs to be is a little bit low in the canyon. It's a little bit obscured by smoke, so that tanker pilot, may be kind of weighing his options right now to see what options he can take, where he can actually affect a drop, and if he can even affect a drop that low in the canyon where there's still a lot of smoke right now. The tanker has climbed a little bit in the air. He's probably about 2,000 feet over the fire scene, so I don't think he's going to make a drop at this time, but he's still circling the area, still kind of looking around, seeing and deciding if and when that tanker can make a drop. And when he does, that's just an amazing sight to see, because like I said, it's a few football fields long of fire retardant, of a line that can become a fire line that fire crews can work with and really hope to slow down this fire once again that is creeping down Mandeville Canyon, down the western slope of Mandeville Canyon towards the road down there at the bottom of the canyon. You can see there's another flare up there. That's on the west side of the canyon, where there's a lot of brush. There's a lot of brush that hasn't burned in many years, so you're going to see these flare-ups as the fire kind of gets embedded in and around that brush. But hopefully with these water drops, with these fire retardant drops, you'll see fire crews really and hopefully slow down this fire and hopefully prevent it even from crossing Mandeville Canyon. You could see right there at the center of your screen that pink hue on the hillside. That's where fire retardant has already been dropped. And you could see the white smoke. You could see a little bit less fire activity there, but I'd be a little bit concerned about the flare-up that we're seeing a little bit on the right side of your screen and a little bit of the flare-up at the center of your screen, because that might be below the fire retardant. They might have to bring in another helicopter to do a drop on that particular location. And I'm looking to see if any of those helicopters are around right now. I don't see any particularly in view, and I think the DC-10 tanker might be doing another lap around, hopefully, like we said, to do another drop very shortly, because it would be pretty amazing if we see that. I see the DC-10 flying right over Upper Encino right now, and the lead plane is doing a tight turn around that hillside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something on this pass, because I keep kind of teasing what we're going to see, because it is just an awesome sight. And if they can utilize all of these resources and really get this line of fire retardant right where they need it, that can be exactly what fire crews need. As we said, as the fire creeps downhill, it's slowly going downhill, and that is a very important thing to see. You see the lead plane dropping a little bit of smoke there. The DC-10 pilot is following that smoke, and there you see the fire retardant drop starting. And he's going to continue. He's going to keep going. As we said, that can drop a line of fire retardant a number of football fields long, and wasn't that just amazing? Right there in the canyon, right there, probably on top of some of those homes, but that will serve as an extra layer of protection on the hillside here in Mandeville Canyon. 12,000 gallons of fire retardant that DC-10 can hold. Mark and Irene.
As amazing as that is, would he need to do that a couple more times? What do you think?
I think so. I think we're going to see one or two more drops from this DC-10. You're going to see a couple more drops from the C-130 Hercules aircraft that is out here. Those aircraft can't do lines quite as long, but I think we're going to see probably one more trip from that DC-10.
Because you want the line to be more, concrete.
You do definitely. I think that that line that we saw was maybe kind of in the very bottom of Mandeville Canyon. It must have almost been right on top of the homes, because I don't really see it too much on the ridge. You see there that pink outline. I think that was from an earlier drop, and I think right there in the center of the screen, that's the Phoscheck that we just saw dropped there. Pretty much right on Mandeville Canyon, which is helpful. That will help prevent, if any embers come down into the canyon, that will serve as something that will slow the process of those embers catching those properties on fire. The DC-10, they're flying through the center of your screen there. I'm not sure if it's going to try and make another pass right now. It's not immediately leaving the area, but it is kind of turning around, and they've been having a pattern, so to speak, of going from north to south. So the fact that it's going from south to north right now, I'm not sure what it's going to do, but at some point they will need to reload, and they will have to go to either Oxnard or Foxfield in Palmdale. That's where they have crews with equipment that can refill this aircraft in pretty quick order. We did see the DC-10 here earlier, and then it left for about 30 minutes, and then it came back. But on this very flight, we saw the DC-10 on this very flight. We've been up here in Air 10 for the Air 7, excuse me, for the better part of the last hour and a half here. We've seen the DC-10 make a couple drops, and then it left for a little bit, and then we just saw it come back. So I think I see it flying away, passing over Tarzana and Woodland Hills, so I'm not sure if it's going to come back and do another drop while we're up on this flight. It's probably on its way back to get refueled there, as Marcel keeps the camera focused on this Ventura County Firehawk here, probably about to make another water drop as the fire continues to creep down the western hillside of Mandeville Canyon Road.
Yeah, Gabe, that retardant can really make a huge difference in this firefight. I was wondering if you could push back into that home that was currently burning. I know earlier we were seeing huge plumes of smoke, a lot of flames. They did a couple of water drops on that home. I know the visibility there, not so great with the smoke, but I just wanted to see if you could tell, are there any homes that are immediately next to this structure that could possibly catch fire? And what are the closest homes you're seeing to actual flames?
It appears that that home is quite a ways uphill. It's on a driveway and it's on a hill, and there's a lot of brush around that home. And the homes next to it are good. You know, they're not that far away, but they're downhill. There's a good distance from them. So hopefully, you know, with all of these airdrops and the airdrops on the property itself, to try and knock down some of the heat from that fire, as you see it kind of being, you know, obscured by smoke at this point, because well, hopefully a lot of that smoke is coming from the water drops on the flanks of the fire a little bit to the north of here, and that's why we're seeing a lot more smoke. It is kind of a white smoke or a gray smoke, so not that dark black smoke that we were seeing a little bit earlier. But to answer your question specifically, it looks like homes, there aren't any homes immediately next to that home that's burning, so hopefully firefighters can hold it there and prevent it from attacking anything else in the Mandeville Canyon area.
Okay. Gabe Santos, live here in Air 7. We do know that you need to refuel, so we're going to let you cut loose here. We appreciate all of your coverage. We hope to check back in with our extended coverage on this developing and very serious fire situation in the Mandeville Canyon area, also threatening Brentwood as well. A bit of an update here. News just coming in from LA County that LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger has now invited President-elect Donald Trump to engage in wildlife recovery and visit LA County. Keep in mind that he is now going to be inaugurated for the second time 1 week from Monday. So no doubt the aftermath of this fire, the assistance and the response is going to largely fall on his administration. And so Catherine Barger, supervisor, is inviting Donald Trump to visit Los Angeles County with everything that's happening.
And LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger and a number of other county officials, as well as city officials, held two separate press conferences earlier today. They gave us an update on a number of things, one of them being those emergency alerts that went out earlier this week that were a mistake. On Thursday, there was one that went out in the afternoon. They gave an explanation for what that was. It went out county-wide rather than just the targeted area of evacuees. Also on Friday, it happened again Friday morning. Cell towers coming back online after being knocked out by these natural disasters. So that is what happened there. They gave an explanation on those error messages. Those county and city officials also gave updates on the numbers for both the Palisades fire and the and the Eaton fire as well. So right now, the Eaton fire is at 15% containment. Those are the two largest fires burning currently. Palisades is 11% contained as of right now. And we do know that there are 400 National Guard members who are deployed all across Los Angeles, making sure that people are evacuating. And there have been 22 arrests between both the Palisades and the Eaton fire, because people are basically staying in areas where they should not be. And so 22 people have been arrested for looting or possession of narcotics and things like that. We want to go now to our reporter who is on the ground, Eyewitness News reporter Monica Deanda, who is live this morning. Monica, where are you and what can you tell us about what you see?
Yeah, Irene, Mark, right now we are off of Canyon Back Road, and I got to tell you, a lot's been going on in the last 15, 20 minutes. Take a look here behind me, okay? This is the area that firefighters have been focused on, and not only firefighters. We've seen a lot of air support. We've seen, you can see one of the super scoopers there, a lot of water drops being made in the last 15, 20 minutes, and the reason being is that these flames are inching lower toward the canyon, and the fear is that they could get closer up after that and make a run toward these homes, and that is the area of concern. Not only have we seen water drops, but we've also seen the planes come and drop retardant, and we know that's a huge help. We've seen 3 of them, and I got to tell you, the lowest one was it got very low, and that's because, again, like I said, you see some flames from our vantage point, but they are continuing to inch lower and lower, and you'll see one of those aircraft that just made a water drop coming up. Good news is the Encino Reservoir is not too far away from here, so they've been coming from that direction, making those water drops. But again, the fear is right now that those flames are inching closer toward these homes here on Canyon Back Road. If you're familiar with this area, it's about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club. So this is an area where we're seeing a lot of attention right now, a lot of air support. We've been here for 6 hours, and I got to tell you, when we first got here just before 5 o'clock this morning, the flames were toward the top of the hillside. And if you look at those hillsides now, they are completely charred, right? All you see is the aftermath, vegetation gone. And you can see now the flames continuing to work their way downward, and that is a concern. So that is something that we are keeping a very close eye on, because we know that just on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, we already have seen one home on fire, and we don't want to see that happen over here in this area on Canyon Back Road. So this is the situation that we're seeing. A lot of air support right now, a lot of resources being poured into this area. There are even some firefighters on the other side of the hill. You can't see them right now, but I will tell you, they are down there. They're in the trenches, doing what they do best, working hard to try and protect these homes from catching fire. But of course, concerning given the way the flames are moving. And we've also, in the last half hour, noticed that the wind has picked up a little, not significantly, but still more than we've seen when we were here at 5 o'clock this morning. So that is something else that they're dealing with, because as the wind picks up, of course, we know that helps fuel fire spread. So we are going to be monitoring this closely, but for now in the Brentwood area, I'm Monica Deanda. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Monica, thank you. We know you've been out there for about 6 hours already this morning on the front lines and covering this throughout the week, so we so appreciate your efforts and perspective. Let's go to Zach Fuentes from our San Francisco station. He has been here in SoCal covering these fires. He also is covering this specific fire. He is near the bottom of Mandeville Canyon. Zach.
Yeah, talk about people being in one location for hours. All of these cars lined up right here. Now we're going to pan over in a second at this intersection that have been waiting, some of them since 6 in the morning, trying to get up to their property. They've been here because there was that curfew, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. They thought they'd be able to get to their homes, or in some cases what's left of their homes, to get things, to check on their homes, to even see if their homes are standing. If you were watching about a half hour ago, we spoke with a woman who's lived in the area for four decades, and she's trying to check on her home of 20 years because she's been evacuated since Tuesday and is still trying to find out what's going on with it. Again, that woman I spoke with waiting here patiently, she understands, that there is this perimeter here for a reason. But again, people are just very anxious. And speaking of the perimeter and the checkpoint that is set up here, it's being manned by National Guard and local law enforcement as well. LAPD are the ones stopping people here at the barrier, right where the cones were. as we continue to see more fire department trucks coming through this area up and down Mandeville Canyon Road, which has really been just the main artery for them to, or at least a main artery for them to get up and down the hill there to try and fight this fire. Now, earlier when we got here, and you'd remarked, but earlier when we got in here, National Guard wasn't here. We got here about 7 a.m., I want to say, a little after. National Guard was patrolling around the area, and we saw them coming by in trucks, but they weren't yet stationed here. Once they got stationed, that seemed to make all the difference, because there were some cars in this line trying to go around, trying to cut the line, trying to go ahead. And I believe at one instance we actually saw an LAPD car, a patrol car, go after them. But once the National Guard got here, there was a shift in the mode here, the environment, the feeling here, I should say, because people really are like, oh, this is serious, because they were telling me, some of these residents, that the day before the checkpoint was a little further up, so they couldn't quite understand what was going on here and why they couldn't just get around. But again, a lot of that has to do with the dynamics of this fire and how things are changing. But also some of it is because the people who were allowed in, there were a couple of people who got in, that was with a police escort. And so people are not just going to be able to, even once they do get in, they're not going to be able to get in here and just go on their own. They have been escorted in, or will be escorted in, for those who have not been yet. Because, again, I mentioned this earlier, when you're in these situations, it is very hard to navigate around all of the fire trucks that are here, around all of the law enforcement cars that are here, because they have to be able to go and move at a moment's notice to be able to respond to what they're responding to, this incredible fire. And Alex, if we pan over, I just want to again show the plume of smoke that people are looking at. You look up at the sky, you see part of it is blue, and then you see over here this huge cloud of smoke that I know has grown. If people have been watching our coverage for the last couple of hours, you might be able to tell the difference here that we are seeing in this cloud. I was saying a plume earlier, but really this is just a huge cloud of smoke. The visibility in that direction is just almost nil. You can hardly see what we were able to see earlier. So again, this is just a changing situation, a dynamic situation, and that really speaks to why everyday cars are coming through. Those cars you're seeing right now, they might look like the average person's vehicle, but they're not. The only people who are being let in are officials, maybe in unmarked cars, or people like us, media. As media, we are trained once a year with CAL FIRE to be able to go around and navigate these situations. And even so, it's still not the easiest for us to do, let alone somebody who's just not used to this type of situation. So I say that just to maybe give some understanding to the people who are waiting, maybe streaming this in their vehicles or something. So the police I've been seeing interact with the folks have been very patient and just trying to explain the situation to. And for the most part, a lot of these drivers who have been waiting for so long have been understanding. But again, they have been waiting a long time. I said earlier, we had some man ask me, where are these guys, the officers and you guys, where are you going to use the restroom? Because they've been waiting so long that they're at that point now. People have got to be hungry. People are just impatient, but they also don't want to lose their place in line either. Because you just might have that feeling, as soon as I leave, then they're going to open this up and, I have to go back in line again. So people are waiting patiently, but people's nerves are just shot after what we have been seeing through here. Even if people know that their homes are okay. One man I spoke with said he knows his home is okay. He can actually see it from here, but he's still just so tense because of what's been going on. And so everybody here is tense because of the level of destruction and devastation that we have seen in the last few days. That has just been unimaginable. For those who have not lost homes, for those who have, it is just unbelievable what we've been going through here in Southern California and what we have been witnessing. And so that is the situation here at this intersection. Again, we're at Mandeville Canyon Road and Sunset Boulevard with a huge line of people as far as the eye can see, just waiting to get to their homes to just get some kind of an update and some of their property, whatever they can salvage in some cases, or just get in to get medication and important things that they left behind when they were in that rush to evacuate from this area.
And if they don't have a medication issue, chances are if they're not being let in now, they're not going to be let in for quite a while. I know it's hard to leave and turn around and go somewhere else. They want to be there, as you mentioned, Zach. You understand all of those emotions. Thank you for your assistance and your coverage through all of this. In the meantime, it is now into our 11 a.m. hour here on ABC 7 Eyewitness News. This, of course, is special coverage. Typically, we are not on the air here at 11 a.m. on a Saturday, but we are on this coverage because of this expanding situation with the Palisades fire that really exploded during the overnight hours, expanding at least, from last check, 1,000 more acres and now encroaching on Mandeville Canyon and Brentwood. So we are covering it with team coverage across the area. Mark Cutter-Robles alongside Irene Cruz.
And we've been on the air for 6 hours straight now. We've been watching this entire situation unfold. We've just seen a house go up in flames in Mandeville Canyon, and that was very unfortunate to see. Thankfully, we haven't seen flames spread to nearby brush after that or any nearby homes, because they did get 2 water drops on that. So that is the good news. But it's still a very dangerous situation for a lot of the neighborhoods there in that area. And right now we do want to go to reporter Kevin Ozbek from our sister station in Houston, who is here in Southern California helping with our coverage. And Kevin, what can you tell us?
Can you tell us? Well, Mark and Irene, we are watching this dark smoke encroach on these homes. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort, and firefighters here are telling me they are starting to get worried about some of the movements of this fire. That is the direction looking north, and just so you know exactly where we are on Westridge near Banyan, so very close to Mandeville Canyon Road, and we can see a line of firefighters here. They're here in line, ready to protect some of these homes that are becoming more and more vulnerable. I do have to say also, Mark and Irene, at times it's starting to get a little bit more breezy up here. Of course, that is not good news. And again, just look at all that dark smoke encroaching on this neighborhood here. So definitely they're starting to get a little bit more sense of urgency among the firefighters here as they kind of get in line. We are starting to see them run some hoses down here. We can just kind of take a walk. You can see all these CAL FIRE trucks all lined up. Now, Mark and Irene, I do have to warn you, cell reception is incredibly spotty here. We parked here at this location because we actually had some communications with you. So if I do lose connection, I do apologize. But you can see we've been seeing these firefighters start to run some lines, start to run some hoses, just to be prepared, because again, we can see that smoke and we can see it get closer and closer to this neighborhood. Just a few minutes ago, we were making our way north on Mandeville Canyon Road. We saw some homeowners who have just left their sprinklers running, trying to douse their yards, get some moisture in that vegetation, doing everything they can to protect their biggest investment. So definitely everyone here kind of on a very high alert as we watch that smoke and as we watch those flames move. Mark and Irene?
Okay, Kevin, we appreciate it, and we certainly understand these cell issues out there, but we'll check back in with you. Thank you so much listening through his cell phone there to get the connection. Let me show you again, for those viewers who are just tuning in this morning, where exactly this fire is burning, where it has expanded. We can understand that when you see the view from Air 7, it may seem confusing in connection to the Palisades. The Palisades, of course, closer towards this area in the orange where it burned on Tuesday. If I expand out, this is the new area of concern that's burning right now. Mandeville Canyon is right here. When we came on the air just after 7 a.m., this was the area of concern. In fact, this is now updated since I saw it last. If I zoom in here, and it's going to focus in, this is West Ridge Road, and this map has been updated with the orange, the burn area. We were super concerned about these homes at the top of West Ridge Road, and you can see the map updated with the burn scar. The red is the mandatory evacuation area, and if I zoom up this way, this is where the home was burning most recently, and this too has been updated. You can see the orange here of the burn area, and this is where the home was burning that we were showing you from Air 7. Somewhere in this area, it might be this property right there, perhaps, just off of Mandeville Canyon Road. Again, the red indicating mandatory evacuation areas. I'll zoom back out. The yellow is a evacuation warning area right along the 405 freeway in the Sepulveda Pass. That may give you an idea what is burning in this burn scar. The concerned area, of course, the San Fernando Valley and Encino to the north. So we will keep you posted on the growth as this develops here throughout the morning. Right now, we want to go to KFSN anchor Vanessa Vasconcelos in Encino. Vanessa from our Fresno station. She is also here assisting us with the coverage. Vanessa.
Mark, we are here on Mulholland Drive on the trailhead just to give you a vantage point of just how aggressively these flames are moving just beyond me right here. Along transmission lines, you can see those flames raging, but
yeah, it looks like we're having a little bit of a technical issue here, as we do know that cell service can be very spotty up there with the wildfires going on. I know that, Mark, you and I both have had that issue when being in the field during these wildfires. But in the meantime, we do want to go now to Niku Kazori, who has been watching all of the weather patterns and our forecast. Niku, what are our winds looking right now? That's a big concern.
Absolutely, and especially that wind direction too. So all morning we've been seeing the winds kind of shift. We saw more of a northeasterly wind this morning, turn easterly, and now we're looking at some southeast winds as far as the winds go. And the wind speeds, they've picked up just a bit. So right now we are starting to see those wind speeds anywhere between 15 to sometimes even 25 miles per hour. These are some wind gusts, and we have those oranges and yellows back on the map. We do not like seeing that, but there is some relief this afternoon. So as we go through the remainder of the morning into the early afternoon hours, we'll start to see those winds calm down just a bit in the next couple of hours. But then as we head into the evening, that's when we start to see those wind speeds kick right back up. We're going to see those wind speeds almost double compared to what we are seeing this morning. So back to that 20 to 40 mile per hour range. And it's going to be like that until basically overnight into tomorrow early in the morning. I stopped the futurecast at around 2, 3 o'clock. So you can see we're still seeing wind speeds between 20 to 30 miles per hour tomorrow morning. But here's a look at Sunday morning. So this is the relief that we want. Again, this is the other window for those firefighters to get a grip on these fires. This morning, this is a good window with those lighter winds, and so is tomorrow. So hopefully they can really get more containment when it comes to those wind speeds, because this is a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, they're going to be very, I'd say, calm to mild. The wind speeds will be calm to mild. But as we head into Monday, unfortunately, we have another round of those Santa Ana winds coming back into our forecast. And you can see by Monday afternoon, all of the colors, yellow, orange, reds, purples. And that means that we are going to be seeing those wind speeds kick right back up into that 30 to 40 and sometimes up to 50 mile per hour range. And the air quality not looking the best, especially for the areas that are going to be close to where those fires are. So we have some red on the map. That's not good, especially for folks that have breathing issues, and especially right now with all of the smoke that we are seeing. This is a live look from our Burbank camera. We can catch the smoke from the Mandeville Canyon on our cameras. What we are going to expect when it comes to this next Santa Ana wind event is not extreme levels like we have been seeing on Tuesday. So this wind event, this happens once every decade or so. This is not normal for Southern California. What we can expect is the moderate to strong Santa Ana winds. That means wind speeds anywhere between 20 to 60 miles per hour. And that's going to be as we head into Monday. We're going to start to see those winds pick back up tonight into tomorrow. And then again, the other round of the Santa Ana winds coming in on Monday. So just prepare for that. Of course, we are still under that red flag warning for pretty much the majority of our area. And also, if you're not under that red flag warning, you're going to be under a high wind watch or a fire weather watch. Everyone is going to be dealing with these dry conditions. We have that very low humidity, and also with just the combination of the low humidity and the dry brush, it is just perfect fire weather. And it's going to be like that, unfortunately, until we head into Wednesday. These are going to be our conditions: low humidity, very dry vegetation, and also those wind speeds starting to pick up. Again, we are expecting them to start picking up as we head into later this afternoon, the evening hours, overnight into tomorrow. So we're definitely keeping our eyes on the wind speed, the wind direction. I'll go back to that wind futurecast so you can see the exact timing of it, because right now the firefighters have that little window before things start to pick back up. This is a look at that wind forecast, and this is a look right now of what we are seeing. We're seeing those southwesterly winds. And check this out, from just about an hour or 2 hours ago, the wind speeds have picked up, Mark and Irene. But I know that in the next couple of hours, we will start to see a shift. We'll start to see these wind speeds hopefully start to calm down, so it gives the firefighters more of a window to fight the fires before we have that next round coming in tonight, making it difficult again.
Yeah, not great news in terms of that. But Niku, thank you for watching all of these winds for us. And we're hoping that it doesn't overly complicate things for firefighters over the next few days. In the meantime, let's continue our coverage now with Eyewitness News reporter Monica DeAnda. And Monica, we've been watching your live shot evolve throughout the entire morning. At one point, we had relatively clear skies behind you, just a little bit of smoke. And now we're just seeing this haze, this awful brown haze behind you. Tell us about what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Yeah, Irene, I mean, Ninku just mentioned it, right? We're feeling the wind pick up here. She said 15 to 25 miles per hour, and we are definitely feeling it. We know that firefighters were expecting the winds to pick up as well, and that was something that they were nervous about. And the reason is this behind me, the topography. They tell me that it is extremely hard for the firefighters to get in here given the landscape, and that is why we've seen the flames continue to move closer and closer toward these homes. You can see different shades of smoke here. We have the white, and then we have the darker smoke, and the darker smoke is really what's concerning, because that means it is burning at a higher rate, that the fire is less control, that is, less controlled. And the thing is, we've seen firefighters here on scene. They're actually positioned, if you see this tan colored home, just on the other side of the hill, they are down there. There's about at least 6 to 12 that I've seen that are positioned there. They have their hose going from the engine, and they are ready to try and put up a defensive stance just in case, because here off of Canyon Back Road, there are dozens and dozens of homes. And we know that we've already seen one home go up on the other side of Vandeville Canyon. And the concern is for that to happen over on this side. And the good news is that the Encino Reservoir is not too far away from here. However, like I said, there's different hot spots that have been growing across this hillside, and that is the area of concern, and that's why we're starting to see more air support come above here and make water drops. We've seen a lot of retardant drops in the last half hour as well. They probably went to refuel because we haven't seen them for a bit, but they've been here and they've been getting lower and lower, making those drops lower into the topography, and that is what's concerning, right? Because when we first got here, the fire was toward the top of the hillsides, and they've just scorched hillsides and hillsides, and they've moved their way down. And the concern is, right, what we don't want to happen is for those flames to move upward toward the homes here off of Mountain Gate Drive. So very concerning. If you're familiar with the Brentwood area, this is half a mile from the Mountain Gate Country Club. Again, we're on Canyon Back Road, and you can see right now those orange flames going up again. So this is what firefighters are up against, and we'll continue to be here and keep a close eye on this for you guys. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Monica, thank you. Great reporting. Let's continue our coverage with Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, who is assisting us here in Southern California amid this disaster. Kevin, what do you have for us?
Amid this disaster, Kevin, what do you have for us? Well, Mark and Irene, just take a look at the firefight from this vantage point. You can see right now there are active flames here on the hillside. LA City firefighters are trying to douse the vegetation here. And joining me right now is one of the public information officers from LA City Fire. Your name and what's the situation right now as we see all that smoke kind of come our way?
Yeah, Adam Van Gerpen, captain with LA City Fire. So right now, we're in Mendeville Canyon, and this is an active firefight. So our resources have been deployed up here for structure protection. So the fire has burned right up to these homes, and right now our firefighters are holding the line here. We're the last line of defense to protect these homes. So I don't know if you've been over there yet, but they're actually utilizing a swimming pool. They're pumping water out of an indoor swimming pool from the residents here, utilizing that hose line for additional pressure for fighting this fire.
Are the winds starting to get a little bit more upticking, a little bit more aggressive? It feels like that from this vantage point, but I also don't know if it's just the fire pushing it our way.
Well, when we get up, we are still under a wind advisory now, so that we are seeing, when we see an increase in the wind conditions, that's when you see an increase in the fire behavior, and you'll see the fire start lapping up towards the house. So our firefighters almost to best utilize their water, they almost wait for the fire to burn up to them, and then they can spray it and knock it down. But you can see from some of just the little wind that we do have, the embers are coming up, and if our firefighters weren't here, this house would not do well.
Okay, so it looks to me like right now this fire is going up this hill. Is that more significant than if it was going down the hill?
Oh yeah, anytime if you have a hill going down the hill, then we can just stand here and we can wait and we can protect it. When it's actively coming up here, then we have to utilize our water supply. Fortunately, this homeowner here has some defensible space. They created this defensible space so that the brush is not right up against their house. So that has given us a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of protection that helps us with this firefight.
Now, you were telling me there was a homeowner down there with his own hose?
We saw a homeowner down there right in the middle of that, which is a very dangerous situation. I believe we had to take one of our own firefighters, send them down there into harm's way to evacuate them. So we're trying to protect a home, and now we could be moving into performing a possible rescue.
Just so everyone at home who's watching us knows, we're right off of Westridge here. Well, we can actually see that flame up. So what is that? What are we looking at? Was just a new pocket of brush hit by the flames?
Yeah, so that's some new unburnt vegetation there, and there might be some winds picking up down there as well.
Gotcha. So again, for everyone at home watching, we're right off Westridge. So many beautiful homes in this neighborhood, so many people concerned. They're watching this from afar. For those of them who live up here who are very concerned, what's your message to them right now?
Message is you need to stay out of here. It's very, very narrow roads coming in and out of here. One way in, one way out. This is not a place to come and try and view the fire. People need to evacuate if you're in the area. So with the ready, set, go, we're now at the go phase if you're up here in Mendenhall Canyon.
So over in Westridge, we saw CAL FIRE start to run some hoses down the street. Can you kind of give us some insight in terms of what they're doing, what they're preparing for?
I haven't been out there, but we have to utilize any means that we can to get water supply. So whether we're using water tenders, whether we're using fire hydrants, whether we're augmenting the pressure, but doing a relay, taking an engine, filling it full of water, driving it up with 500 gallons, utilizing that. In this case, we're utilizing a pool from the residents here. So I've talked to several firefighters say that they've had to do that on 4 or 5 homes where they utilize the pool water.
So, you know, as I just kind of watch this all unfold in real time, what's amazing me is how your crews down there are on foot on this steep hill dousing water on this. I mean, how difficult of a job is it for them down there just to kind of be able to keep standing up straight?
Well, we've been out here we're going on 4 days now, and this is it's our firefighters are used to this, but they've been under some extreme conditions this whole time. So
based on how these winds are moving right now, based on how this Palisades fire is reacting and moving right now, are there any additional areas of concern for you? I guess what's your assessment from this vantage point right now in terms of where this is moving?
Well, right now we're on multiple fronts. So we're in Mendenhall Canyon. We're also looking at Mulholland Road up on the ridge of the valley, moving into Encino and Sherman Oaks. So we're trying to prevent it from spreading to Sherman Oaks and Encino. And right now, this is one of our biggest areas with impacted structures.
So I hear some of your crews on there are starting to fire up that chainsaw. What's going on?
So the homeowner here has done a good job of doing some brush clearance, but there is some additional brush that's close to the house. So they're gonna remove that brush so that we don't have the vegetation start up directly next to the house and catch the house on fire.
You know what's also just incredible from up here? Look at the smoke. This is all belching out over Los Angeles. We're gonna see this for days now, aren't we?
Well, this smoke is visible all across the valley, all across Los Angeles. It's putting out a large amount of smoke, and this is where it's generating from, right here where we are.
Gotcha. Well, Mark and Irene, we can toss it back to you. You guys are on speakerphone here, so if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask away while we have him.
And I love that you're using, basic technology, with the cell phone because of the service up there, which is what we don't typically have to do. Incredible work by these firefighters. One thing that may be interesting, and maybe people at home are wondering, the firefighter that's directly down in front of you, I wonder if people at home are wondering, why isn't he using his hose? But there's a reason for that, is there not?
Yes, there's a reason. So what he's doing is he's waiting for the fire to burn up to him. So we actually, right now, we don't have a real erratic wind. So if we can allow that fire to burn up toward him in a slow burning pattern, once the fire reaches him, he can knock it down. So there's actually, that's one of our tactics that we utilize. Also, he's conserving his water so that he can save it for structure defense.
What do you do when you see people? Obviously, you referenced the one gentleman who was down there with his hose, but when you drive through the neighborhood and you may see somebody in their driveway who has not left, do you communicate with them that it's a mandatory evacuation and how that impacts your work?
Well, we do what we can, because when we're coming into an area like this, we're concentrated on firefighting. If we see people, we tell them to leave, but that's not our job to enforce that. We try to tell people to keep the streets clear so we can make our access to it, and we tell them to evacuate as soon as possible.
And Mark, if this helps to add any perspective here, we were driving up Manville Canyon Road, and we did not see any homeowners. It did look like most people have already left. Here on Westridge too, I have not seen one homeowner. It looks like most of them have heeded all the warnings and they got out of here too, because as you can see, this is getting pretty intense pretty quick. I mean, we have parts of Westridge now, all the smoke is blowing towards us, so you wouldn't want to be up here if it didn't have to be.
Yeah, that's great news that all those people have evacuated from that area. This home has a lot of defensible space, as you guys were talking about. How difficult would it be to protect a home like this if there was no defensible space, those yards between the brush and the home?
Well, we were feeling the radiant heat just from where we were standing, and that's with having 50 feet of defensible space. So if they did not have that defensible space, then it's likely that this home would have been impacted by fire.
So we also see all these fire crews right there over to the left. And actually, do we have another airdrop coming?
VLAD, yes.
So we see also you have a bunch of crews over there, right there on that hillside, taking kind of a good view of all this in. Are they just assessing the movements of this fire, or what are they prepared to do?
So we have crews behind every single house. So we have over 3,700 firefighters at this fire. They're bringing in additional resources. So we will start placing crews in the back of almost every single home, as many resources as we can spare.
Also we've seen multiple agencies up here. How do you guys all communicate? How do you guys get this coordinated effort underway? I imagine that can't be easy.
We have a unified command. CAL FIRE Team 2 has came in, and they're taking charge of our working with our incident commanders, and we have a communication plan, so we're all speaking on the same frequency. They clone our radio so we can all talk to each other. So the incident command system is fully working at this incident.
How long do you think you are going to have these crews stationed up here? Can you give us a sense of the amount of time with the resources you have it takes to protect this particular community?
So this fire right here, once it burns up to here, then it'll likely burn out once we get containment of it. So after the fire blows through here, it's going to go on somewhere else, and then we redirect and place companies there. So we don't have any way of having a timeline. It's all based on the weather and the wind conditions.
Yeah. Mark, Irene, any more questions from you?
We're going to let you guys go. You've given us great perspective and information, both Kevin Ozebek and the Public Information Officer with the fire service there. Thank you so much. You guys be safe, as that fire and the smoke is really all through the area. Thank you again. Let's now go to Monica DeAnda. She is live not far from here. And Monica, we do know there is a flare-up as well for you.
Yeah, Mark, Irene, that's something that unfortunately we've seen grow. Take a look here behind me. This is Canyon Back Road, and between us is the Mandeville Canyon. And you can see right there, now we have about 3-4 rows of flames, and we've only seen it continue to grow over the last 10-15 minutes. Part of it is the wind. As Niku mentioned, we are seeing stronger winds out here, and it's not helping. We've seen air support continue to come down this way, but as you can see here, we have different levels of smoke. We have the white smoke, and then more concerning is that darker smoke, because that really shows that the fire is intense. And the thing is, when we got here around 4:30 this morning, the fire was only burning at the top of the hill, and now it's made its way progressively lower and lower, and the concern here is that it's creeping up toward these homes. And there are a bunch of homes here. I would say just in the area off to my right, more than a dozen, and that is a concern, and that's why we're seeing this air support. Right now, you may be able to hear, and you'll start to see some of these aircraft come on closer in, and they're going to make water drops. Now, the good news is the Encino Reservoir isn't too far away, so that's where they have been going, getting that water, coming back, and dumping it. And we've been seeing them get lower down to the ground there. There you go. There's one drop right there. So they're very strategic about these, and they're really trying to make a difference here. But right now, just as I'm speaking, the wind is picking up, and that is only fueling this fire, especially with all of the dry vegetation in this area. That only spreads fire growth, and that only continues to move those flames closer to these homes. So we've already seen one home about 3 miles away from here, other side of Mandeville Canyon, go up in flames, and we don't want to see any homes on this side or any other homes go up in flames. There's already been a lot of devastation with the Palisades fire. People have lost their lives, and what I can tell you is that this community that we've been in off of Canyon Back Road, there haven't been any people out here this morning. It's been quiet, and that's good, because that means that people have really heeded the warning and gotten their most precious valuables, their documents, their medicine, and they gotten out of here as a precaution. So that's good news. It's quiet over here, but there is a lot of activity. You can hear right now some of that air support overhead. They are just going back and forth right now. At one point, there was 6 copters overhead and making those water drops. We saw super scoopers. We've seen the bigger planes that come and drop that pink retardant. And every time that we see it, we really hope that it's making a difference, and we think that it is, right? But this is what firefighters are up against. It's the conditions, it's the wind that's picking up that we know is going to stay like this for a little bit, and then later on in the day should die down a bit. So it's not what we want to see. Not what we saw when we first got here at the wee hours of the morning, but we are keeping a very close eye on this because, like I said, off to our right, all of these beautiful homes here, and there are homeowners that are watching carefully, hoping and praying that firefighters are able to get a handle on this. And I say firefighters because you can't see them, but they are on the other side of the hill. They are right there on the front lines, really doing what they can. And so are the air support pilots, them as well, right? Everyone is doing their part to try and make sure that these homes are protected, that homeowners have a place to come back to, that their homes are intact. So this is all happening about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club here in the Brentwood area. And with that, I'll send it back to you guys.
And Monica, I apologize if this is redundant. The wind conditions this morning, are they non-existent for you? Have they changed at all over the past 6 hours?
Yeah, I got to tell you, they've changed because when we first got here and we first went live at 5 o'clock this morning, there was no wind. There wasn't even a breeze. And now you can't see it because my hair is pulled back, but there is a breeze and it's consistently picked up, especially in the last hour or so. That's when we really noticed those that wind pick up. And even Niku mentioned 15 to 25 mile an hour winds. And that makes a difference for these firefighters, especially given the terrain. They got to take all that into consideration. Also with these drops, right? We've seen them be precise, but it takes a lot of technique and it takes a lot of really planning and making sure that they are taking all of these elements into consideration, including the dry vegetation that we see all around here.
And it does really help that the reservoirs are very close by, so those helicopters are able to grab water within 2 to 5 minutes, and bring it back to the area, so it makes those drops a lot more efficient. My question, Monica, you did mention that there were firefighters. We didn't necessarily see them in the shot, but we did in Kevin's shot that they were positioned in people's backyards. You said there are about 12 homes on your side there. Are you seeing firefighters directly in the backyards of those homes?
Yes, we are. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way and just show you guys all of these homes here. I actually went to go walk in that area to see if we could get any closer and give you a better look. But unfortunately, we can't go into these homes, right? So you can just see all of these homes here. There's at least 12, possibly more. And like you said, Irene, the firefighters are down there in the trenches and they are taking a defensive position, ready to do everything they can to try and save these homes.
Good news there. We're glad that they are out there, and I know that there are only so many resources that they can spread around, so they can't necessarily be in every single person's backyard, but I'm glad that they are really on the fire lines in that defensible space when it is available, and having those hoses at the ready if those flames were to creep on up onto the property.
Yeah, knowing that resources are so tight, the fact that they're there, you're grateful, right, as a homeowner, and just hoping for the very best in this situation. Monica, and to your crew, Romeo, I believe, thank you to you both. You guys have been great. Let's go to Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, assisting us. He is also in this Brentwood area. And Kevin, we're going back to you because you have this incredible view. And I'm glad you got the goggles on because it was really smoky, my friend.
Yeah, and Mark, we're getting more and more of that intense smoke kind of blowing our way because we just got a good gush of a breeze, and we also can see that some new fresh vegetation also just caught on fire, so it's producing all of this smoke. Again, from this vantage point right here, it's just incredible to see these firefighters in action, standing there ready to go. You just heard from that public information officer from LA City Fire, kind of explaining the tactic here. They are in place, ready to go, not wasting water, right? They want to save that water for when that fire is a little bit closer to them, so they can douse the proper vegetation that they need to douse. And I have to tell you, Mark and Irene, from this vantage point, the juxtaposition up here is just incredible. Keep in mind, we are an out-of-town crew. We are not used to seeing the beauty of LA. And if you look out into the distance, you can see the hills, you can see the palm trees that big, beautiful blue sky. And then right in our immediate path, this awful, awful wildfire with all these beautiful homes gravely at risk right now. But again, even though there is the risk, these firefighters are here. They are protecting these backyards. They are stationed in these backyards. Also, on the residential street that we're off of, we did see CAL FIRE line that street with hoses. They are ready to go. They are ready to douse those homes as needed. And Mark and Irene, the wind just picked up again. And that's just what you hate to see, right? Because first off, it's blowing the smoke, but more importantly, it's blowing some of those embers and some of those flames. And now that ash is blowing right up towards us. And also, as we heard kind of explained to us from that LA City firefighter, this fire, the concern about it, it's kind of moving uphill, up elevation. And that makes it harder and harder to fight because all of those flames, all of that smoke, it's heating up the vegetation, it's drying it out, so it makes it even easier to burn. But as I send it back to you, I mean, just in awe of these men and women of the LA City Fire Department, how they are standing out there in these intense conditions, how they have their hoses ready, how they are dousing, using those hoses when they need to, and how they are doing everything they can to protect these homes up in this beautiful community. Mark and Irene?
I'm so glad that you referenced, the beauty of Los Angeles, right? And I know as large as Los Angeles is in Southern California, we know there's a lot of people that aren't impacted by this. I got out of the fire zone yesterday, blue skies and people going about their business, not impacted by this. But I think it's so important to show our viewers across the area what so many people are dealing with, right? And for you, Kevin, as you mentioned, being out of town, you do deal with disasters. You cover hurricanes, being from the Houston area. Real briefly, can you explain how this compares for you as far as the crisis level?
So, Mark and Irene, most of my career, I've been based either on the Gulf Coast or on the Atlantic Coast in Florida. I have chased countless hurricanes. I couldn't even count. I've seen home after home, community after community just devastated by storm surge. I know the destructive power of water. But I'll say the big difference here. When you go to a community devastated by storm surge, that home may be a total loss, but it's still standing. You can still recognize it. You can see mementos of the people's lives inside. You can see belongings. You can see what's in their kitchen, their pictures, what they left behind. Seeing the destruction of this fire and seeing these homes, I mean, not just burned, I mean, some of them look like they have melted, where you only see just the essential building blocks, the actual concrete that they were built out of. You almost get a sense of there could be a really crude side of Mother Nature. It's tougher to see this type of damage, this type of total loss, than anything I've seen from a hurricane. It has been, I mean, it's been surreal for us just because we're not used to covering this type of devastation, a very different type of devastation. And I got to be honest, Mark and Reen, it's kind of harder to see what we've been seeing unfold here in Southern California. I've just never seen so much scorched earth before in my life.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark and I are both from Southern California, and we haven't seen anything like this before. Living here with this type of damage, the fire, the extensiveness of it, it's really, really bad, and it leaves you with this heavy sense of just sadness, seeing people's lives, as he described it, melted and burnt, and it's so hard to describe to people.
We've had so many bad fires over the years. Yes. I think of the Thomas fire, I think of the Woolsey fire. Go ahead, are you saying something there?
I think of the Woolsey fire.
Yeah, look at this flame up right here. So we just got a good gush of wind, and it just shows you what just a little breeze can do. Look how that breeze that just kind of hit us pushed those flames into new vegetation, and we see these flare-ups happening, and now even more smoke is being produced and pumped in the air because of all of this. And again, Mark and Irene, that was just from one quick, I don't even call it a burst of wind. That's way too strong, but just a pickup in the breeze. It's just incredible to see how that little movement, that little shift in the wind speed can make such a huge difference.
Wow, it's so fluid. Every single moment can change.
In just a moment, we're going to check in with Nico Kazori about these conditions, about the weather. I do want to reference for our viewers who are tuning in right now, perhaps many of them more in tune with what's happening with the Eaton fire between Pasadena and Altadena. The reason you're not seeing a lot of coverage on that is because that fire isn't burning like this. And so this fire, the Palisades Palisades one is the one that really has been expanding. We were told during the earlier morning news conference that there really was no growth whatsoever with the Eaton fire over the past 24 hours or so. So things more stable in that situation. This one, it's totally volatile.
I mean, overnight, it was 1,000 acres that have grown with the Palisades fire, and we watched it. We've been on the air now for about 6.5 hours. We've been watching the fire expand and get really close to homes, move down the canyons here, and get within maybe a few hundred feet or so of some neighboring backyards, and one home actually go up in flames, thankfully not catching fire on nearby brush or other immediate homes immediately next to it. But still, it's very devastating to see all the effects of this fire and how much growth has happened overnight.
And the two major fires, the scope of each of them now combined is what you can't make sense of it. I feel like coming out of this, when it all ends, whatever that end is, because then comes the regrowth and the rebuilding, is the sense of unity. Not only just in those communities, but Southern California. You get this sense of one on the process, on all of the victims that we all know. On another level,
and
right?
Not even after the fires, it's happening now. We're feeling that solidarity, that unity, that people coming together to help the victims, help the evacuees.
Things before that used to matter, that forget about that. Let's focus on the people. I'm looking forward to seeing that over the next, honestly, years to come. We have an update. Governor Gavin Newsom today announcing that he has increased California National Guard personnel activated to support the LA firefighters to 1,680, so nearly 1,700 service members now being deployed. That is doubling the Cal Guard boots on the ground. Initially, we were told this morning that that figure was around 400. The National Guard, at least the California National Guard, what are they doing? We've been told a lot of their assistance is simply focusing on roadblocks, perimeters, making sure that law enforcement and firefighters can do their job.
And security, and making sure that people are evacuating. They're not in the areas that they should not be in, because there have been multiple arrests. We're talking 22 arrests across the LA area for people being in spots that they should not be, or possibly looting or having narcotics on them as well.
There are the curfews now, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., I believe, in both fire zones. So certainly it's good to have those resources now expanding. That update just coming in. Okay, let's reset for our viewers this morning here at 11:41 and get a check of the forecast. Talk about the weather conditions. We saw in Kevin Ozebek's shot how the way the wind can maybe kind of create its own weather system right there on the fire lines, a lot breezier than we saw earlier this morning. Niku, what can you tell us about the conditions as we head into the midday hours?
Yeah, so the conditions right now, Mark, we've been tracking those winds. We've been looking at the wind speeds too. So this morning they were more of a northeasterly flow, but now they've turned kind of south and southeasterly. Check out the airport shot. This is just so crazy. We've been looking at this camera for the last hour and a half, 2 hours or so, and you can just see that plume of smoke just get larger and larger. This is from that Manville Canyon fire, and it's just so scary seeing these images and knowing that this is where Kevin is right now and all of the destruction that he is seeing there. You can see those southeasterly winds. They are anywhere between calm to mild, really depending on where you are. In some places, like where Monica was, it's really starting to pick up. We're starting to see those wind speeds between 10 to 15 miles per hour there, with some wind gusts really starting to pick up. We're seeing those wind gusts 25 to 35 miles per hour right now. Not the most ideal conditions for those firefighters that are trying to battle those flames. Here's a look at the futurecast, what we're expecting the wind gusts to look like as we go through the afternoon and then later into the overnight hours. So I stopped at around 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, because that's when we're really starting to expect those wind speeds start to basically double from what we are seeing right now. Those conditions, those more calm conditions right now, again, single digits, teens. Later this afternoon, we're going to see those wind speeds really start to pick up, especially as we go into those overnight hours. Overnight into Sunday morning, we really have to be careful. That fire weather is really just at its highest overnight into tomorrow. I stopped at around 2, 3 a.m. Sunday morning, and you can see those wind speeds. We can expect anywhere between 20 to 40 miles per hour, with those gusts really getting strong overnight into Sunday morning. The good news is, as we head into Sunday morning, by mid-morning, we really start to see those wind speeds start to calm down back to that single digit and teens. So really another good window for those firefighters to get a hold and get a grip on those fires and hopefully get some more containment as we head into Sunday morning and throughout the day. It's looking okay. But then this is our next Santa Ana wind event. It's coming in on Monday, and we can really see all the colors, all the yellow, orange, reds, purples. We don't like seeing this on the map, and it's coming in on Monday, and it's going to be lasting at least through Wednesday. Air quality right now, a little bit earlier this morning, it was actually worse. We had some red spots on the map. Right now, though, it looks like everyone's pretty much in that moderate zone and unhealthy for some groups. So again, not the most ideal conditions out there. What we are expecting for this next Santa Ana wind event, it's going to be a moderate to strong event. Nothing like what we saw with this past event. Again, extreme. We saw those storm and hurricane force winds between 60 to 100 miles per hour. By the way, that just reminds me, when we were talking to Kevin, he's coming to us from our Houston station. I was born and raised in Houston. I've seen hurricanes. I know the impact of hurricanes, and he had a really good point saying, comparing hurricanes to fires. At the end of the day, with hurricanes, a lot of homes are still standing. If anything, you have flood damage, you have some mold in your home, but you get to keep those memories. When it comes to fire damage and just seeing the destruction in the homes just incinerated, it's just so heartbreaking. Here's another look at that smoke really close to where Kevin is, and you can see it's just a large plume of smoke in the sky with these southeasterly winds right now. Again, the winds have picked up a little bit compared to a little bit earlier this morning, and we're expecting them to really pick up as we head into the evening and in the overnight hours. Mark and Irene.
Okay, Niku, appreciate it. For our viewers tuning in, you saw the smoke there behind you. I want to give you some perspective on the map of where this is burning, where the most concern is right now. So this is wide. This dark orange, that is the area that is already burned from this fire, some of it beginning on Tuesday. Let me zoom in here for the Mandeville Canyon area. This was the area earlier this morning that we were really concerned at the top of West Ridge Road. This orange has been updated. This is where it burned up to this morning. You can see a house right there. It got incredibly close. So that area, at last check, is okay. Firefighters are completely staged around that area. I will pan out, and right here, running along the side of the burn area, is Mandeville Canyon Road, the longest dead-end road in Los Angeles. We got that little fact from Josh Haskell this morning. Look at how this road goes right along the burn area. I'm going to go all the way up to the dead end here. You can then understand why this area is under evacuation. It runs the entire distance of the burn zone just west of the 405 freeway. And earlier this morning, if I zoom in here, is where a home burned. Just off of Mandeville Canyon to the west side, up in this area, is where we lost a structure. All of it, again, west of the 405 freeway, west of the Mountain Gate community. For those of people interested, here is where the Getty is located, right there off the 405. Maybe gives you some perspective of what we're looking at, what's at risk this morning as this fire continues to burn. Our coverage continuing right now with reporter Kevin Ozebek, who is in the Brentwood area, right there with the fire burning. Kevin?
Well, Mark, it's so interesting to kind of learn and to see how these firefighters are approaching this fire. So if you look over there, you can see that firefighter from LA City Fire is actually dousing that vegetation. Now, if you look to the left, even though we have active flames here in this brush, we see these firefighters who are just standing by, getting ready. And even though you might be asking, well, if there's a fire right there, why are they not dousing water? All of this is very thought out, very strategic. They have some patches of sparse brush right there that they're not too concerned about. They don't want to waste water. And as it's been explained to me, if they just started, putting those hoses on full blast, based on some of the winds we're seeing right now, they'll be wasting that water. So they are strategically letting some of this brush burn so they can get rid of some of the fuel for the fire. So it's just interesting how methodical this is, how thought out this is, and how these firefighters, even though this is such a fast-moving, fast-changing situation, they have this all kind of game planned out. Now, this community here off of West Ridge, it is just being inundated by smoke. I mean, we are up on the top of this hill, and you can just see these huge plumes of smoke being pumped out of this fire. We can see, obviously, that firefighter there just thought the need to activate that hose. He's been standing there in position, ready to go, and he just decided, hey, those flames down right below, they're going getting a little too close for comfort as they go up the hill. So he decided to take action, and we can see him now just dumping so much water over there. And a good sign. We love to see that white smoke, right? So just kind of interesting to see the firefight from this perspective as we are literally above it, Mark and Irene.
It is very interesting to see their strategy on how they handle each individual home. I mean, earlier we were also hearing chainsaws, Kevin, and they already have the defensible space, but I'm assuming that they were trying to clear additional brush and vegetation that could have posed a threat to this home.
Yes, and that's kind of what they're doing here. They're looking at the brush because if you look around, even though so much has burned already and this Palisades fire has just taken acre after acre, Irene, just look to the right of those flames and where all that smoke is coming up. There's more vegetation. There is still a lot of fuel up here, so that's why this is not going to end anytime soon, and that's why this has already been such a long firefight, and why this is going to be continuing to be such a long firefight, because there is just so much brush that can still be burned. There is still just so much brush that is so vulnerable right now.
And so much of it about conserving the water. The firefighter was telling us earlier, no need to waste the water if they're there, if they can control it. And look, if it burns now and they're there, that means it's not going to burn again. So and you saw that firefighter right there almost lose his footing, kind of speaks to the terrain and the conditions that they're working in. All of it is so interesting. I know when we go to a fire and you're on scene, you kind of look to the posture of the firefighters and see, you know, how are they moving? What is their concern level? And seeing these guys here, it almost makes you feel a little reassured that they're ready, they're prepared, they got their hoses, and when needed, they use them, but they're not blasting the water, which perhaps, you know, speaks to the situation, speaks to the lack of an intense wind event right now, because we know the wind is going to increase more. Kevin, that being said, have firefighters at all conveyed to you any need to leave the area, or they think you're okay?
So here off of Westridge, these homes, Mark, we've not seen any residents. We've not seen any homeowners here. I think most people have already left because these flames are so close to some of their homes. So I do have to kind of jump off of what you were saying about how strategic this all is. Even though, I mean, we are feet away from homes here, these flames. I mean, so close, so close. I mean, this fire is in a residential area, but there's no frantic energy from these firefighters. There's no panic. They are cool, calm, and collected as they kind of get in their position and do what they can and spray those water hoses when they feel the need to be. So even though this is just awful to see, right? You don't want to see a fire come so close to these areas when we already know there's already been so much loss and so much tragedy. But you got to give these LA City fire crews so much credit because they are saving these homes. Or if a home is going to be lost here in this neighborhood, they did their very darn best.
And it's not even only LA City. I mean, LA County, of course, as well, but the mutual aid, these fire departments that are coming not only regionally, but from beyond. It is states, always incredible to see that effort.
Yeah, it's amazing. They come from NorCal, they come from other states, and they really do help with this firefighting effort. And Kevin, you've been monitoring this situation in Brentwood all morning long. You've been in multiple locations live. Can you talk to me about how you've watched this whole weather system evolve throughout the morning? Is it worsening, or what are the winds looking like?
I would say I don't want to over-exaggerate it and say these winds are kicking up, but the breeze is picking up. I mean, Irene, there's no doubt about it. It's a little bit more breezier now. It feels a little bit more breezier now than it was when we started kind of heading to this fire at around 10 o'clock this morning. So I wouldn't call it gusty by any means. I wouldn't call it windy by any means, but I would call it breezy. And we've seen how even just a little bit of an uptick in a breeze, you can get a really good sense when you kind of look at the trees, right, to see how the palm fronds are kind of moving in the wind. See, it's just kind of, you know, on a normal day, it would be a nice gentle breeze that you really welcome, right? It would just kind of keep you cool, keep you comfortable. But Irene, even when we've seen just a slight uptick in that breeze, we've seen some flames move to new fresh vegetation and some big flare-ups, right? And all that produces more smoke. Kind of how it's all progressed over the past 24 hours. Mark and Irene, just so you know, our crew last night, we were a few miles north in the Meadow or Sherman Oaks area, so on a different section of the Palisades fire. We talked to homeowners who, even though they were watching all the awful coverage on Tuesday and Wednesday, they didn't have to evacuate. They didn't have to leave their homes. But this fire inched a little bit closer to them last night. They could start to see, some of them were telling us, flames and smoke from their homes and their apartments for the first time. And man, they were sure jittery. And then throughout the night, we saw that big glowing fire in the distance kind of subside, that glow dimmed. And it just brought so much relief to these homeowners. So what a week of ups and downs and highs and lows, everything in between. And you can go from one moment, if you live in this community, to being scared, terrified you're going to lose your biggest investment, the biggest investment you ever made, to just overwhelming relief when you see firefighters get a handle on the situation in your neighborhood, in your neck of the woods, and be allowed to return home. So what a roller coaster for everyone going through this who owns properties in this part where the Palisades fire is impacting them.
Absolutely. So many of us cannot even relate or begin to understand that heartache. And when you evacuate, you pack the essentials, the basics, the documents, and then what? You know, you grab some shoes, and what else matters? You know, you get your family, you get your dogs. And to be in that position, you can never expect. Kevin, thank you. Our coverage continuing now with Monica de Anda. She is going on, I believe, about 7 hours covering this fire this morning for us, which is really developed and moved around. Monica, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Mark and Irene, I feel like one thing that Kevin said that really stood out to me is that on a nice day, this breeze would feel nice. You would welcome it, right? But not today, not with the fire conditions that we are seeing and all of the dry vegetation around us. For some perspective, where Kevin is at is about 3 miles where I'm at. So he's on the other side of Mandeville Canyon. We are closer to Canyon Back Road. And if you take a look here behind me, I really want to tell you guys that conditions have gotten, from what we can see, a little bit better, right? We don't see that thick, dark smoke anymore. We still see some white smoke, but I feel like the airdrops have really made a difference in this neck of the woods, if you will, of Mandeville Canyon. And you can see that fire engine still out there. No doubt the smoke is still here, but it is not nearly as thick as it was half an hour ago. We can at least see the hillsides in the background now. We could see the white smoke and the areas where the fire has really burned. We can also see off in the distance the pink retardant that was dropped on parts of the hillside. So these are just a little bit of what's going on here. The breeze, yes, we are definitely still feeling it. But like I said, it seems like the progress, there has been progress made. And a large part of that is because of the Encino Reservoir that is not far away from here. And right now we are seeing one of the super scoopers, if you will, make its way down this way, getting ready to make a water drop. And we've also seen a lot of retardant drops. So they are really focusing on this area and making sure that this fire does not creep up toward the hill and inch closer toward these homes. Like I said earlier, there's at least a dozen homes right there on the edge of the hillside. So this is really an area where firefighters are getting ready to just defend if necessary. But like right now, we just saw a super scooper go down low. So the concern is, from our vantage point, we can't see down below. So we don't know just exactly how much the fire has creeped up. But from what we can see and the sky here above us, there is not nearly as much smoke as we were seeing half an hour ago. So that is good news. Now, I want to kind of make a wide turn here to show you guys all of these homes here. Again, this is Canyon Back Road along here that we are on. These are the homes that firefighters are protecting. And what you may not be able to see, but we're going to go ahead and try, is there are about, from where I can see, at least 3, maybe 4 red fire engines off in the background. So that just goes to show you right now, they moved in the last 2 to 3 minutes, that they have the resources here ready to go, just in case they need more support, right? This is a community that is about half a mile away from Mountain Gate Country Club. So if you're familiar with Brentwood, that's the area that we're in. You see those fire engines, the trucks here ready to go. You hear above me right now some of these, the air support. They are right here. So for people who live in this neighborhood, who call this place home, who are wondering, you know, how is our neighborhood? Just know that things are going okay right now. We're seeing less smoke in this area, but we will continue to be here on the ground and bring you guys the latest in case anything develops. For now, reporting in Brentwood, I'm Monica de Anda. Back to you guys.
It has been a fantastic perspective. Monica, thank you so much. And I don't think any of us could really expect the way this fire developed today. When we went on the air at 5 a.m., it is heartbreaking to know how this fire has really developed and now impacting even more people here in Southern California. Of course, Mark Cota-Robles alongside Irene Cruz. We've been on the air essentially nonstop since 5 this morning. We are going to be stepping away, joined by Philip Palmer and Giovanna Lara. But first, let's get a check of the forecast now with Nico Kazori.
Yeah, we're looking at that plume of smoke, Mark and Irene, still. This is really close to where Kevin and Monica both are, and you can see it's just really large, taken over. This is our Burbank camera, and you can get a really good look at it here. We're looking at those southeasterly winds this, I should say, afternoon, because all morning we've been tracking the winds. We've been looking at them, and they've started to pick up. We're starting to see those wind speeds really pick up now as we're getting closer to those afternoon hours. We knew this was going to happen, but it looks like it's happened at least a little bit earlier than expected. Still, those firefighters, they had a good window earlier this morning to get a good grip on fighting those fires and battling those flames. So they had this morning, and they're going to have a little bit later too. We have another window coming up in just a little bit. But check it out. As we go to the overnight hours, that's when things really start to pick up. I'm going to play it again for you guys so you can see what it's going to look like. So right now they've started to pick up, and as we head around 5 or 6 o'clock this afternoon, that's when it looks like the wind speeds will definitely start picking up again. We have those purples and reds back on the map, anywhere between 30 to 45 miles per hour with those gusts. But then as we head into the evening hours, heading into Sunday morning, it looks like things should be relatively calm Sunday morning. So this is that other window that I was talking about for those firefighters. Sunday morning, heading into the afternoon hours, things are going to be okay as far as the wind speeds. But of course, we did see what happened a little bit earlier this morning. Even though we had kind of calm wind speeds, we had that fire flare up. You know, a lot of the times these fires have pretty much a mind of their own. They create their own weather systems. They're really, really hard to predict. But what we can predict is at least how strong these winds are looking like and how easy it's going to be making it for those firefighters at least to battle on the ground and on the air. They can at least fly with these lower wind speeds to tackle the fires from the air. And it looks like they are going to be having that window Sunday morning. Air quality, things are looking pretty moderate, but of course, near those fires, we have orange on the map. That's unhealthy for some sensitive groups. But yeah, if you step outside, you can see the smoke, you can smell the smoke. It's not a good combination. It's a really good idea just to have your mask on you anyway. One thing that I feel like I haven't touched on all morning is pets. You know, I myself, I'm trying to limit the time that I'm outside with my dog, walking my dog, because I've noticed a difference. I've noticed that my dog kind of feels lethargic. He's laying around, moping around even more at home. So really, if you're going to take your pets out for their walk, make sure that you are limiting it as well, because even though it's showing moderate, still very smoky, and it just doesn't feel good outside. We're still looking at those red flag warnings, or if you're not in that red flag warning zone, we're under that fire weather watch in these tan colors. So we are keeping our eye on this for sure, and especially with this next Santa Ana wind event that's coming into our forecast on Monday. Now, I feel like it feels like I haven't shown the 7-day all morning. I haven't really had a chance to talk about the 7-day all morning. We've been talking about the winds, but I wanted to show you what the next Santa Ana wind event looks like on our 7-day. It's coming up on Monday, and it's going to be sticking with us Monday through Wednesday. So we're still going to be seeing those wind speeds up to 35 miles per hour with gusts higher than that at times. But what I really wanted to show you guys on the 7-day is we have just a little bit of relief. As we head into Friday, looks like we have a small chance of showers coming into our forecast, and we really, really need that 20% chance of showers to stay with us. Hopefully, as we get closer to Friday, we'll see those rain chances increase, because yeah, we really do need that. In the mountains, that rain chance turns into some snow showers, a chance to see some snow on Friday, but down to the teens overnight in the mountains, and in the deserts, we're seeing temperatures from the 60s today down to the 50s. The 50s will stick around with us. But Philip and Giovanna, yeah, it's just been a whirlwind of a morning. We are not out of the woods just yet. Shayla Girardin is here as well. I'm going to switch off with her, and we are keeping our eye on these Santa Ana winds for the rest of the day.
All right, Niku, thank you. We thank you and Mark Cota-Robles and Irene Cruz, who have been following the expansion of the Palisades fire all morning long. I am now Alongside Philip Palmer, we have been following this fire for more than a week. We continue our coverage of the fires throughout Southern California. Our concern today is the Palisades fire because it has grown 1,000 acres overnight.
And Brentwood is right in the crosshairs. Kevin Ozebek from Houston, our sister station in Houston, has been watching a fire from right above it. And Kevin, it's been amazing to watch really the science of this fire with these firefighters right on the ridge. And they were waiting. And to your comments that you've made recently, I'd like to point out, it seems as if they let some of that vegetation burn as it approaches these really incredible defensible spaces, that helps them in the future because that's less material that can burn in hot spots. I would assume that's what they're wanting to do, let things burn that aren't a problem.
Yeah, Philip, that is exactly the strategy here. And in fact, I have Captain Adam Van Gerpen with LA City Fire with us right now, who can kind of explain more the strategy for us. So, Captain, since you joined us maybe an hour ago, it does seem like the flames have moved a little bit. Can you kind of explain what the current situation is right now as we see this huge amount of smoke? I mean, just this massive plume of smoke rise right in front of us.
Well, so earlier when we were talking, the fire did burn right up to the home. So this, we felt the radiant heat up here, and the fire burned very close to the home, but this homeowner had very good defensible space. So the fire is down farther in the canyon now, and it's finding some old growth down there. It's finding some growth that maybe hasn't burned in 50 years. So you'll see some large loom ups, big columns of smoke because it's starting to hit some of that older growth. But we're not having real erratic winds right now. And because this homeowner did such a good job, because the fire already burned through here, that fire that's already burnt out now creates even more defensible space, which makes it even safer for this house.
And Captain and Philip and Giovanna and everyone at home, so you guys know exactly where we are. We're on West Ridge in Brentwood. How would you describe the risk of these homes now in this community? It was pretty scary, pretty hairy when we were trying to come up here because we did see the smoke and the flames moving in the direction of some of the homes here on West Ridge. Are those homes protected now, do you think?
Well, there's still an immediate threat. We have firefighters. If you look around, you're going to see firefighters in almost every backyard on every street in this area. We have 3,700 firefighters who are out here actively fighting fire at the Palisades fire, and many of them have been directed to this canyon area.
Could you describe the current strategy for us? Like right here in our immediate vicinity, we're not seeing airdrops, but we are seeing your men and women kind of stand their ground on this hillside. Some of them will, spray their hoses every once in a while. Some of them are just standing there, kind of standing guard. Explain to us what we're watching here in real time in terms of the firefight.
Right. So many of them are standing guard. They're standing on guard for structure protection. And so if there is a change in the wind conditions, if there's a change in the fire behavior, then they're ready, they're pre-deployed, they're standing by. The large aircraft that you see doing the drops, those are like our control lines. They're trying to prevent it from getting over certain ridges. So they'll paint a ridge pink with fire retardant in hopes that the fire will burn up to it and then stop at that ridge. So they're strategically lining up where they can do these precision drops, and we have some of the best pilots in the world that are doing this.
And Captain, what we're going to do is our photojournalist Charles Fisher, if you could pan to the left, actually, we can still see there's a lot of what I would want to call, in layman's terms, fresh vegetation. Vegetation that is up here that has not burned. How much fuel is up here that could potentially be explosive?
Well, there is a lot of fuel up here, and that's why we have so many firefighters up here behind these homes. So it's the very steep, rugged terrain. That's not an area that our firefighters can access. That's why we utilize our air assets for the steep terrain that we're not able to get to. So we are able to protect these homes, though, by putting firefighters inside all the backyards, and we're standing by. And so you're going to see some are actively fighting fire, and some are just standing by, ready to protect the homes.
You can't predict the future. I'm not going to ask you to look into a crystal ball, but we know we kind of got a little bit of break from the winds today. The forecast is not great in terms of, the projections for winds. To the best that you can you walk us through what we can expect, whether you're in Brentwood or outside of Brentwood too? what you think we should be ready to brace for over the next few days?
Well, we tell everybody the Ready, Set, Go program. So you should always be ready, always have a bag ready to go, always have evacuation route pre-planned. And then when you start hearing that it's getting close to your place, you need to be set. So that means that you're set, you're ready to, you have your bag packed, and as soon as you get that order, then you're ready to go. When we say to go, that's when you need to go and you need to evacuate. So people need to be monitoring all their social media. They need to be listening to the news. They need to be keeping their phones on them, listening for those alerts, and just being vigilant. So just because the winds die down, and just because they die down in your area, doesn't mean that it's safe. So we want people to remain alert and stay vigilant.
As we're talking on West Ridge, we didn't see many residents, many homeowners. A lot of them left. For those watching us from Brentwood who left their homes today, can you give them any sense on when you think they may be able to safely return home?
No, that's all going to be dependent on the wind conditions and the fire behavior. So, yeah, at this time, we update them on our websites, and we'll let them know when it's safe to go back in. But while we still have active firefighting, it's not safe, whether it's in the Palisades or any of the other fires. Until we get containment, it's not safe for people to go back.
Captain, thank you so much. I would shake your hand, but
Thank you.
You move my hand, my phone 1 inch, and I could lose reception. So, Captain, thank you. And thank you to all your crews down there.
Hey,
and
Kevin,
Philip,
before the captain goes.
I think one thing that it just kind of really strikes me is, oh, hold on. The captain is walking away. Philip, do you have a question? He's coming back. So, Philip, ask away.
You mentioned how good that resident is as far as fire protection. I was kind of curious how often you're coming upon residents who have pools that also have fire apparatus in their backyard that allow you to just hook in and pump right out of the pool, or if you're having to take your pumping opportunities out. Because I understand that some people keep those fire apparatus for their pool right in their backyard.
So Philip Palmer is asking, we're at a home where the resident has a pool fire apparatus that's really helping you out. How often are you coming across that? How often do you need to use your own pumps? Kind of walk us through how common this all is, that you almost have built-in aid from the homeowner.
Right. So, and that's very unusual for us to have that aid from the homeowner. So many homes up in this area do have pools. I talked to one firefighter who was on the line. He said he had to utilize maybe 6 or 7 different pools. So our fire apparatus, we have what's called a siphon ejector. We can drop that in the pool, and then we can suck the water out and utilize that for firefighting. So we only need to do that if we don't have an adequate hydrant pressure, adequate water supply. So we've had to utilize pools, we've utilized water tankers, and we've utilized shuttle operations and relay operations, trying to have one fire engine drive water to us, drop it off, go back, get more water, but that's only 500 gallons at a time, and that tank is gone in a matter of minutes.
Philip and Giovanna, while we got the captain here, any other questions?
Yes, I have a question about defensible space also. Can you describe specifically how this house has defensible space? I think when we look at the images of Brentwood and all that brush and all those trees, it's hard to know what you mean in terms of defensible space. Is it because they have that patio behind them, the terrace where you guys are standing? Is that what it is?
So we ask homeowners out here in Los... Cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Giovanna, Philip, we're actually going to take a few steps forward. I'm not kidding you. The reception is so hit and miss. Sometimes you move a few feet and you can lose reception. I think we're in an area that may have a little bit of better reception right now. If you wouldn't mind asking that question again, and again, our apologies. That question kind of dipped in and out there.
That's okay. If you could point out, or he can talk to us and point out what this homeowner did where you are at that helped them save the home.
Could we actually walk back there and show it?
Well, we can show it from right here also. So the homeowner, they cleared all the vegetation from around their home. It looks like we have at least a 50-foot clearance where they cleared it out, have very low-lying, almost succulent type vegetation around here, which did give our firefighters defensible space so that vegetation was not right up against their home. So we could feel the radiant heat from 50 feet away as we're standing up here on the right next to the house. So if they did not have that clearance, that could have had some direct flame impingement onto their home.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to point that out for our viewers.
Thanks to Captain, thanks to Kevin, and you can really see it also is this element too, the ability to navigate that space. So they can move from, if you noticed how many times we've watched over the past week, firefighters really struggling to move hoses, to get into position. If a spot fires to the left or the right, they can just move right there. And again, we talked about it before, the ability to let certain vegetation burn and be ready in the event it spots forward. That defensible space allowed them so many opportunities to move into that backyard and get right on top of the space and then drown it. We've talked about surround and drown when we see these ladder trucks.
Yes.
That's kind of what they're doing here. They're above, they see it, and they can drown it, and then there's nothing to burn because they've allowed it to burn as much as they have so far today.
That's right. And again, that was Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston, KTRK. Thank you for being here with us and supporting us in our coverage. We want to check in now with Monica de Anda. I believe, well, tell us where you are. I believe you're on the other side of Kevin.
Yeah, exactly, Giovanna Phillip. We are about 3 miles away from where Kevin's positioned on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, and we are actually on Canyon Back Road. That's about half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club. So if you take a look here behind me, this is the current situation. We've seen the white smoke, and I was talking about this with Mark and Irene. It was getting better, but now you see off in the distance that thicker, darker smoke, and that is what is concerning given all that you see in front of us, right? You see still a bunch of dry vegetation, and even though they've poured that pink retardant on there that you see, we're now starting to see some flames pop up in that area. And the concern is, as we've been telling you guys, that the flames are inching down lower, and then after that, they'll creep up toward these homes. So that's what we're hoping doesn't happen. And the good news is we've seen a lot of air support here over the last hour, hour and a half. We've seen a lot of water drops happening across here. Also a lot of retardant being dropped into this area to really prevent the fire from spreading and getting closer to these homes. Now, what you can't see from our vantage point is that there are about a dozen firefighters standing on the other side of these homes that you see. So down those hills, firefighters are there standing guard. Now, what I have to say that I've seen here in the last 5 minutes is this person here in the white t-shirt, they kind of drove in on a bike here and are assessing the situation. Not sure if they're a neighbor or what, but this is a little dangerous, but it goes to show you the concern that people have, right? People want to know if they stayed here, just how close the flames are getting to their homes. So since we've been here at around 5 o'clock this morning, I can tell you it did not look like this. The fire was only at the top of the hillside along this canyon, and now it's been getting progressively worse, spreading lower and lower because there's so much dry vegetation here. And also in the last hour, the wind has picked up. So that is why we're starting to see more resources in this area. You can see now that orange flame peeking up from just over the roof of that home. So firefighters are here. We have the air support. They probably are filling up right now. Good thing is the Encino Reservoir is just down the road, so they've been going back and forth, but a lot of homes in this area too, and we're keeping a very close eye to make sure that it does not spread this way. And with that, reporting in Brentwood, I'm Monica de Anda. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay. Monica de Anda, thank you. Look at those flames right up against that roof. It's hard to see how close it is, but it's still very upsetting.
It's strangely comforting in having watched Kevin's live shot because you see the resources there. From Monica's shot, you can see that there are ground crews there. You know that the air support is above. So by watching what happened with Kevin, where the fire crept right up the hill and they were right there waiting for it to come to them, in an odd way, seeing that burn near that home, knowing the resources are there, as dangerous as it is, the captain had told us, we are not out of the woods, but there is a strange comfort level knowing the firefighters are there and knowing that they have the water and the air resources that are available to them.
And he says they are there protecting every single home. There are 3,700 firefighters on the ground there behind every home trying to protect it.
Gabe Santos is in Air 7. He has been watching this fire. Now, we know that Monica was at Canyon Back Road. That's near Mountain Gate. What are you looking at? We see some of your shots there. But, Gabe, can you give us an overall feeling as to what you've seen over the past few hours?
Yeah, Philip, I'm on my second flight here today, and judging from the first flight now compared to the second flight, I am seeing some progress on this far eastern side of the fire. We saw repetitive the water helicopter drops from there's got to be about 8 or 9 helicopters out here dropping water on this fire. Earlier on our previous flight, we saw a line of them. There was a traffic jam of water dropping helicopters just lining up, dropping, load after load of water on the flank of the fire that is inching down the western hillside of Mandeville Canyon. That's the area of concern right now, as you guys have been, we've been on the air talking about it. Fire crews are really keeping an eye on the flank of the fire that is inching down the hillside on Mandeville Canyon. But the good part about that is it's going downhill. We know fire moves a lot slower downhill. So hopefully in the past few hours, and this is kind of what I've seen this come to fruition, fire crews are using that slowdown of the fire as it's inching downhill without wind pushing it in that direction. They are using it to their benefit, and they're using that extra time they have, if you will, to dump a lot of water on this, a lot of fire retardant on this. We've seen the DC-10 tanker come out here and do multiple drops. That thing can drop thousands of gallons of fire retardant, and you see on certain hillsides there are areas that are pink, like right there. That's where that DC-10 tanker and some of the other tankers have dropped lines of fire retardant, and they're really putting all of their resources onto this eastern flank of the fire, trying to prevent it from crossing Mandeville Canyon, and that appears to be what they have been able to do so far. We're not out of the woods yet. We have seen one home fully engulfed, one home lost inside Mandeville Canyon. As we look on the northern flank of the fire, that's Old Mulholland Road, the dirt road there, and that appears to be where fire crews have stopped the fire from going any further north, and there isn't any wind pushing it any further north at that rate either. The overall trend of the wind is going from north to south. We're seeing a little bit of gusty conditions on those ridge tops. Where there was a hillside with a flag that we were looking up earlier that was flapping around in a number of different directions. So there are some erratic winds right there at the surface, but the overall trend is light winds coming from north to south. So still those Santa Ana conditions, but we were worried. There's that flag we were looking at earlier, still kind of flapping around every which way, and the fire has kind of come over this hillside. There was a Airstream trailer on there. Not sure if that was a home or if that was somehow related to water and power operations or something of that nature. But we were keeping an eye on that earlier. But going back to what I said earlier, we do know that one home has been lost in Mandeville Canyon, so that is definitely something that is some not so good news. But on the overall grand scheme of things, as we look at a wide shot here, I'm seeing a lot less dark smoke coming from this eastern flank of the fire, the one that's closest to the Mountain Gate community, closest to this side of where we are. And there is some more fire activity on the west side of the fire. That's going to become an area of more concern as fire crews kind of dampen things down on the Mandeville Canyon side of things. But that's not going to become, it's not going to change that fire crews are going to continue to keep that as a priority. They're going to continue to keep the Mandeville Canyon situation fully staffed, and they're going to continue to keep an eye on things there. What Marcel has the camera trained on now is closer to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That's on the far west side of the fire, and you see that side of the fire really starting to flare up and throw up a lot of smoke. That's a lot of brush in that area, a lot of heavy old brush that hasn't burned in many, many years. So that is what we're seeing right now, is that end of the fire is kicking up steam a little bit, but fire crews seem to be satisfied with that hold, that fire road, that Old Mulholland Road that seems to be holding it on the north side, and the wind is not really allowing for the fire to make a run downhill, and we know fire does not like to go downhill. So fire crews seem to be satisfied with where we are on the north side of things. The focus still is this eastern flank and this southeastern flank closest to Mulholland, or closest to Brentwood, excuse me. And this is really the first look, I think, the first time we've kind of been at this particular angle where we've been able to look directly down Mandeville Canyon Road. And you can see those rooftops are not naturally red. That's a lot of that Voss check that's been put down from that DC-10 tanker from a number of other tankers. We've seen a C-130 Hercules airplane tanker also dropping, gallons and gallons of fire retardant on this fire. Looking up further down Mandeville Canyon Road, you see a lot of brush down there, a lot of trees. So fire crews are aware of that, and they want to prevent it from moving any further down into that canyon. But we're not out of the woods yet here. Brentwood's still not out of the woods yet. Even if you're in Encino, we talked about the fire kind of stopping at Old Mulholland Road right now, but Encino should not let your guard down yet, because any shift of wind or any run the fire might take down one of those canyons on the north side could still mean that you're at risk there. And all of those communities that have the evacuation, the mandatory evacuations in effect and the evacuation warnings in effect should continue to heed those warnings, even if you don't see any smoke in the area or anything like that. As we look now at that helitanker, that's a Chinook helicopter that can carry 3,000 gallons of water, and it looks like that may be looking to make a drop on a little bit of a hot spot here that we're seeing on the ridge of Mandeville Fire Road. We'll follow that and see where that goes, but that's just one of the amazing tools that fire crews have out here. There goes the water drop right there. Probably gonna, cool down that hot spot and really damp down the brush down in front of that fire line. And fire crews are really doing their best to keep this fire from inching further and further down Mandeville Canyon, closer to the road, because that's where all the homes are. And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on as the day continues. Philip and Giovanna.
Well, Gabe, thank you. And it is so shocking to see nothing but gray and black ash, and the only color in the screen is the fire retardant, which is great news. But as we look at that map, you can get an idea of the roads and the topography and how it goes. But we also have this map, which can kind of show you perspective of what Gabe has been talking about. Here's the fire road that Gabe has been talking about. Here's Mandeville Canyon Road right there. So on this side of Mandeville Canyon, that's where you've been seeing the fire retardant. It's laid on these houses. This little stretch of homes right here is the focus. Now, one of the things that you might want to also take a look at, here's Mountain Gate and here's Canyon Back Road, and that is where Monica DeAnda is. Now, what they're showing is that this is burning downhill off of this ridge. And as we've heard from Danny Romero and others, when it's burning downhill, it's not drying out the vegetation in front of it. As soon as it starts to go uphill, that fire, with the heat rising, is going to dry out the vegetation that's in front, and it'll start to go faster. So that's the advantage of Mandeville Canyon Road right here. If they can stop it here, you actually have a great opportunity to save things on this side, which is, here's Mountain Gate. But again, as Gabe was talking about, the concern right now is the spread north to south, and you still have open space right here, Mandeville Canyon open space, and there are so many homes down in here, in this area right here. You can see all of these homes that are still at risk. This is West Ridge Road, goes up there. So again, we are not out of the woods by any stretch, but as you look at this, the 405, Mountain Gate, and Mandeville over here, there is an opportunity. This could be the moment for the firefighters to get a real handle on what's happening here. The volume, the huge space that you've got going, we are not out of the woods in any stretch, Giovanna. We can't possibly let our guard down. But this stretch right here, given what we have here, before if they don't want it going over Mandeville Canyon Road, there is some space here that's a lot of vegetation that it could get going. But if they can stop it here, then they can maybe start to focus their air resources and their ground resources in other places.
Yeah, Philip, thank you. And as the firefight continues to save homes, many others have already lost their homes. They're displaced, and so many people in Southern California are now gathering together, joining forces to help. And that's what you're looking at there to the right of your screen. Live pictures. This is at the Santa Anita racetrack. Look at all of those people. and all of those donations available for anyone who needs them. If you've been displaced, if you're hungry, if you're looking for clothes for your children, this might be the place for you to go. Again, this is at the Santa Anita racetrack, and this is a grassroots effort. These are the folks who set up the first time a couple days ago at the Rose Bowl in a parking lot, and they were there a couple of days, and I think what happened was fire crews needed access to the parking lot, fire officials, and they needed to be able to bring fire crews in and out, so they asked them to move, and this is where they are today. Again, Santa Anita racetrack. You see the number of people who are out there, and the boxes and boxes of it looks like clothing and jackets. Hopefully there are clothing for kids as well, which is so important right now. When you leave your house in a hurry, you can't think of everything you might need. And right now, it seems many hundreds of people will be out of their homes for a significant amount of time. I also want to tell you about another opportunity on the Valley side at Campbell Hall from 10 to 4 today. They have also collected clothing, toiletries. If you are in that area and want to go there, that is available for you today. Campbell Hall School in Studio City from 10 to 4.
And another thing that we want to mention, we talked about it this morning as a press conference. You see people getting immediate need, but disasterassistance.gov, that's where you can go for FEMA disaster assistance, and they have already had 16,000 applications as of this morning. So often we talk about 7,000 structures damaged at Eaton. We talk about 5,000 to 6,000 structures damaged in the Palisades. But the reality is, when you think of 16,000 applications to FEMA for disaster assistance right now, that tells you the number of people directly affected by this. So again, disasterassistance.gov, that's their website. Now, you can also, if you happen to have your cell phone with you, you can download the free FEMA app, or you can actually call 800-621-3362. Now, the thing that you have to remember about FEMA is they are trying to expedite the Serious Assistance Program, which is a one-time payment that helps survivors with costs associated to disaster-related needs. You can get displacement assistance that will help you with hotel costs, minimal repairs. You can also get other needs assistance. And I say all of those things for the people who might be watching us who are displaced. Maybe they're staying with a family member. Maybe they're staying with a friend. FEMA has resources available for right now for you. And 16,000 people have asked. There are those who might feel like they don't want to ask for assistance, but this is the time to use the resources and the opportunity there for you. Again, to give you that website one more time where you can start the application process, disasterassistance.gov, and that is for FEMA. And there's so much need going forward, and we'll have other opportunities to tell you about other locations and other ways to get financial assistance in this great time of need for so many people.
Yeah, and it might be the case that people are still processing the loss, right? That they just can't get to the point where they are going to take action to move forward. So hopefully, that is there for them when they are ready. And right now, we want to check in with Shayla Girardin. Of course, she's following these winds, and we have several days ahead. Maybe not of those strong gusts we saw on Tuesday, but these winds, they're sticking around for a bit.
Yes, we do have a return of those Santa Ana winds once again. The good news is it is not going to be as powerful as what we saw out there this past week. We were talking about extreme Santa Ana winds. This next round moving in tonight, more of a moderate event, and I'll show you that in just a moment. But right now, taking a look from LAX all morning long, you can see the smoke just bellowing from that Palisades fire. Now, keep in mind, this is going to have a big impact on our air quality as well, not just today, but in the days to come. But of course, the big question is these winds. When are we going to see some relief? Right now, taking a look ahead to the Palisades fire, you'll notice, not talking about as strong of wind speeds as we head into this afternoon, but look what comes our way this evening. Now, this is not nearly as powerful as what we saw out there this past week, but it is still not great news for those fire crews. We're seeing gusts anywhere from 20 to 25, pushing closer to 30 miles per hour as we head into the overnight and early Sunday morning hours as well. So we are looking at another round of Santa Ana winds, going to start to build up as we get into the afternoon hours, but moving in overnight through tomorrow morning as well. For now, though, we are still seeing some breezy conditions in some spot. As we look out to that Santa Ana wind corridor towards Santa Clarita, Clarita, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks. These are some pretty gusty winds in the mix this afternoon, anywhere from 25 to 35 mile per hour gusts. Malibu, a little bit better. You're in the teens this afternoon, but Malibu Hills, honing in on Pacific Palisades, very close to where these fires are burning. We're in that 15 to 25 mile per hour gust range. So not as bad as what we were dealing with earlier. That's a big improvement from what we saw earlier in the week. And here's the really good news. As you start to move south, even out toward the Inland Empire, you'll notice not nearly as breezy as what we saw earlier in the week. You'll notice some light winds in the mix, but these are not going to be the areas of concern for now. Now, as we head into tonight, we'll start to see those winds picking up a tad. I want to show you, too, a look at our relative humidity, better than what we were dealing with earlier in the week, but still, there are some areas of concern. You'll notice a lot of 20s, a lot of teens even on this map, and that is never something you want to see when you're talking about fires. So out toward Van Nuys, Woodland Hills coming in at 12%. Santa Monica, much better, 45%. But Burbank, Pasadena, all pretty low. Santa Clarita in those teens. But once you get into the teens and the single digits and you pair it with those winds, that's a really concerning combination. Now, you'll notice the smoke from the Palisades fire. The good news here is it is burning out to sea. So that is going to have a big impact on our air quality. It's not great. You'll notice most of us moderate out there, and we're just seeing this patch towards Malibu, and that's because most of that smoke we're seeing right now is burning or is blowing out. But out towards Pasadena, Ontario, still seeing some patches. Malibu as well of unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you do have respiratory issues, it's something to keep in mind, especially as we start to see these winds picking up over the course of the afternoon and the evening. Now, you'll notice as we head into the next 24 hours, these wind gusts, most of them we're talking about in that 15 to 25 mile per hour range. So it is going to be breezier than what we're feeling out there right now, but not nearly what we were dealing with this past week. And as you move out into the IE in Orange County, you're seeing some winds too in the teens, maybe close to 20 mile per hour gusts. That is going to start to die down as we head into your Sunday afternoon. But you'll notice this is not the winds we were talking about earlier in the week. So there's been a lot of concern that this next round of winds was going to be more extreme than what we saw. That's not the case. We're talking about winds in the moderate range, gusting from 20 to 40 miles per hour. The past 24 hours, we've been in the weak range, 10 to 20 mile per hour gusts, but we're not moving in to those extreme winds we saw earlier in the week. Now, we are going to see another round of Santa Ana winds moving in next week. I'll break that down in the full forecast, but for now, Philip and Giovanna, I'll toss it back to you guys.
Okay. Shayla, thank you. And the fact that we're not in that massive wind event yet is what makes this such a critical time. Let's go back to Gabe Santos. And Gabe, this shot that you're showing right here is almost perfect because you're really able to see why this is such an important opportunity for firefighters, because if they can get it stopped coming down that hill, on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, it starts to go back uphill.
Yeah, that's you're exactly right, Philip. That's the concern, is if it goes on the other side of Mandeville Canyon, then it can easily make a run uphill, even without any wind. That becomes a topography-driven fire. That's what it's called in that case, and that's what fire crews are trying to avoid. So they're using this time, they're using the relative lull in the winds to really bring in all of the air assets they can. You have helicopters from all over town, all over Southern California. Ventura County is sending crews, IE is sending crews, helicopters that we usually see fighting forest fires, you know, in the Angeles National Forest and further east. They are out here now. They are over our urban area doing work out here. The DC-10 tanker, it has been out here. I believe it just left the area to go refuel and reload on fire retardant. It needs to do that every so often. So it is either going to go to Oxnard or Fox Field up in Palmdale to do that. So they've been here. They've been doing a number of runs. We saw them leave as we just got on scene, and I'm sure they'll be back momentarily. So we have a lot of resources here just pounding this fire as it just inches downhill. And that's the perfect time for fire crews to really get in all the attack they can, because look at that right there. You see those flames. There's a long line of active flames right here, but the flames that are going downhill are lackluster and not really doing too much. They're just kind of inching downhill. So that's what we've constantly been saying. That's the opportunity that fire crews need to really try and stop this thing at Mandeville Canyon and not let it go any further than that. Now, what's further than that? You have the Mountain Gate community. You have a couple of roads and communities in that area. And if we widen out the shot, there is the 405 freeway. I'm not concerned about this fire making it to the 405 freeway anytime in the next few hours, really. It would really need a push of wind out of the west for this fire to really, you know, go downhill and hit the 405. So I'm not too concerned about that in the immediate future. You can never say never. It's been a wild week, so it's very hard to predict what this fire will do in the next few, 24, 40, 48, 37 hours or so on. We have seen CHP do traffic breaks on the 405. They are doing a lot with ramp closures. There's a lot of on-ramps and off-ramps that are closed. Getty Center Drive, the on and off ramp closed from the 405 north and the 405 south, so that's something to watch out for. But now, going back to what we saw earlier this morning, when we really saw a continuation of that flare-up from last night into now, I'm really seeing those, all of those water drops and those fire retardant drops really start to make progress. I'm seeing a lot less dark smoke on this side of things, and I think that's because the fire's just, as we continue to say, it's just inching downhill. It's not burning too intensely, but then as we widen out the shot, we do have this flank of the fire now to the west that is burning a lot more heavily and a lot more intensely. There's a lot of active flame there. But when you look at this whole picture, there's a long line of active flame, some more impressive than others, but a lot for firefighters to keep an eye on here. You can see on the right side of your screen, that's Old Mulholland Road, the dirt section of it. That's being used as a natural fire break, really. One of the Nike silo sites is in there. That's at the bottom of your screen. So that's a site, obviously, that is going to serve as a landmark that fire crews are going to use. And you can see a lot of helicopters flying through our shot, and that's definitely what we want to see, because all those helicopters are working to a lot of water on this fire now as it moves slowly down Mandeville Canyon. Unfortunately, we did lose one home in Mandeville Canyon, and fire crews are really doing their best to try and prevent any further loss in Mandeville Canyon. There's a lot of resources in that canyon, and they're going to do everything they can to prevent any further loss in Mandeville Canyon.
Gabe, before you move your shot, if you could go back, this is, I think, the science of this fire. Retardant isn't an extinguisher. It slows the fire. Now, when you see the massive size of this fire and the small helicopters, you realize how ineffective at times water can be. So you've got this retardant, and that slows this down. And then, if I'm not mistaken, that's giving the water-dropping helicopters an opportunity to put out little hot spots. And you really see it when it's burning. You said creeping downhill. It's actually creeping into the retardant. And that's when the fire crews get in there, and much like what we saw with Kevin, they can douse it, and that little section right there is easier to fight, correct? I mean, you're watching it hit that retardant slow, and then firefighters can actually get on it with the water.
Yeah, Philip, you're absolutely right, and it's not just water. It's dozer crews and hand crews that will go in there by hand. And if you only have a little bit of fire activity there, then they can actually go in by hand and assist in the extinguishment of those flames on this side of the fire. But yeah, the fire is now creeping through some of that retardant. The goal with fire retardant isn't to dump it on top of the fire. It's to make a border around the fire, really, to make that material that the retardant is on harder to burn. So that's what fire crews have done. I already see a pretty long line of that pink hint on the hillside around this, at least this entire corner, this entire northeast corner of the fire. So that's some good news, but that's not an end-all be-all. Fire can jump the retardant, it can burn through the retardant slowly but surely. So definitely not, it's a good sign, but we cannot let our guard down yet. It's still going to be a long time before we get this fire completely out. Even on this side of the fire, we're going to be seeing fire activity for the rest of today, I would imagine, if not longer than that.
All right. Thank you, Gabe, and we will continue to cover the firefight there. And we want to check in with Kevin Ozebek. He's on Westridge Road, still on Westridge Road when we last saw you. Kevin.
And Giovanna, so you know exactly where we are. Not are we just on West Ridge. This is off of Mandeville Canyon Road. And look at what we're seeing right here. We're seeing some brush flare-ups again, but firefighters have been telling us this is expected. They're very strategic here, and they want to deliberately let some pockets of brush burn to kind of eliminate that fuel to lower the risk later. So even though we are kind of uphill and there's the flames just yards away from us, we also see firefighters closely watching over this. And you will notice they aren't just dousing these flames with their hoses. They are, again, being very strategic here. There are specific pockets of brush they do want to douse, that they do want to protect, that are closer to homes. But again, there's some other pockets of brush they do want to burn out so they can help get this fire better contained. One other thing I want to point out from our vantage point up, because we are uphill of this fire, we do have this incredible vantage point. And if I have my bearings right, all this smoke, this huge plume of smoke, is all billowing in the northwest direction. So if you are northwest of where we are, look at what you're dealing with. I mean, as we change views and look off into the distance, I mean, just look at how bad visibility is, how awful. I mean, you can barely see a few hundred yards in front of you. In fact, Charles Fisher, our photojournalist, if you can point down there to the freshly scorched earth, I'm not quite sure if the camera can pick it up. You can kind of see what the fire leaves behind, but I also show you that so you get a good sense of just how smoky it is out here and just how much white smoke is all billowing as firefighters strategically tackle this fire. And Philip and Giovanna, I think one other thing that is so striking from this vantage point, from up here, you see the best and worst of Southern California. Look off into the distance, you can see the beautiful ocean, the reason why people love to live here and why this is paradise. But also from this vantage point, you can see the destructive power of Mother Nature and just how ferocious these fires can be. I know you guys have been speaking to Gabe Santos. He's kind of has a perfect view from Air 7 over Mandeville Canyon Road. He was talking about how he started to see some of those. Actually, can we change gears over there? You can see some of the firefighting aircraft from up in the sky. Another reason why this is such a good vantage point, because we're watching the firefight not only from the ground, but also from the air right there. Just an amazing job to see firefighters in action here. But getting back to what Gabe Santos has been telling you guys, he mentioned as he flies in Air 7 over Mandeville Canyon Road, he noticed that fire retardant on some of the roofs. In order to get here, we had to come up Mandeville Canyon Road. We didn't see that yet, but we did see all the residents, at least all the residents, I should say many residents, gone. I mean, that's a beautiful street if you're not familiar with it. It goes up this beautiful windy road, but we didn't see any homeowners, any residents left. It looks like most people got out of here, which is exactly what firefighters wanted to see. Giovanna and Philip.
Kevin, thank you for your excellent coverage of this. I do want to ask you, I heard you talking earlier, but didn't catch all of it, talking about comparing the destruction from fires versus the destruction that you've seen time and time again in your coverage of other natural disasters. Can you point that out again? It was very interesting.
Yeah, sure, Giovanna. So for most of my career, I've been based either along the Gulf Coast or along the Atlantic Coast in Miami. I cannot tell you how many hurricanes I've chased. I've chased them all over hurricane impact zones. I have seen whole communities devastated, destroyed by storm surge. But here's the big difference. When you are covering a community devastated by water, and you can see firsthand that destructive power of water, you at least can see the home still standing. You can walk inside of them. You can get a very good glimpse of what that homeowner's life was like before the natural disaster. They may be all wet, all waterlogged, but you will still see their photos, their family albums, their furniture, all their belongings. Take a look right there as you see them continue to fight this fire from the sky. What a great sight to see that plane in the air, right as you see this active fire threatening this community. But back to the difference, when you walk into these communities that have been ravaged by storm surge, it's still recognizable. Covering this Palisades fire, a few days ago, we were over in Pasadena, seeing street after street where the homes were not just burned, I mean, Giovanna, they were melted. You could only see the building blocks of that home, the concrete. Nothing inside was recognizable. I've never seen anything like this. And putting myself in the homeowner's shoes, losing your home is losing your home. It's your biggest investment. That's not good. But I have to imagine it's harder for Angelenos to walk into a home that is completely singed than somebody who has been hit by a hurricane. I get the sense you can rebuild faster from a hurricane than you can from these wildfires. But also, Giovanna, as I pass it back to you, I've also never covered a natural disaster where there's so much coming together already. I have been in awe of the Southern California spirit. You guys may know a few days ago we were covering that pop-up donation drive, neighbors helping neighbors. Already you get the sense that Southern California will build back from these ashes, and that is incredible to see.
Kevin, thank you. I would also add that a similarity here is the anxiety. For a hurricane, you are anxious because it's coming. I mean, the event itself is over in a day. Here, the anxiety of watching and waiting and never know what's about to happen, that too is a very real similarity. Gabe Santos is in Air 7 HD, and we actually see fire once again. So much smoke, Gabe, which in a manner of speaking is kind of good news as this thing starts to smoke out. But when you see active fire again, even though it's approaching that ridge, it starts to get concerning.
Yeah, Philip, this is on the other side of the fire that we've been at, for most of the morning. This is on the western flank. This is near the end of Reseda Boulevard, so the far south end of Reseda Boulevard. And this is the part of the fire that's really putting up a lot of smoke right now. If you're anywhere in the San Fernando Valley, you probably see this. The thing to know about with this side of the fire is, yes, there's a lot of fire activity, but there's a lot of brush down there, and that's where the fire has moved upslope to the very top, to Mulholland Drive, where the natural fire break is. That's a dirt road, a pretty wide dirt road there, and fire crews are aware of this, and they're doing water drops on this side too. But knowing the topography of the area, that the fire would then have to creep back downhill, they're not too worried about this coming any further to the north. That's not to say anybody's, out of the woods yet. Definitely, we all still have to keep our guards up, but the overall trend is that the wind is coming from north to south, basically pushing the flames back towards the south, so back where these flames already came from. Now, they ran up the hill, yes, because of the topography, but the next step for this fire, if it were to come any further north, would then be to start making its way back downhill, and that's where it'll slow down. Fire crews understand that, so they're kind of letting this very edge of the fire burn its way right up to Mulholland Drive, and then fire crews will deal with it if it gets any further than that. Now, it could come further to the west, and that's where we've seen this fire kind of skip and make runs throughout the course of our fire coverage. As you see, one of the Firehawks there make a amazing water drop right on this thing. Hopefully we'll see an impact there, but there's some flame vortices there. Just because of all the heat, it creates so much rising air that you get literally a fire tornado, and that's what fire crews actually refer to this as. It's a fire tornado. There's an LA County Fire Department Firehawk going through the top of the picture there. They're going to do a drop on this one. So fire crews are aware of this side of the fire too. They are aware that it is quite active, and it does continue to make a run to the west. To the west, there's a lot of open brush. There's a lot of brush that hasn't burned in many years. There are homes to the west as well, and those homes are already under a mandatory evacuation. So if you are in that area, that's definitely an area of high concern. Encino, though, we're not worried about the fire making any big runs in that direction. Again, not to tell anybody to let their guard down, because we absolutely shouldn't. But the thinking right here is that fire crews are letting the fire burn up to the top of the ridge at Mulholland Road, or Mulholland Drive, Old Mulholland Drive, that becomes a dirt road in this section. And they're just going to let it get to the top of the road. And if it gets any further than that, then they will really hammer down on these airdrops and take care of it at that point. You see one of those airdrops there dropping a load of water right on that hot front, and hopefully that'll make a difference there. You see even a little bit of a change as the water makes contact with the fire. There's a little bit of a run that we are seeing that this fire is making to the west, and that is what we're worried about, and that is kind of what we're seeing here. But again, for a good distance here, it's nothing but dry brush. So fire crews may keep their eyes on it, see if it continues to make a run, and then deal with it. But the overall thinking is that it's a lot of downhill from here on this, at least this far northwest corner of the fire, and any movement the fire makes to the northwest would be very slow, and fire crews would be able to handle it. So we see a continuation of water drops. This isn't a forgotten corner of the fire, even though it's putting up a lot and a lot of smoke. But what I would tell residents of the San Fernando Valley is to be alert, be aware, but this section of the fire, I don't think is a threat to the majority of the San Fernando Valley at this point.
Gabe, I think you're making a great point, and we wanted to use our map once again. We saw how large those fire roads are. This is the fire road. Mulholland is right here. Now, what Gabe is talking about is this wide open space. There's not a lot there, but I will keep an eye on the evacuation warnings, because I wanted to show you, now you start, if it somehow doesn't stop here and continues to go this way. But again, remember, Gabe is saying the winds are coming this way, so it is not likely it goes here. The only community that might be, this is the Encino Reservoir. We also have Braemar Country Club. This kind of gives you an idea as to where it would go if the winds were blowing in that direction. But again, we want to be very cautious, and we don't want to cause anybody to worry, because the great news is that fire road that we're looking right there, that is a break that is there. It allows resources to get in the right spot, but this just gives you a perspective. This is the Encino Reservoir, and again, we watched this eastern flank get a lot of attention. This is an area where they have a great break with that fire road right there. So it is not wanting to spread this direction because the winds are pushing it this way. But there is active fire there. So if you are up in, near Encino, you're going to kind of look at it and you're going to see it, and it will cause concern. We're all concerned, but remember, the fire is wanting to go this way due to the winds, and there is a great fire road right there that is allowing fire crews to really get their attention. And again, Giovanna, he was also talking about this flank of the fire. You're going to be, there's just so much to watch. It's over 22,000 acres, but there is 11% containment, so that is very good news. And again, when you start getting down into here in the area where we saw Monica and we saw Kevin, this is Westridge Road here. That's their primary focus when you've got flames getting up into these neighborhoods, near these neighborhoods. But you do have a lot of crews that are right on those houses in the backyard. They have water, they have air resources, so that it's great. That part is really good news. And then again, when we look at this, what you're looking at with Gabe, well, I've just put us out in the ocean. But when you're looking at Gabe, you actually have an opportunity to get fire crews right on top of the fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Philip, for clarifying that. And you mentioned Monica. We're going to go back to her right now. She's on Canyon Back Road near Mountain Gate. Monica.
Giovanna, Philip, we've been taking a look at the situation and how it's been evolving here where we're at on Canyon Back Road. And I want you guys to take a look here behind me. This is a situation that we're seeing here. A lot less smoke in this area, but you could still see it's still there. It's not like it's gone. But earlier it was so thick that we couldn't see the hillsides on the other side. So a lot of definitely movement here. We still see some active flames there in the back, but we have seen air support here, and it's definitely looking a lot calmer than it did, say, an hour and a half ago. You could see actually one of the first responders there walking by that fire engine, and there are actually other fire engines in this neighborhood positioned here ready to go just in case something were to flare up. But where we're really seeing the activity, I think right now, is where Gabe's at, where Kevin's at, on the other side of Mandeville Canyon. And if we just continue to take a look, you can see the retardant out there, right? There's really been a lot of work to try and get this area under control and prevent those flames from inching closer to these homes. And I feel like these first responders, as well as the air support, have done a really good job of getting this area under control and making sure that we don't see any thick black smoke, because that's really when we see the fire intensity there. So far for this community here, again, half a mile away from the Mountain Gate Country Club, things are looking okay right now. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods, but things are certainly looking good. And what has been very refreshing since I've been here at 5 o'clock this morning is just seeing how quiet this neighborhood is, right? That means that people listened to the evacuation warning, that they heeded those alerts, and that they said, you know what, we're not even going to risk it. We're not going to stay here and wait till the end. We're going to trust our first responders. And I can tell you, you can't see them, but they are right there. They're on the other side of these homes that you see there, and they are positioned, ready to go. And now we're starting to hear some of that air support above us. So this is a situation. Of course, we're keeping a close eye on this, and we'll continue to be here all day for you guys to keep you updated. For now, reporting on this side of Brentwood, I'm Monica de Anda. Back to you guys.
Monica, thank you. And thank you for making that clarification that it is so helpful for firefighters when people heed the warnings to leave their homes. If people are not in the area and they can focus on the fire.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse, a place where financial progress can happen at the speed of delight. Here we help you achieve your money goals fast, like improving your credit scores in a matter of days fast, so you don't have to wait around to see your hard work pay off. Oh, well done. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
They're violent criminals, so they're not going to go down easy. Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful. 24/7.
Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Because if we lose control, bad things happen.
Work smarter, not harder.
There's never been a path to a national championship like this. And in the end, one team will have done something no team has ever done. The College Football Playoff National Championship. Monday, January 20th, 7:30 p.m. on ESPN.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoon.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Hi, I'm Phil Lipoff, and we have a lot of news to get to, but we are going to begin with this. The catastrophic wildfires out in Southern California, new flare-ups now forcing evacuations as home and businesses are reduced to ashes. At this hour, homes near the Brentwood neighborhood are burning. The fire rapidly growing and moving in the direction of heavily populated area. This stretch of homes is an area that firefighters were desperately trying to prevent the flames from reaching. See some of the fighting there. These are live images of the Palisades fire, which officials say is burning more than 21,000 acres. Firefighters have only been able to contain 11% of the fire so far, but 105,000 residents have been evacuated in that zone. And you can see air tankers there dropping thousands of gallons of red flame retardant in the hills around Los Angeles as firefighters attempt desperately to limit the devastation. Meantime, the Eaton fire is now estimated to be more than 14,000 acres with only 15% of the flames contained. The total death toll from these fires currently stands at 11. Officials say 13 people are unaccounted for. The new evacuation order now extends from the Encino Reservoir in the north, the Sunset Boulevard and south, and from the Mandeville Canyon in the west to the busy 405 freeway to the east. Law enforcement enforcing a curfew established as residents try to continue to move to safer places. We're also learning that Los Angeles County will set up resource centers for displaced residents who lost their homes so they can begin the claims process with FEMA. I want to bring in ABC's Jacqueline Lee from Altadena, California right now. Jacqueline, we can see the devastation behind you as we did last hour. Tell us what you're seeing around where you are.
Hey, Phil, so yes, the last time we spoke, we were over in Malibu, Pacific Palisades. We moved to Altadena, and as you can see, the devastation truly is everywhere. This used to be a church, but as you can see, there is nothing left. We are seeing pipes, mangled metal, what used to be roofs, but there's just nothing left. I'm almost speechless because of just how widespread this destruction is. You know, as we've covered this wildfire and the surrounding wildfires in Los Angeles County, the biggest issue is not only are they large, but they are attacking very urban areas. So, of course, so many residents have lost their homes. Down the street at the gas station, they have a bunch of volunteers have set up a food distribution center. A lot of people coming from surrounding areas to try to help out as best they can. The community is really coming together to help those who lost literally everything. And, you know, further down the street from this church is even more homes. I mean, it's just so widespread. People are doing everything they can just to hold it together. But, I mean, it's going to take a very long time to rebuild, Phil.
Yeah, Jacqueline, so much destruction and obviously so much distress among everybody who is out there. But there are also people who are being incredibly brave and showing acts of heroism. You spoke to a doctor who immediately started to help his neighbors. What did he tell you?
So he was doing surgery the day that the wildfire broke out, the Palisades fire. He rushed home because he knew his wife and his son were there, and his neighbor said that he was going to stay behind to try to fight the fire and save their homes. So the doctor rushed home, joined his neighbor together for the last few days ever since the fire broke out. They have been trying to put out hot spots. The neighbors, had pitched in and bought fire hoses. And when I asked him, I was like, why would you stay rather than just evacuate? He says it's about his community. For him, it was worth staying. But he did want to emphasize he was certified by the Los Angeles Fire Department to serve as a resident emergency first responder. So take a listen to what he had to say. All right, so it looks like we are having some technical difficulties. This man, by the way, when we showed up to interview him, he was in the middle of putting out a spot fire at one of his neighbor's homes. So, I mean, he has been working around the clock. And, he showed us this cell phone video that he took the next morning after the first night of this fire. And you see the wind whipping his hair. You see the anguish on his face. He is covered in soot and ash. But there was a sense of victory. He said, we did it. They saved the neighbors' homes. But he just broke down into tears speaking with me because he said he's devastated because his community, his other neighbors, they lost everything. And that is so important to remember. Not only did people lose their homes, but everything inside of it. You have to think of all of the items you accumulate throughout your lifetime and the memories they represent. All of that is gone, Phil.
It's so important in times like these, Jacqueline, to have people like him. Thank you for bringing us his story. Even though we had trouble hearing him, you described his essence and what he said beautifully. I know the Attorney General has come out and warned people against price gouging, but I also want to talk about this water issue. Local fire officials telling us they're also concerned about the water supply. What's happening there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for one thing, you can see the water flowing out of these pipes. When fires burn down structures, and if they have a sprinkler system, that water supply does not shut off, and that impacts the water pressure for the firefighters here in Los Angeles. That has been an issue. Then there was a local reservoir that was shut down before the fire occurred, and that, of course, could have been more water for firefighters when they were doing their drops, when they were using those air tankers. So that has added to frustration. And I actually just spoke with a resident. Not only did her house burn down here in Altadena, but she and her family were on top of her grandmother's roof using garden hoses, those gallons of water to try to put everything out. She said the water supply just shut off. We have frustrations about firefighters who tried to use the fire hydrants and those were empty. So there are just a lot of questions, Phil. We don't have those answers yet, but there is just mounting frustration among residents and, of course, those first responders who are doing their best to either fight the fires or who lost everything, as you can see. So we're just going to have to see, what the city and what the officials have to say. Phil.
A lot of questions we're all looking for answers to in the coming days, weeks, and months. Jacqueline Lee, thank you so much. Want to get a check on the weather conditions now. WABC meteorologist Jeff Smith is here. Jeff, we know that these fires in Southern California were exacerbated by the dry and windy conditions. What's the wind going to be like over the next 24 hours or so?
Well, Phil, you might have noticed in Jacqueline Lee's live shot, there wasn't a ton of wind you can notice in the background, but that wind is going to be ramping up in a big way. We've had a little bit of a reprieve from the wind during the past 24 hours. However, we now have more than 9 million people in Southern California under new fire weather alerts. This is not good news. The wind is going to be ramping up 30 to 40 miles per hour sustained overnight tonight. We have high wind warnings. We have red flag warnings. This could be gusting upwards of 60 and 70 miles per hour, especially along some of the mountain passes and higher elevations. And what you'll notice here on the red flag warning, places that haven't had the devastating wildfires like Anaheim, over to Temecula, over to San Bernardino, they're going to be getting into some of the most critical fire weather during the next 12 to 18 hours. So something we're going to be watching very carefully in that area and across all of Southern California overnight tonight. The worst of the wind is probably tonight into tomorrow morning, and then it calms down a little bit by later on tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, we have another situation developing, especially Monday night through Tuesday, even into Wednesday, another Santa Ana event, high pressure dipping into Nevada. You get these winds whipping in around it, coming in through the passes and coming into Los Angeles from the northeast. And also, this is causing some pretty bad air quality. And until these fires are put out, we're going to have that air quality deteriorating across those areas downwind of the fires. How did we get here? Last 2 winters have been very wet in Southern California. So what happened was you had a lot of lush vegetation on the mountainsides that developed, but the past couple of months, it's been drying out. Only 0.16 inches of rain since October 1st in LA compared to a normal nearly 5 inches, and there's really no significant rainfall in sight. Phil?
Unbelievable. All right. Yep. WABC meteorologist Jeff Smith. Jeff, thank you. The raging California wildfires, as you know, have left thousands of people, tens of thousands in the Los Angeles area displaced with forced evacuations and homes destroyed. This devastation has united local communities and aid groups, of course, quickly mobilized, and they're collecting donations and support for the first responders and the people who've lost their homes. One of these aid groups is called It's Bigger Than Us, a Los Angeles-based nonprofit providing volunteer opportunities for people who want to contribute. And we do know there are so many people. Joining us now is Tyrone Nance, founder of It's Bigger Than Us. Tyrone, thanks for taking the time to speak to us. We know you are doing heroes work out there. Tell us what your team is doing at this hour actively.
Thank you. And thank you, Phil, for everything that you're doing too as well, and the whole team. Right now, while we're here, we have a distribution hub happening where there are brand new clothes being distributed to all of the community members that have been affected. The buildings to the left, we have distribution hubs and drop-offs happening right now. Then we have volunteers mobilizing, being able to take the resources based off of the organizations, the city officials, everyone that we're working with, and they're just being distributed all over the city right now. And so we have around 200 to 250 individuals here right now that traveled near and far to make sure they were a part of this effort.
And Tyrone, everything that you've been seeing, I mean, our reporters have been showing it. You just saw it with Jacqueline. The devastation is so widespread. What do people need the most right now?
I think what people need the most right now is reassurance that this is going to be okay. The essential items and the resources right now are incredible. We still need them, but it's about the tomorrow. This effort needs to continue years on. This is a devastating heartbreak to the city. It's like Gotham City here. Every minute it's a fire breaking out. Every minute there's something going on, and individuals need to continue to have hope. And so we're going to, right, the world right now is loving on us. They're wrapping their arms around us. But the word that is coming off from the first responders to everybody is like, don't let up. We still need you. We still need you to understand that this is just the beginning. Individuals lost their homes. Yes, those things can be rebuilt, but the things that they lost internally are going to linger. And those are the things that we are having difficulty navigating as well.
Tyrone, you posted some photos with first responders. You just mentioned first responders. The work that they've been doing is just remarkable. They've been working tirelessly. I've heard some are sleeping on top of their rigs. They're not eating enough. They're trying to, put out fires as they're losing their homes. What are you hearing from first responders in the hardest hit areas, and how are you helping them?
Yeah, thank you so much. Big shout out to all the first responders, the city officials, the organizations, all of the volunteers that are mobilizing across this state. It is absolutely incredible. Yesterday, I was able to spend some time with the individuals on the front line, like the firefighters, the police officers, and I was like, tell me, what is the message? What do you want the folks to know? And they're just saying, hey, we feel the love, we're getting the resources, but we just want to make sure that this is the continual effort. They are champions. They're all smiling. They're all full of joy. When they're seeing us, they're making sure that they know that they're very grateful and thankful for all of the donations, all of the information. But it's a lot. I mean, even in the midst of me having a conversation with a few firefighters, a fire broke out right behind us over in the Pacific Palisades. And it was like in real time, watching everything happen, and they're just springing into action. And so right now, we're partnering up with so many incredible restaurants and organizations to make sure we're feeding the individuals on the front line all throughout the mornings, the evenings, the afternoons. And so they are very appreciative of what we're able to provide them, but they're also very appreciative that we're out there with them, making sure that the community residents, that homes that are being burned down, they're being evacuated, that they see us. I mean, even in this moment, I ran upstairs, a young lady named Karen from Altadena came to the hub right in the middle while we were having a rally with one of the council members, Karen Price, and she came and said, I lost everything. And we said, we got you. What do you need? Give us your Zelle. We're going to make sure you have all the care packages and all the information. But right at that same time, we had about 10 cars going out to Altadena right now in real time.
Well, Tyrone, thank you so much for all the work you're doing and all of the nonprofits out there who are helping everybody in what is, one of their darkest, if not the darkest hour of their lives so far. Tyrone, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Phil.
The Santa Anita racetrack outside Los Angeles is now being used as a staging area for wildfire relief. Donations have been pouring in after the drop-off area was relocated from the Rose Bowl. Another part of the complex is being used as a base camp for the power supplier Southern California Edison, as the company's crews work desperately to restore power in those hardest affected areas. And Disney, the parent company of ABC, is helping thousands in need in Southern California as well, revealing it's donating $15 million to wildfire relief. Disney is offering support to the Red Cross, Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, and the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, among others. The company is also saying it will work closely with the business community to find ways to support the rebuilding efforts in that area. The Red Cross and Salvation Army are among the organizations already there helping evacuees. You can go to redcross.org or salvationarmyusa.org if you would like to help. We also have many ways you can help listed on our website as well. Still to come here on ABC News Live Weekend, we are just days away from possibly seeing TikTok banned across the United States. What's the platform doing to stay in app stores, and why are its lawyers pleading to the nation's highest court?
The best moments deserve the best eggs, especially when they're Eggland's Best. It tastes so deliciously fresh, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Ooh, the DQ Cheeseburger Lovers Deal is back. 2 single cheeseburgers for only $5, or 2 double cheeseburgers for just $7? For real? Oh, tell me it's as good as it looks. Deal this good speaks Speaks for itself, I guess. But you better get it before it's gone. DQ, happy tastes good.
Y'all see this? Patrick Mahomes is saying goodbye. People was tripping.
Where are you going?
He was actually saying goodbye to his old phone.
I'm switching to the amazing new iPhone 16 with T-Mobile.
It's the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence. That's like peanut butter on jelly on gold.
At T-Mobile, get iPhone 16 on us. Plus, families can switch and save 20% on plans plus streaming versus the other big guys.
What a deal. Y'all giving it away too fast. T-Mobile, slow down. Da-da-da-da-da.
There's never been a path to a national championship like this. As the final teams take the field, everyone will know this one is bigger. And in the end, one team will have done something no other team in the history of college football has ever done. The College Football Playoff National Championship, Monday, January 20th, 7:30 p.m. on ESPN.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV.
And so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful.
Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Work smarter, not harder.
Welcome back. Let's get another check on your weekend weather. WABC meteorologist Jeff Smith is back. Jeff, last time we were talking about what's happening out in California. What does the rest of the weekend look like for everybody else?
From one extreme to the other, fires out west, and we've had snow in the east, even Atlanta, Georgia getting their biggest snowfall in 7 years. As a matter of fact, that was their first measurable snowfall in Atlanta in 1,079 days, 2.1 inches. London, Kentucky, a winter wonderland there. Some pretty cool drone video. And Boston, Mass. Still snowing that area, right along the Charles River. You can see the snow exiting eastern New England right now. Behind it, it's all about the cold. These morning wind chills are going to be frigid. Look at Minneapolis, feeling like 22, 23 below zero for Monday and Tuesday. And this will extend into Chicago all the way to western North Carolina, feeling like 6 below by Tuesday morning. Washington, D.C., feeling like single numbers Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, and Thursday morning. And there's no real end in sight to this cold pattern, Phil. Much of the country going to be cooler than normal right through the end of the month. And of course, we're continuing to watch that fire weather out west. Doesn't look good next 24 hours over Southern California, and then another Santa Ana event Monday night through Wednesday. Phil?
Yeah, unfortunately not what anybody wants to hear. All right, Jeff, thank you. So the Supreme Court appears likely to uphold a U.S. ban on TikTok after hearing the case yesterday. The key question in this case, does a law banning apps owned by foreign adversaries violate the First Amendment? The law passed by Congress in May says TikTok's Chinese-based parent company ByteDance must sell the app to a non-foreign adversary company or face a ban in the U.S. in just a few weeks. So the justices heard arguments, asked a lot of questions regarding free speech, national security, and data harvesting. ABC's Perry Russum with more.
With the fate of TikTok now in the hands of the Supreme Court, a lawyer for the app says if they do not win this case, TikTok will go dark in the U.S. in a matter of days.
This country has never taken the step of shutting down a speech platform, much less such an important speech platform.
TikTok argues the law forcing its Chinese-based parent company ByteDance to sell the app or be banned in the U.S. is a violation of the First Amendment.
There must be a solution that protects both our national interests and our constitutional rights.
Nearly 170 million Americans use the app. That's about half the U.S. population.
I am part of so many creators who support our own lives and have built careers off of this platform.
The Biden administration says China's control of TikTok through ByteDance represents a grave threat to national security. It appears the Supreme Court is likely to uphold the ban.
So are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
The U.S. government, from Congress to the CIA, fears the Chinese government could weaponize the app by exploiting massive amounts of user data and manipulating what videos Americans see on their feeds. TikTok has long denied those claims.
I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok.
President-elect Trump has asked the justices to put the ban on hold so he can negotiate a resolution when he takes office.
He could choose to go to the Senate and Congress and seek to codify some law that he feels allows it to continue to operate.
And there are American companies who say they want to buy the app. That includes Kevin O'Leary from TikTok. He's part of a larger group that wants to buy TikTok, but ByteDance has said it will not sell. Phil?
All right, Perry Russom, thank you. And some breaking news out of Washington to bring to you. Not unexpected, Special Counsel Jack Smith has resigned. The Department of Justice saying in a filing that Smith formally stepped down yesterday after submitting his final report to Attorney General Merrick Garland. The move by Smith is not a surprise. He announced his intention to step down shortly after President-elect Trump won the election back in November. Smith had been working at the International Criminal Court in The Hague when Garland hired him to take over the federal cases against Trump when he officially declared his candidacy in 2022. Still to come here on ABC News, the new way some people will watch the college football big championship game. Stay with us.
We ready?
I need to get me a new phone.
You need to trade in that old busted up phone. You can get you a brand new iPhone 16 Pro from T-Mobile. It's on them. At T-Mobile, it's better over here. Families save 20% every month. What a deal.
To all you new and existing customers, trade in your busted old phone, and T-Mobile will give you a brand new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus, families can switch and save 20% versus the other big guys' best plans plus streaming.
T-Mobile is one of none. Go get that.
What he said.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, with results you can see faster. Lose 15% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to curb hunger and nausea. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
We have 96 hours to build a house for a deserving family.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
At the Disneyland Resort, the happiest place on earth, you can find the my dream is finally coming true kind of happy. That woohoo kind of happy. And the we're never going to forget this kind of happy. Find yours at the Disneyland Resort.
The Disney Resorts Collection is the most magical place to stay at the most magical place on Earth. And with extra time at any of the 4 theme parks, why would you stay anywhere else? Start saving today.
What's good to watch? Read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America. Get excited!
I love that so much. It's time for GMA Life.
GMA Life, streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
I only have one rule. Stay out of the basement.
What do you got in the basement?
I can't talk about it quite yet.
There's something down there that will destroy the world.
We're talking about a monster, a real monster.
You are in danger. Kids are disappearing.
Welcome back. The College Football National Championship game is set. Ohio State will now take on Notre Dame on Monday, January 20th. ABC contributor Lori Bergamato spoke to AT&T's Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Kellen Smith-Kenny, about the new way some people are watching the big game.
The games so far have been thrilling, big upsets and overtime drama, and tonight kicks off the semifinal round. This segment is sponsored by AT&T. We're delighted to welcome its Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Kellen Smith-Kenny. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Such a classic matchup tonight, right? Notre Dame versus Penn State. We actually posted an unofficial ballot on our Instagram, not a scientific survey, I should say, but we asked our viewers who they think will win, and they picked Notre Dame. So we'll see. Sorry, Lara. What are you looking forward to in the game?
Gosh, well, I do not know who is going to win tonight, but I am predicting it's going to be an epic showdown between two college football icons. I'm also predicting that we're going to break records in terms of the number of people that are watching digitally. In the past 2 years alone, we've seen a 25% jump in the people that consume the games on their phone, on their tablet, or via their laptop. That's millions of people. And actually, last week, I was one of those millions of people watching UT in that double overtime win in the final seconds. I needed a fast, reliable connection that I could count on. It was so key to getting all those final moments of the game.
Oh, yeah, you need that good connection. And I understand you guys are kicking something off tonight as well?
Yes, we have a big announcement. We are launching the AT&T Guarantee, which means we're guaranteeing the connectivity that our customers depend on, the deals they want, and the prompt and friendly service they deserved. Or we'll make it right. That makes us the first and only connectivity provider to offer this type of bold promise to our customers of wireless and fiber services. And the reason we're able to do it is because we've spent the past 4 years investing nearly $1 billion to improve the customer service experience, and no one has invested more than AT&T in the U.S. in enhancing our network connectivity.
Wow, well, you had me at prompt and friendly, Kellen. And some iconic football players are helping you demonstrate this support. Tell me more.
Yes, absolutely. So, spoiler alert, during today's game, we've enlisted the help of some iconic football college legends. But really, we're doing this because at AT&T, the customer is at the heart of everything we do. And we know that connectivity really matters to them. Whether it's streaming a college football championship game, or it's just being more productive at work, or having a conversation with a loved one over the phone, our customers want to be connected 100% of the time. And now they know that they can depend on AT&T.
Well, that sounds great. Thank you so much. We want to thank you, Kellen, and also AT&T. You can go to GMA's social accounts to learn more about this initiative.
All right, our thanks to Lori and our sponsors at AT&T for that. I'm Phil Lipoff. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The news never stops. Now to our Los Angeles station, KABC, as they continue their live coverage of the California wildfires.
Behind you, and that car parked on the street completely burned out. It is just hard to digest. Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you.
So as we continue now, we want to go to Liz Nagy. She is at the Westwood Recreation Center, where people are trying to just, in many cases, have an opportunity to rest and regroup. Liz, what do you have?
Philip, that's exactly what's happening here. Many of the people that I've spoken with since we got here in the last half hour or so are actually people who have been here for several days now. People who left their homes on Tuesday, left their places of work on Tuesday, met family members here, and came to this shelter. Some people are staying the night. Some people are just popping in and out because they are in recent evacuation zones. So there are a lot of different dynamics at play here. I have a Red Cross volunteer here who's from the San Diego area, but you've been involved in this. You're up here for the day. So tell me, what is going on at this shelter? What are you hearing from the people who are staying here?
Yeah, so this shelter is open for anybody who needs a safe place to stay, but even if you're not staying overnight, you can come here for a shower, a hot meal, to get information, to charge your devices. Pets are welcome here as well, so we see a lot of families coming in with their pets that are in a separate area. And really what I'm hearing from a lot of people is just that they're really grateful that they have a safe place to land. But a lot of people are very unsure right now because they don't know if they have homes to go back to.
Right. A few of the people that I've spoken to who said they got here on Tuesday, they still don't know the condition of their homes. But that's important. This isn't just a place for people to stay for multiple days on end. You can pop in, get what you need, and then perhaps go stay at a friend's. This is always a place that is open to come and go.
Right. Everybody is welcome at a Red Cross shelter. You can come here whether or not you're staying overnight. We will do anything and everything we can to help you. We're seeing some people that maybe need help replacing prescriptions or prescription glasses. I saw a couple of people come in earlier and said, oh, I just want to take a shower real quick. So all of that is possible here, and everybody is welcome to come here if they need help.
The needs are so different. I did speak with one woman who was just showing up here a few minutes ago. She's an older woman who lives in the Brentwood community. She said she's not ready to evacuate yet, but she's old, her joints aren't working properly, and she just said, I need to know what resources are available to me if I need to leave quickly.
So we accommodate everybody as best as we can. So we often see in shelters that people have different types of needs. Maybe they need a different type of bed. Maybe they have medical needs. Whether it's our volunteers or we're working with partner organizations, we make sure that everybody that comes here feels supported.
And the pet portion is so huge because there are a lot of people who are fleeing with pets of all kinds, and hotels aren't necessarily welcoming them, Airbnbs perhaps. So this is a place that they can always come and bring that part of their family with them.
Yeah, we hear that from people. Your pet is a part of your family. I know for me, I have a cat at home, and I wouldn't want to leave my home without her either. So it's important that people can bring their pets here. The entire family, including pets, they're in a separate room, but they're in the same location, and they're taken care of. So even if people do need to leave during the day, maybe they are still going to work, their pets are safe here.
Okay, and Naomi, this is a resource that's open 24/7. You have been here since Tuesday. There is no end date set. There's no necessarily max capacity here. Right at this point, you think you probably have in the neighborhood of about 150 to 200 people using the resources at this Westwood Recreation Center.
Correct, and we have hundreds of people staying in different shelters all across the county, and we are still accepting people at this location, and fires are unpredictable, as most emergencies are. We will stay here for as long as necessary, and we will continue to support people. We're not out of the woodworks yet. A lot of people can't go home yet. The fire hasn't been put out yet, and so we will continue to be here for people for as long as we need.
Okay, and then last thing before I let you go, because I want to be able to let you get back to the people who need your assistance. You said the best way that people can help right now, and there are a lot of people who are looking to help those in need, is financial donations, but there's something you're asking people not to do. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, so the best way is to make a financial donation because it really helps us get the things to where they need to go right now. Our main focus is on taking care of the people that are here. Some people are coming here bringing blankets, other supplies, which it's incredibly generous, and we love that people are wanting to help, but it does divert resources away from our mission. Our volunteers really want to be focused on helping the people that are here. So this is not the place to bring in-kind donations, but if you want to help, go to redcross.org to make a donation or send a text message, CA Wildfires, to 90999, and you can make a donation to help these people in need.
Naomi, thank you so much for all the work that you and your fellow volunteers are doing. We really appreciate it, and so do the people of Southern California. Thank you. So that is an important thing to note here, right? They don't want the resources diverted away by people dropping off donations. They're trying to take care of the people who are in the shelter who need their attention right now. When I stepped inside just a few minutes ago, you could see some medical staff that was tending to people with any injuries they may come in with or illnesses that they have gotten in the process of evacuating from all of this. So financial donations are what they need most. And people who are here are really sort of in this transition phase, trying to figure out what happened, where they're going to go next. And this is just a place to rest their feet, to take a break and regroup. Giovanna and Philip.
Liz, before you go, I did have a question. This morning during the press conference, FEMA officials were saying they were sending staff into the field, and they would be at the shelters and some other places so they could help people and offer local assistance to people needing to process their application. So for somebody who may have a place to stay, but they're wanting to try to get in touch with FEMA, have you seen any of the FEMA representatives showing up to offer this serious assistance, displacement assistance, other needs assistance? Have you seen that?
I haven't seen anything of that right now. Let me check with Naomi, who's here. Naomi, have you seen FEMA people coming to this shelter trying to offer assistance to people in need? Because this morning at the news conference, they mentioned that FEMA representatives were going to be coming around to various shelters to help people with this transition process and in need.
I haven't seen any yet, but it's very well possible. I've only been here for a few hours and I've been in and out. And of course, you know, they are a partner organization that we do work with, but I'm not sure if they've been here just yet.
Okay, and have you heard from any of your colleagues at any other Red Cross shelters across Los Angeles County right now if FEMA representatives are showing up trying to offer people assistance?
I haven't heard that yet, but again, you know, the Red Cross is focused on helping the people that need our help right now, and our mission is really to make sure that people have a safe place to land, and so that's our focus right now.
Naomi, thank you so much for clarifying. So we'll keep an eye out for some of those FEMA representatives as we continue to spend time here at this Red Cross shelter and ask those questions. But as of right now, I have not seen those FEMA representatives, and neither have Naomi.
Liz, that is good to know. Thank you very much, Liz, so we could clear that up. So if they end up in the field where right now we're not seeing them, they did mention in that press conference that the easiest way to start your application process is disasterassistance.gov, but many people don't have access to the internet right now.
That's a good point.
That is a very real need to maybe sometime in the very near future actually physically talk to somebody that is representative from FEMA. We'd like to be able to get those answers.
Right, and there are other evacuation centers open, so there is a possibility that they may be there. We don't know.
But to be clear, disasterassistance.gov, they've already had 16,000 applications. So if you need assistance, that might be the best place to start if you can get internet.
And it'll be a daunting process, so start as soon as you can. Yeah. We want to check in with Shayla Girardin for the latest on the forecast of these winds. Shayla.
Yes, and we are getting a little bit of a break from the winds right now, especially for some spots. As we take a look out towards the Palisades fire, you'll notice right now winds in that 10 to 15 mile per hour gusts. But look at this, as we head into this evening, we are talking about some more Santa Ana winds in the mix, and they are going to be picking up a bit. The winds also shifting their direction, really coming from the north as we head into the overnight hours. But we're talking more about that 20 to 25, maybe approaching close to 30 mile per hour gusts as we head into the early morning hours. So this is a big difference compared to what we were seeing earlier in the week. We are still seeing some strong Santa Ana winds as we head into the overnight hours, but nothing compared to what we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday. Taking a look out there right now, you'll notice it's those Santa Ana wind corridors really still feeling those breezier conditions. So Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, all seeing gusts over 30 miles per hour this afternoon. Malibu, though, Malibu Hills in the teens. And look at this, Pacific Palisades right now down to 11 mile per hour gusts. So again, big improvement over what we were talking about earlier this week. As you head farther south, though, and even pushing into the Inland Empire, we're starting to see those winds picking up again. And this will continue as we head into the evening hours. San Bernardino, Riverside, both seeing gusts close to 30, 35 miles per hour. And as you move farther east, Banning, Hemet, even Temecula, all in the teens this afternoon. Palm Springs, though, seeing a little bit more of that wind coming in with gusts around 20 miles per hour. Now, you'll notice as we head into tonight, those wind gusts are going to continue to pick up. The good news here is this is more of a moderate Santa Ana wind event. We're talking about gusts anywhere from 20 to 25, pushing close to 30 miles per hour for some spots. That's going to continue into early tomorrow morning, and then by Sunday afternoon, we get a break. Once again, those winds dying down. So there was talk yesterday, there was concern yesterday over, is this next wind event going to be stronger than what we saw this past week? That's not the case. This round, we're talking about winds in that moderate range, gusts 20 to 40 miles per hour. We had a bit of a break, noticing weak Santa Ana winds, but the good news is we're not on this side of the scale. We're not talking about those strong or extreme Santa Ana winds, and here's why. We have this ridge of high pressure sitting off the west coast. That is going to stay with us as we head into the next several days. But today, this trough of low pressure, it's going to start to push out, and with it, it brings us that chance once again to see a return of those Santa Ana winds tonight. Again, like we said, a moderate wind event. Then Sunday afternoon into Monday, a bit of a break. By Monday night, this inside slider is going to make its way south into Southern California, giving us a chance for another round of those winds. And this wind event looking like it's going to last a couple days. So Tuesday into Wednesday, fire concern, of course, is going to be the big talker as we head into this next week. Speaking of which, I want to show you the 7-day forecast here. So tonight, those night winds picking up once again, could see gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. Morning winds mix tomorrow. Then Monday, a bit of a break. That's going to be some crucial time for those fire crews. Winds picking up once again as we head into your Tuesday, Wednesday. Temperatures in the mid-60s. There's also a chance as we head into the end of the week that inside slider, that low pressure could bring us a little bit of moisture. It's really low right now, but it is something, of course, we're all going to be hoping for out there. All right, valleys, Inland Empire, upper 60s today. You'll be feeling those night winds this evening, lingering through your Sunday morning as well. More of a breeze coming for your Tuesday into Wednesday. But again, this is a moderate Santa Ana wind event. It's not something to be taken lightly. It should be of a concern, but not nearly what we were talking about earlier this past week. Beaches, you're in the 60s all week long. You do dip briefly to the 50s next week, but look at those wind speeds. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour tonight, lingering through your tomorrow morning. By Sunday afternoon, you get a break, and then we're not talking about winds again until Tuesday. Mountain spots, you have some very chilly overnight lows in the mix. Keep that in mind. We're talking about the teens. 40s for you the next couple days with gusts as high as 45 miles per hour as we head into your Sunday morning. And then finally desert spots. 60s today. You dip to the 50s tomorrow. Going to continue to feel those breezy conditions. And again, Tuesday is that next round of winds. So Philip, Giovanna, we saw a little bit of a break. Those winds picking up again this evening. So it's something we're just going to have to keep a very close eye on when we're talking about all of these fires still across Southern California.
Yeah, so many days ahead of winds, and we will stay on top of it. Thank you, Shayla. We want to check back in with Gabe Santos in Air 7 over this active flank of the Palisades fire. What are you saying, Gabe?
Yeah, this is the this is the eastern flank of the Palisades fire right now that we've been seeing flare up. This northeastern side of it, the flare up started last night. We've been seeing the continuation of it this morning and into today. This flank of the fire has been inching its way down into Mandeville Canyon. Fire crews are stationed all through Mandeville Canyon. They have structure protection in place. We did unfortunately lose one home near 3300 Mandeville Canyon Road. That's the only home we've seen burn in Mandeville Canyon so far. It is, of course, a very frightening situation when this fire has been going on for days, and we thought after yesterday that things looked to be calming down, and then today we wake up and find another home burning. So that's definitely some sad news to report right there. Now you see all these homes there in the center of your screen. That's the, let me check here. We'll get that community there for you there. That is the Mountain Gate community, and it looks very close to the flames, but that is kind of an artifact of the compression of the lens. So those flames look a lot closer to the Mountain Gate community than they actually are. It's still not to say that people in the Mountain Gate community shouldn't, I believe, already be evacuated, because I think that area is under mandatory evacuation. But the flames are still on the western side of Mandeville Canyon. They haven't crossed down and they haven't hit the bottom of Mandeville Canyon and started coming up. That is what fire crews are wanting to prevent, because as soon as the flames start getting on an upward slope, flames love an upward hill, and they'll just race up that hill. Right now they're creeping down. There's just so much fire activity and such a long line of fire activity that fire crews on the ground and fire crews from the air are really having to throw everything they have at the entire fire line, because there's this flank of the fire that is kind of descending slowly down into Mandeville Canyon as we see this tanker prepare to make a drop, and there's the western side of the fire that has been flaring up a little bit as we've hit the noon hour and the 1 o'clock hour here now, and that flank of the fire has extended a few tens of acres to the west, which could be impacting places in Topanga Canyon that weren't affected by the earlier stretch of the fire. As you see that fire retardant drop there right in front of the high voltage lines. But going back to the communities on the western side, that area of Topanga Canyon, the northern part of Topanga Canyon hasn't quite yet been affected as of yet, and that looks to be kind of in the bullseye of the western flank of the fire right now that is moving due west. It doesn't appear to be moving further into the San Fernando Valley. It doesn't appear to be moving any further north than Mulholland Drive. Fire crews have a great fire break on Mulholland Drive. They have this really long dirt road. They have crews there. You can see right there at the middle of your screen, the flames haven't progressed past the crest of Mulholland Drive, and that's great news there. There's really the dynamics of the weather and the topography right now are really favoring the lack of progression further to the north, and that's Encino, that's Tarzana. Not to say that everyone in those areas, that's the Encino Reservoir right there in the center of your screen, where a lot of those fire helicopters are picking up water from. Not to say that anybody in Tarzana and Encino should be on high alert, if not, preparing to evacuate, if not already evacuated, if you're in one of those mandatory evacuation zones. But I can report that the overall fire activity on the north end is that things are stopping at Mulholland Drive, and that's some good news there. So now fire crews can focus on the eastern flank of the fire, which is expanding to the in that direction, and the other side of the fire that we're on now, which is inching down further into Mandeville Canyon. So you have two active flanks of the fire that are putting up a lot of smoke, and that's something that fire crews are keeping their eye on right now.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much. I wanted to quickly show, you talked about people needing to be aware and just be on alert. This is the evacuation. These are the evacuation warnings. These are the evacuation orders, and here's where the fire is. This is where Gabe was talking about. The fire crews have made a really good stop of northern progression. So here's your reservoir right here. That is an area where there's an evacuation warning. So again, you've got some areas that need to be paying attention, but right now the warnings have stayed the same, but they have really made a great stop right on that road, that fire break there. So we're hoping it's not going to go any further north. And again, we'll keep an eye on this fight down here. Again, this was the section with Mandeville Canyon right in this space, which of course is still in the middle of an evacuation order. But right now, the fire has stayed on the west side of Mandeville Canyon Road. And so we're going to keep our fingers crossed that they can continue to make some progress right in that area, Giovanna.
Philip, thank you. And we want to go back to Liz Nagy. She's at the Westwood Recreation Center. It's an evacuation shelter managed by the American Red Cross. And we were asking you, Liz, when we last spoke with you, about whether FEMA representatives were there to help some of the people who have been displaced. You have an update on that, Liz?
Giovanna, we do. We were able to talk to the American Red Cross. They put us in touch with FEMA, who is here. They have 6 representatives with Federal Emergency Management Association, her agency right here at this Red Cross facility. So this morning that they had mentioned in that news conference that FEMA representatives were going to be making themselves available at shelters across Los Angeles County to try and expedite that process of getting people in the intake facility, in the intake process rather. So here FEMA representatives say they are meeting with people who may have been displaced from their homes. They're getting them in the initial stages of filling out those forms so they can get that process started to determine if in fact they are eligible for federal assistance. So the FEMA representative I spoke with said they can't speak to the media on camera, but they are here to do that. They've been meeting with people who've been staying in the shelter for several days who believe they are displaced from their homes, that they have nowhere to go back to, and they need that federal assistance. They're trying to get that process moving as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that update. And I just have another follow-up question. We had heard in one of the initial press conferences when they announced that President Biden was offering up to 100%, right, federal aid for the first 180 days. They were talking about cash assistance to some of the victims of the fire. Did you get any information on that?
The FEMA representatives, first of all, seemed pretty busy. They were trying to meet with people, and they're not really allowed to speak with the media on camera, but they were just able to give me that small bit of information. So they did not say anything about the cash assistance, simply that they were beginning the intake process at these shelters to expedite sort of the process of getting that federal assistance to people as quickly as possible. So it's entirely possible that that's part of that process, but they were not able to provide that clarification for me.
Okay, Liz, thank you so much for that information. I think one of the critical pieces of having FEMA representatives there is we heard from officials yesterday that there are people who have gone through the application process and were immediately rejected. So this is great news that you could go to that Westwood
Recreation Center.
Westwood Recreation Center.
On Sepulveda Boulevard,
and actually talk to a FEMA representative to get started on the process. What you're eligible for, they can help you with. But again, I do want to point out that one of the things they're trying to expedite is what's called serious assistance, which is a one-time payment to help survivors with the costs related to the disaster, food, water, infant formula, things you have to purchase as you evacuate. That is a one-time payment that's eligible to people who've lost so much, whether it's the Eaton fire or the Palisades fire. You can do that at disaster. We have that disasterassistance.gov. Or if you don't know what to do, you can go and talk to a human being, a FEMA representative, at that evacuation center.
Which can be so helpful to talk to a human being to answer all those questions. When you're filling out documents online, you just don't know. And as you mentioned, a lot of people don't have access maybe to their computers or even their phones. You just never know. So you do know that there are 6 FEMA representatives at the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda Boulevard. So you can go there.
And I just want to reiterate, it's so important for people to take the assistance that's available to them. Do not let pride or some desire to do it on your own keep you from getting the assistance that is there for you.
And I will bet that many people who do not try to get this assistance, it's because they're not aware that it's there. So hopefully we're getting the word out. And if you're listening to us, you can spread the word to people you know who have been displaced.
We have Vanessa Vasconcelos. She is from our sister station, KSFN, and she's in the Bel Air area. And Vanessa, you have come across someone whose evacuation warning has become an evacuation order.
Yes, we did. We're here at Skirball Center Drive, where we are actually seeing this growing line of cars. It's not so much people trying to get back to their homes. Now they're just staring in disbelief. I want to introduce you to Alicia. Alicia, tell me a little bit about what's going through your mind. You said, your warning turned into an evacuation order. Tell me what went through your mind.
Well, we had been watching the fires for several days, and we had the gift of time, fortunately, and we made a plan, and we executed our plan. We packed up. So we were ready to go, but it was still very nerve-wracking. And now we came to this location to see if our neighborhood is still here, and for now it is.
And tell me, I mean, it really strikes me when you say you had the gift of time. A lot of people can focus on the negative right now. What's keeping you so positive right now?
Well, again, I see all of the footage from what happened in the Palisades, which is utterly heartbreaking and devastating. And they didn't have time. And we know 3 people that lost everything. And so fortunately, we had the gift of time, and we were able to pack our most precious belongings and store them in a remote location. And we have our necessities with us. I have my son, I have my husband, and really everything I need in the world is with me. And I'm just trying to stay grateful and positive.
And speaking of, what goes through your mind when you see these aerial attacks of the flames that are inching closer to your home?
Well, hearing the sound of the helicopters now is like the sound of music to me. I'm so grateful for all of their efforts and everything everyone is doing to hold the line. And obviously, I mean, I'm born and raised in Los Angeles, and I think it's the most beautiful city, and it hurts my heart to see all of the smoke and devastation.
You were telling me you had never seen anything like this.
Nope, I lived through the riots and the earthquakes, and that combined was not nearly as awful and devastating as this is to me.
And is there anything you want to tell people at home just about, we hear this SoCal strong mentality. We watch neighbors helping neighbors. Tell me what you're seeing and how that impacts you.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of restaurants coming together and offering meals for the firefighters. California and Los Angeles, sometimes it's easy to be isolated because we're always in our cars. And to see everybody coming together, and I'm getting text messages from friends and family from all around the world. And yes, SoCal strong. This is LA, baby. We love it.
Alicia, thank you so much for joining me today. And, for folks at home, many people concerned about the property, I can tell you we did go beyond these closures right here because we are credentialed media, and in doing so we did see that there is law enforcement patrolling the area, making sure there are no looters, some of them checking on properties. there are also fire crews doing structure protection in the region. So, it was eerie seeing these empty streets, homes without any cars in front of them, and you just see fire trucks and engines getting ready to attack if need be when it comes to these flames. Again, you see that smoke billowing just beyond those homes, but a sense of relief, especially when it comes to seeing these aerial attacks right here. I know when we were over on Mulholland Drive, that is when we saw dozens of aerial attacks when it came to fire retardant, dropping water as well. We also saw dozer lines being created. So they are doing a ground attack as well. And when it comes to that, we did speak with CAL FIRE crews. They are assessing right now to determine if they need to add additional dozer lines, especially on that area right there. But again, I can tell you here, just off of 405 on Skirball Center Drive, this is where we are seeing more and more people come, just, taking pictures to them, a lot of them telling me that this is historic, but it's also, they're just in disbelief. They want to capture these moments where, they're seeing their community come together. I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
Okay. Liz, thank you very much. Vanessa, thank you very much. We have reporters all over the place. We are also awaiting an Eaton fire update. We've talked so much today about the spread of the Palisades fire, and it is our primary focus, as it is for so much of the firefight. But as you see there on the right of your screen, that is an update we are expecting from the Eaton fire, which has proven, as both of them, a deadly fire with incredible devastation. So for all the folks in Altadena who have so many questions about what's going on in their life, this is going to be an update that you'll want to be listening to.
Yeah, and we're going to stand by and bring it to you live when it begins. But right now, we want to check in with Gabe Santos for another look. Gabe.
Yeah, Giovanna and Philip, we've been keeping an eye on this eastern flank of the fire. We've seen the fire really kind of settle in on that hillside, slowly inching down into Mandeville Canyon. We've seen it kind of overtake these high voltage lines, a lot of these high voltage towers. We're trying to, I believe that on the right of your screen, that is Mandeville Canyon Road. So those were the structures that we were looking at there. Sadly, we did lose a home already in Mandeville Canyon. It was
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in. From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal. Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
The fear and devastation. Sunday morning, new reporting from the wildfires and exclusive California Senator Adam Schiff. And with just days until the inauguration, how serious is Trump about U.S. expansion? Sunday morning on ABC's This Week.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
Might as well get paid for it.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, where?
Ginger.
This tragic event will bring us together. We will stay together. We will get through the fires. We will rebuild our city, and we will rebuild our city even better.
The race here because my son and my wife evacuated, but our neighbor stayed, and I wasn't going to leave him alone.
So I'm just letting you know, you go out there and you violate this curfew, you are going to spend time in jail. You're not going to get cited and released.
Welcome to ABC News Live Weekend. I'm Phil Lipoff. We want to get straight to our top story, that catastrophic wildfire event happening all over Southern California. The Palisades fire now moving dangerously close to another heavily populated area. We're talking about the Brentwood neighborhood. This stretch of homes is in that area that firefighters were trying desperately to prevent the flames from spreading to. Together, the Palisades and the Eaton fires are burning more than 35,000 acres. A new evacuation order now extends from the Encino Reservoir in the north to Sunset Boulevard in the south, and from the Mandeville Canyon in the west to the 405, the busy 405 freeway out to the east. But the community coming together, a grassroots donation site showing up for people in need at the Santa Anita racetrack outside of Los Angeles. Donations have been pouring in after the drop-off area was relocated from the Rose Bowl. So amazing. It is so amazing to see people coming together like this. Kevin Ozebek from our ABC Houston station joins me now with the latest from this raging fire in Brentwood. Kevin, you've been out there for a bit. Tell me what it's like out there right now.
Well, Phil, it's just incredible to see these firefighters in action doing everything they can to save our homes. From our vantage point here, we're on a hiking trail above this community. And look, we can actually see firefighters backyards. They've been spraying water on some of the vegetation around these homes to protect them. And Phil, just look at the valley below us. All that smoke, all heading in a northwest direction, just blanketing parts of Los Angeles in thick smoke. Phil, it's just been an incredible day watching these firefighters game plan this out as they try to protect these homes as the Palisades fire moves, shifts, and kind of has thrown some homeowners for a surprise. This is Ridge Road, that I'm off of, and we've seen firefighters. I don't know if you can see them through the backyard right there, trying to protect these homes right now. Again, they have these streets here, these residential streets, just absolutely lined with fire hoses in position, ready to go if need be. Now, this particular part of Brentwood right here has been evacuated. We haven't seen many homeowners, but Phil, these firefighters are here. They've been here all day, and they say this firefight will be a very long one.
Kevin, thank you for the update on what's happening in Brentwood. Los Angeles County Supervisor Catherine Barger is holding a news conference right now, so we want to leave Kevin right where he is. We'll get back to him at some point, but we do want to listen in on that news conference right now.
Who are going to have to navigate this incredibly difficult process. Our community's resilience has always been inspirational, and it will be our guiding light as we move forward together. I understand that many of our residents are looking and thinking rebuilding is not just a priority, it is an urgent need. I've talked to people who know their home is gone and they want to begin today. I will make sure that the county works quickly to eliminate unnecessary red tape, ensuring permits are approved safely and swiftly so that reconstruction can begin as soon as possible. Again, my priority is to ensure that government becomes a facilitator, not an obstacle, as we move toward recovery. I will also prioritize creating one-stop service centers where all relevant departments are available in one place in real time to answer your questions, provide guidance, and support your rebuilding efforts. This will be designed with one goal: to make the recovery process as seamless and supportive as possible, and to make sure those resources are right there in the community where you are rebuilding. We're here to help, and we will continue to be here during every part of the process. With that, I'd like to bring up Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So good afternoon. The Eaton fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment. Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and 2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton fire. Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County today and tomorrow, and again Monday through Wednesday. The Los Angeles County Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. Please understand that the inevitable public safety power shutoffs that will be implemented prior to this life-threatening Santa Ana wind event are crucial to preventing new fire starts, and that they help save lives. Yes, they're a challenge to deal with, but it's certainly better than having another fire start. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department personnel, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires in the air and on the ground, we commend you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents throughout this great county. And finally, to our Los Angeles County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for repopulation of evacuated areas, disaster recovery, and the rebuilding of your homes and your lives. I would now like to introduce California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Operations Section Chief, Don Fraguglia.
All right. And thank you, Chief. Okay, so quick operational update here for the Eaton fire. Over here, as we start on the right flank in Santa Anita Canyon, things are looking really good across the front country here until we get to about here, and then we're starting to still see quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of work through here in this area. As we come across over here into the Altadena area, I want to just highlight this square box right here is a square mile. So it's a massive, massive area that we're talking about here. That's residential community. It's not wildland. It's a residence, and these are people's houses. So huge Herculean task to get through all this down here. We have a ton of work. It's many days, many weeks of work. Just wanted to highlight that a little bit. As we come through by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, this is looking good. Again, crews engaged, boots on the ground, mopping up. All through the National Forest up here, we continue to make really good progress up there. The weather's in our favor. We're using air tankers, we're using helicopters, all the tools in our toolbox to go get and put this fire out right where you see it right here. So that'll be our goals in the coming days. So thank you very much.
Now we're going to have Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander Tanya E. Plunkett.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this time to update you on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's effort in dealing with the Eaton Canyon fire. Currently, in response to the fire, our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. Within the personnel, we have active missions, which include controlling traffic points, of approximately 46 hard closures, and traffic control. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues. And when necessary, respond to welfare requests and at the direction of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you may, sorry. As you may be aware that last night we instituted a curfew order which went into effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and currently within the evacuation zones. It's important to know that these zones are going to be strictly enforced, and the reasons behind them is to enhance public security and address enhance public safety and address public security concerns. Within the curfew, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the affected zones unless they are authorized personnel or emergency responders. Anyone found in violation of the curfew order will be subject to a misdemeanor crime and subject to $1,000 fine. We understand that this is an extremely stressful and challenging time, but we appreciate the public's cooperation as we work together during the crisis. Since the Eaton Canyon fire commenced, we have a total of, 19 arrests, and of those 19 arrests, 4 were for curfew violations last night. We also had a search and rescue task force that commenced this morning, and that will be until the completion. It will begin daily at 6 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. That search and rescue team, we are working jointly with our partners from Los Angeles County Fire Urban Rescue, the Coroner's Office, FEMA, OES, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families, most importantly. These searches will be a part of a grid search, like I mentioned, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. due to safety concerns and our inability to operate during nighttime hours. Unfortunately, we report that we have 8 deaths within the Eaton Canyon fire area that was affected by the fire. And in an effort to deal with the death and the tragedies as a result of this fire, we do have, working with our partners, family assistance centers that are open to provide information to people looking for missing family members, and that location is the Pasadena Civic Center. It will be comprised of OEM, sheriff's deputies, LAPD, Red Cross, the medical examiner, and the Department of Mental Health. On scene, it's important to remember that if you have missing family members, we have 2 personnel on scene to take those missing persons report for the family members and or friends. In closing, I'd like to mention that we all know so many people have been impacted by the disaster and need help. If you are in a position to help and support the counties, we would appreciate that, and please contact Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.nlaenla.org. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County Public Health Dr. Amish Mahajan.
Good afternoon. My name is Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director of LA County Public Health. I'd like to start by thanking the first responders for their heroic efforts and extending our thoughts and prayers to all who have experienced such profound loss with these fires. We in public health are committed to supporting those in need in the months ahead. I'd also like to thank the county supervisors, especially Supervisor Barger, for their extraordinary and thoughtful support of public health and all our county and city partner departments. Yesterday, a local health emergency for LA County was declared by both Secretary Becerra at the federal level and by the county health officer, recognizing the substantial risks to public health due to the impacts of the critical fire events and windstorm conditions. The South Coast Air Quality Management has issued a smoke advisory through Saturday, January 11th at 5 p.m. This advisory will surely be extended. We are all experiencing this wildfire smoke, which is a mix of small particles, gases, and water vapors. It's those small particles that get into our noses and throats and cause those sore throats and headaches. But we must also be very careful for those who are at higher risk for bad health effects from wildfire smoke, and those include children, the elderly, those with respiratory and heart conditions, and people with immunocompromised states. They may have worse symptoms like shortness of breath, wheezing, cough, and chest pain. Everyone in the areas where there's visible smoke or the smell of smoke, and even where you don't see that, we know that the air quality is poor, so you should limit outdoor exposure as much as possible. Do not engage in outdoor physical activity. If you must be outside, wear an N95 or a P100 mask. These are high filtration masks that take out those small particles that get into your body. Keeping indoor air as clean as possible is also important. Keep your windows shut. If you have an air conditioning that can pull air from the outside, that can recirculate air, you can use that. If you have a HEPA air filter or HEPA air purifier, that will help too. All of us are at risk with the poor air quality right now. Some of us in LA County are at even greater risk. For example, if it's part of your job to work outside, it's important that you wear an N95 or a P100 mask. In these situations, you may ask your employer for an N95, and they're required to provide it to you free of charge. The LA County Department of Public Health is offering N95 masks through the interim housing sites, shelters, and street teams to LA residents who are experiencing homelessness and living outdoors, and to those persons who are evacuated from where they usually live and staying in temporary shelters. Family assistance centers will also offer respiratory masks to residents who are returning to fire zone areas as they clean up the fire damage. The County of Los Angeles and our partners are also working to distribute over 5,000 HEPA air purifiers to senior centers, nursing homes, and other facilities where individuals are at the highest risk of residing in the worst air quality. Finally, if you experience severe symptoms like coughing, shortness of breath, wheezing, chest pain, palpitations, nausea, please contact your doctor or medical provider or go to an urgent care. For life-threatening symptoms, please call 911. I want to finish by noting that we understand this is a very difficult time for those who are evacuated, and we have a lot of folks who want to get back to their homes and to their neighborhoods. But we want to ask folks not to return home until you're told that it's safe to do so. There is a lot of toxins left over after the fire. There's a lot of smoke there. And once you are going back, the key is to remain covered up. Make sure you're wearing gloves. Household dishwashing gloves are okay. Long sleeves, long pants, and you should be using an N95 mask. The LA County Department of Public Health is also offering N95 masks to LA residents who are returning to the fire zone areas as the cleanup of the fire damage begins. Those masks are also available at the county evacuation centers and other sites. I'm going to finish there and happy to answer questions. Next, I'll invite City of Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just returned from visiting the devastated areas of Pasadena and Altadena, and devastation really is the only word. I visited with the Southern California's congressional delegation, and I'd like to thank them for taking the time to see firsthand exactly what's happening in our community. While it's devastation up there, I know that our community, our people in Altadena and Pasadena, and we really are one community, is a resilient and strong community. And I'm here to tell all of you that the County of Los Angeles, Supervisor Barger, the State of California, and our congressional delegation is committed to supporting as we bounce back, and we will bounce back in Pasadena and Altadena. The resilience that we've shown in past disasters is proof of that. I'd also like to thank the first responders for all of their hard work and courage in assisting our residents. And finally, I'd like to say this. If you are thinking of coming to Pasadena and or Altadena for the purpose of looting, know this. The Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to meet you. If you're even thinking about it, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the Pasadena and then the LA County Sheriffs will not only be there to greet you, but you will be arrested. And so I would discourage anyone from even thinking about coming and victimizing our residents. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to introduce the CEO of Southern California Edison, Stephen D. Powell. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Powell, President and CEO of Southern California Edison. As a longtime, entire life resident of Southern California, it has been, words can't describe how horrific it is to see the impact on our communities, friends, my colleagues at Edison, even through these fires. Just been terrible to see. As we look forward, I first want to say thank you to the first responders, the fire agencies that are out there protecting the community and partnering with us on keeping people safe. I want to say thank you to our crews, our contractors, as well as those that are providing mutual assistance from PG&E that are out there working 24/7 to bring power back on in our communities. As of this morning, Edison still had about 50,000 customers without power. That's down from a peak of over 500,000 just a couple of days ago, so we're making significant progress on the power restoration. We've got over 120 crews supported by other field personnel. That's thousands of people out working 24/7 to bring power back on once it's safe to do so. At the same time, there's a lot of places where we don't have access, where there's a lot of damage that could lead to really extended outages. As Chief Maroney mentioned, we're also not through all the weather issues. We see a big wind event coming in next week, and that could lead to more public safety power shutoffs. Again, as an electric utility, we never want to shut people's power off. But to protect our communities when the conditions are merit it, we need to use it as a tool of last resort. And we will be doing that. So just want to let everybody know.
You've been watching LA County officials provide an update, a pretty sweeping update on the firefight. I want to bring in Jacqueline Lee live from Altadena. And Jacqueline, I know you've been covering the Palisades fire for the better part of the week. Now you are at the Eaton fire, or at least in the area of. That was a pretty sweeping update. They had everybody from all the agencies. No real new news on the firefight. However, I will say the Los Angeles County Supervisor, Catherine Barger, I think, she laid out something very important at the beginning of that. And I'm sure you're talking to residents there who are determined to rebuild. I know I have been talking to a lot of people I know out there, and they said that it's difficult. There's a lot of red tape. It's confusing. She says she's going to try to streamline that effort coming up, and that's going to be some good news for people to hear.
Yeah, look, Phil, the problem is everything is still unfolding as we speak. Officials obviously trying to make things as easy as possible for residents. We've seen officials say that, for example, we talk about insurance, home insurance. As we all know, here in Southern California, there are many insurance carriers who have dropped homeowners from their policies because of the threats of these fires. We know officials have said there is now going to be a one-year moratorium so that insurance companies cannot do that. You know, and we've heard from residents who say, yes, this has been their home for decades and they want to rebuild. But the problem is we're seeing people and we're seeing, different bad actors take advantage of those who are in vulnerable situations. We heard from, the district attorney earlier today who talked about how rentals, the cost of housing rentals have been the subject of price gouging because, of course, people now have nowhere to live. I mean, you can see behind me the destruction. This is widespread from Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, all over LA County. That has been very frustrating for people. Phil.
Jacqueline, talk a little bit about the first responders. We heard a lot of gratitude for the first responders there in that news conference. And certainly, anytime a first responder comes to help you out, you are grateful for it. First responders live in the communities that they are helping. And a lot of these first responders, their houses are in fire. Their houses are in danger from the fire. Their families are in danger. In your travels around the Palisades fire area, now the Eaton fire area, what are you seeing in the morale of these first responders and their will to continue to save structures in battle?
Phil, I don't know if you can hear it, but we have heard a lot of air tankers going all around us, taking water from the ocean, from other water sources, and dropping it to places that really need it with those flare-ups and with those burning areas. I spoke with a firefighter. I've spoken with one who said, I asked, how are you guys doing? You must be so exhausted. You have to remember, yes, LA County did know that these horrific wind gusts, the hurricane force winds, were going to be coming. Governor Newsom has said they pre-positioned firefighters from the north coming down to the south ahead of time. Even then, that was not enough resources. There are so many large fires burning at once. What is so devastating about this is they are burning in urban areas, which is why we're seeing so many people who have lost their homes. There is not a single person here in Los Angeles that does not know someone who was impacted if they weren't directly impacted by this. When I asked firefighters, who, by the way, look exhausted, how they are doing, they say they take this personally. Yes, this is where they live. This is where their family lives. And what we're seeing them do is when they try to save a structure, what they're also doing, I'm told, is they're taking out some of those personal possessions and they're putting them aside for those to come back and retrieve later. We've seen them just mount this incredible both offensive and defensive response, and we've seen an influx of personnel from out of state, even some from out of the country, to help, try to get these things under control. But I think that is a true testament to the spirit of those who are on the front lines, because they know this is their community and this is the reason why they are firefighters. And this is the exact moment that they have been, wanting to defend and help others. So unfortunately, while it is tiring work, we thank them all, and they are still going around the clock. Phil.
Yeah, and as we heard in that news conference, Jacqueline, they called it a Herculean effort, which no doubt it has been so far. Jacqueline Lee, thank you. The National Weather Service has now issued red flag warnings now through Wednesday for 8.8 million people over much of that Los Angeles and Ventura County areas. We want to get a check on the weather conditions out there. Meteorologist Jeff Smith joins me now. Jeff, I've been trying to wrap my head around this, and you and I covered Hurricane Superstorm Sandy together. And I remember being out there on the Jersey Shore in 80, 85 mile an hour wind gusts. And now you have to think about that, and it's not blowing rain. It's blowing embers and fire. It's almost incomprehensible.
And after a brief reprieve in the highest winds during the past 24 hours, this is going to ramp up in a big way. You heard Phil mention red flag warnings now in effect for much of Los Angeles and Ventura counties now through Wednesday. 8.8 million people, an additional million people under fire weather watches all the way down to the U.S.-Mexico border into Wednesday as well. So we're talking nearly 10 million people in Southern California under some sort of fire alert. So the worst of the winds, the worst of these critical fire conditions will come in tonight into early tomorrow. Could be gusts in some of the higher elevations, 40 to 70 miles per hour in some cases. Maybe a brief reprieve later tomorrow into early Monday. And then watch what happens to these winds by later Monday into early Tuesday. This could be even a stronger Santa Ana event than what we're going to receive tonight into early tomorrow. Look at these sustained winds, maybe upwards of 50 miles per hour, Santa Clarita, all the way to Thousand Oaks, all the way to Oxnard. Now, that could be gusting 70 miles per hour plus. That's going to make it very erratic in terms of how this fire is going to spread, especially between the canyons where that wind is going to be gusting the strongest. And that can continue again right into the middle part of the week. High pressure building into Nevada. You get that wind. It's blowing clockwise around the area of high pressure, and it gets squeezed right in here between the canyons, going right into the LA metro area. So many people are going to be affected by this. And also air quality, not to be forgotten. You heard the health commissioner there in LA County talking about that. The Palisades fire going to be impacting air quality near Santa Monica. Also, the Eaton fire spreading some smoke and some bad air quality into Pasadena and the greater Los Angeles area. And how did we get here? Well, the past couple of winters, we've had a lot of rainfall actually in Southern California. So that allowed a lot of lush vegetation to grow on those mountainsides. But the past few months, that's been drying out and creating a tinderbox. So far since October, only 0.16 inches of rainfall in Los Angeles. So all that scrub and all that brush is just ready to burn in that area after being dried out in the last couple of months. Phil?
Meteorologist Jeff Smith. Jeff, thanks for taking us through that. It is time now for this week's social story, and that is where we post on social media, give you the choice of 3 stories for us to take a deeper dive into. And this week, all the choices were obviously focused on the California wildfires. First, the insurance issue, also the government funding, and the homes that were destroyed. The choice, how the wildfire crisis is putting a spotlight on the insurance industry, as you see there, one out. So for more on this. We have Carl Sussman joining us now. He owns an insurance agency and also had to evacuate his home because of the Palisades fire. Carl, first, I know that this fire is threatening your hometown of Brentwood. We've been seeing live pictures on the screen of the firefight. Just want to know, how is your family? How is your home doing? Do you know?
Family is fine, which is, of course, the most important thing. And the house is these firefighters are incredible with what they're doing. And I know that they're going to be doing everything that's humanly possible. I just have to comment, I can't believe for the first time in my life, insurance ranked higher in a vote than a celebrity. I can't believe it. It's clearly a strange world right now.
It is a strange world and a devastating one out where you are. We've been hearing about insurance companies not renewing California homeowners even before these wildfires. I spoke to someone who said where his specific house is, it's very hard for him to get any company to insure him. He has to go through the state. How is the insurance industry going to respond to what's about to be, no doubt, a barrage of claims?
Well, they're getting hit pretty hard, as you can imagine, but this is what they're there for. This is why people buy policies. This is the time where the carriers have to step up and provide the promise that they've been talking about. You pay your premium and you get your claims paid. Now, a lot of people were non-renewed over the last year and a half, specifically by State Farm in this particular area in the Pacific Palisades. They renewed about 1,626 policies just in 90272, which is the Pacific Palisades area. Now, most of those people hopefully were able to obtain coverage elsewhere. And if they did end up going with the California Fair Plan, fortunately, the Fair Plan has several tiers of backing financially. And I know when we hear about the Fair Plan, we worry, where's the money going to come from and what's going to happen? But between the money they have in the bank, between their reinsurance, their ability to take out bonds, and their ability to surcharge all of the admitted carriers in the state, I think we're pretty comfortable that they're going to be able to have the funds to pay these claims.
Just for our viewers who are watching who are not familiar with that, the California Fair Plan is basically insurance through the state, right? Because it's something the state created because many people couldn't get it.
Yeah, it was created by legislation, but it's actually backed by the insurance industry. It doesn't have any taxpayer dollars in it. All of the insurance companies that are licensed to do business in California have to put money into the pool of money for areas that are hard to insure for fire risk, and they share in that risk. And what happens is if enough premium dollars aren't in there, and there's a large event as there is here, I believe they're saying that the California Fair Plan has somewhere around $5 billion in total exposure in the Palisades. If they don't have that much money on hand from all of the insurance carriers' premiums going in, then each carrier, based on their share of the market in California, has to write another check to be sure that there's enough money there to pay all those claims.
I'm wondering if you think there's some sort of government solution needed here. We just got a report from a White House official who says that as of today, 16,000 people have registered for FEMA assistance since President Biden approved a major disaster declaration for the LA fires, which was back on Wednesday. What do you think happens here?
You know, I think we see this happening every time there's a natural disaster, and I hate to say that as if it doesn't happen a lot, but it does seem to. We have FEMA that will start handing out money, and then we have the SBA that will give some type of a loan. And I think that's going to be something we're going to see a lot of in this case. Some people were not able to purchase insurance when they were non-renewed from another carrier, or some simply couldn't afford the premium as they were at the time. Fortunately, going forward, there's new regulations that went on the books in December, which are going to create more competition and force the private market to start writing again in California. So people will be able to start purchasing insurance again like they used to. But for this disaster, unfortunately, there probably is going to be quite a number of people out there that do need assistance, either from the state, from the government, or from other sources altogether to try and rebuild their homes.
Carl Sussman, best of luck to your family and your home in the Brentwood area and the business moving forward, as the insurance industry will no doubt be on hand in the aftermath of this. Thank you so much.
That's a look at our.
All right, that's a look at our social story for this week. We also want to remind you that FEMA is providing support for those affected by the wildfires. You can call the helpline you see there on your screen or download the FEMA app for more resources. And we have this bit of breaking news out of Washington. Special Counsel Jack Smith has resigned. The Department of Justice is saying in a filing that Smith formally stepped down yesterday after submitting his final report to Attorney General Merrick Garland. Our Perry Russum joins us now from D.C. with more on this. Perry, the move by Smith is certainly not a surprise. Would have been let go anyways once President-elect Trump took office. Walk us through how we got to this point.
Yeah, so we knew it was going to happen, Phil, but as you mentioned, we did not know when. But Trump did say once he does take office that he would essentially fire Smith within seconds. Those are his words, within seconds. So Smith just got ahead of this just days before Trump does take the oath of office. But Smith has been investigating Trump for two separate cases, the election interference case as well as the classified documents case. Trump was indicted on both of those cases. He has denied all wrongdoing in those cases. But those cases were essentially thrown out once he won in November. And Trump has kind of signaled that he wants Smith gone. So Smith is kind of doing him the luxury of taking himself out of the running before he does take office on the 20th, Phil.
All right, Perry Russum, thanks for the update from D.C. I'm Phil Lipoff. Thank you for streaming with us. The news never stops. We want to go right now to our Los Angeles station, KABC, for more of their live, comprehensive coverage on the California wildfires.
Firefighters have hoses lined up all over the road. We don't want to drive over them. We don't want to break their fire lines as they are or those hose lines, I should say, as they are protecting these homes. So we parked pretty far down Westridge and just walked up and walked over all those fire hoses to get to this vantage point here.
Well, you know, Kevin, when you talk about where you are, you're in Brentwood, you have Westridge Road there, and you have been specifically very intimately watching the firefighters and their structure protection techniques. For the people who have evacuated and they have left, can you provide, I don't know, comfort at all for these people who have been wondering and watching? They see the smoke, because I feel strangely comfortable with seeing the work of these firefighters, you know, because it just does feel like they're doing everything to protect these buildings.
You know, Phil, the last thing we would ever want to do is give somebody, a homeowner, a false sense of security. But I can also tell you this. When we arrived here, I want to say maybe around 10 o'clock this morning, there was a lot more frantic energy among the firefighters. For several hours now, they've been all cool, calm, and collected. And from our vantage point, from what we see, again, this is from our vantage point, from what we've been an eyewitness to, we have not seen any homes here get damaged. We have not seen flames reach these homes on Westridge. And to give the homeowners who may be watching us who live on the street some comfort, you know, Philip, we have seen firefighters in all the backyards here. They are going on those patios. Unfortunately, we don't see any right now, but, you know, every few minutes or so, you will see a firefighter on one of these beautiful backyard patios. Sometimes they are pumping some water out of their pools or just checking on the vegetation. We see some firefighters hosing down their backyards. It's just been kind of incredible to see them fight this fire with using multiple different strategies. And also, Philip and Giovanna, one other thing to add. Some of the, you know, one thing that firefighters have been telling us is some of the homeowners here did a really darn good job of doing all they could to make the firefighting work a little bit easier. We know some of these homeowners strategically cut brush. Let's see, I think we may be having an aircraft come overhead soon. We're starting to hear it as we see these CAL FIRE trucks move through. And also, sorry, Philip and Giovanna, let me get out of the street to make sure this fire truck can get through, because it is pretty narrow here.
Yeah, let's make sure of that first.
I want to say about 15 minutes ago, we did see.
Make sure of that first.
Yeah, the last thing we ever want to do is be a roadblock to these first responders. I'm not quite sure what they're doing, but we did see a big contingent of Caltrans firefighters go down this hiking trail earlier. But we've seen firefighters moving around all the time, right? A hotspot flares up there. They got to go react to it. A hotspot flares up somewhere else. They got to be mobile, react to that one.
Can we ask one of these
talk about
guys?
the different strategies here.
Can we ask one of these guys?
You know, I don't. Since they are on the move, I don't want to.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see if. Yeah, I will see if. Yeah, no, I tried. I think they got somewhere they got to go. Yeah. But I do want to kind of stress that from what we've seen, there is not a frantic pace. It seems that they, at least in this area on Westridge, they have had everything pretty under control and have been able to do some very good work protecting these homes.
Well, it is fascinating. If you've ever had, and all of us have, if you've ever had a chance to talk to an incident commander, if you've talked to a captain in charge of an area, they are so intimately familiar with that neighborhood and which areas have been had defensible space, what areas are hard to get to, and then they've got air support above that's able to monitor what the fire is doing. It is strange how quickly and surgically they can move their resources, Kevin, to get where they need to be in that moment.
And Phil, do you see what I'm talking about, where that Chinook almost disappears, right? I mean, it's not that far from us. We can hear it so loud and clear, but it almost disappears in that thick, thick, thick smoke. I mean, there's also above that Chinook a helicopter. You can barely see it as it kind of flies into the sun. It's just this eerie view of this valley. And also, if we can kind of pan over to the right, you can see kind of what the fire leaves behind. I mean, think about it. This is a hiking trail for a reason, right? It's beautiful up here in the best of times. But look at all that scorched earth, all that scorched vegetation that is just kind of left behind. Okay, there's a water drop happening right now. But again, that water just blends into the smoke, and it's hard to make out where that Chinook is. But what is still a great sight to see when you know that that airdrop is coming and some hot spots may be put out.
Absolutely, and this is the kind of air support that we would have made a tremendous difference on Tuesday.
They just weren't able.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, and one thing that Kevin just mentioned, he talked about the one helicopter that was very high in the sky. You've got upwards of a dozen aircraft flying and providing support to get water on this fire from the air. That is likely a helicopter up there with a quick reaction force, and they actually will be up above everything, and they are monitoring and getting the helicopter. It's such an incredibly coordinated effort from the air. That's the an amazing part of this. I've been in one of those helicopters with them flying around at night. They have infrared goggles. They're able to see hot spots very, very clearly. But they're the operations, they have an operation command center in the sky, and it's in one of those helicopters very high above all of this. So it's a very coordinated effort.
The work they do is very cool.
And so scientific.
And we are so appreciative of it. We want to check in with Shayla Girardin for an update on the forecast. Shayla.
Now out toward that Palisade fire. It's hard to just talk about the conditions we're seeing out there this afternoon. You can see this was this morning from LAX, all the smoke. This fire has been going nonstop. And unfortunately, we are seeing another round of Santa Ana winds moving in and starting to pick up, which has really given these fires the opportunity to continue to just move so rapidly. A look out there right now, though, here's some good news. LAX right now seeing winds 12 miles per hour. So this is an improvement, getting a little bit of a break, and that's exactly what our models are showing. This afternoon, we're seeing winds gusts around 12 miles per hour, starting to die down a bit. And then look at this. This is when that next round of Santa Ana winds is going to move in. You'll also notice the winds start to shift, really coming from the north as we head into the overnight hours, and those gusts starting to creep up in the teens, moving into that 20 to 25 mile per hour range. I wouldn't be surprised as we get into early tomorrow morning, we could see gusts even a little bit stronger than this. So the next 24 hours going to be crucial for these fire crews. And we're already starting to see a little bit of those Santa Ana winds, especially along those prime spots, those Santa Ana wind corridors. So Fillmore seeing wind gusts, even Fraser Park in the 25 mile per hour range. But look at this. Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, all seeing wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. As you move closer to the coast, though, some good news. So Malibu Hills, Pacific Palisades, both seeing those wind gusts anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour. That is a silver lining. We will see that pick up a bit tonight, as we saw just a moment ago. And then as you move farther south, winds start to die down a bit until you get out here to the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, Riverside, both seeing wind gusts in that 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Now, we are going to see that pick up just a tad tonight, and then we're also pairing it with this low humidity. This is why we're talking about such widespread red flag warnings. Santa Clarita, Van Nuys, even into Palmdale, all seeing humidity levels in the teens. When you pair that with those winds, it's just such a dangerous combination for these fires. It really lets them move so quickly out there. Woodland Hills, Van Nuys, a little bit better as you start to move into, Burbank, Pasadena, seeing a range of 25 to 30%. Santa Monica, also a big improvement over what we saw earlier, coming in now 56%. Now, I want to show you this. We've talked a lot about air quality. This is something we're going to be talking a lot as we head into the next 24 hours as well. You can see a lot of that smoke from the Palisades fire moving offshore. Now, that is some good news. That's why air quality, for the most part, has been looking better today. Moderate out there for most. We actually saw a patch earlier out toward Malibu with some more hazardous conditions, but that's improved as well. Right now, just seeing that patch of orange, unhealthy for sensitive groups out toward the Inland Empire. But don't be surprised if this is something, if you have any respiratory issues, if there's something you're sensitive to, air quality is something we'll be keeping a close eye on. Now, Philip, Giovanna, we have two crucial times for these winds tonight, and then again as we head into next week, Monday night to Tuesday. We'll break that down a little bit later in the show, but right now I want to toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, and we want to go to LAX where Governor Gavin Newsom is greeting firefighters from Mexico, and he is talking now. Let's listen in.
How many other firefighters from abroad are expected to come? I know Canada has some here. British Columbia have also.
Yeah, we're blessed. The Prime Minister in Canada called, reached out. Foreign Minister in Mexico reached out, offered assistance. You're seeing that assistance right here from Mexico. Our Canadian partners are coming in Monday. We have all the Western states that are providing mutual aid, 9+ states. We have 12,000 personnel working the line as we speak. Today, we got up to 1,680 National Guard that are out patrolling the streets and providing relief for law enforcement.
So you're also getting some help from Texas. I heard there's some firefighters coming from Texas.
Yeah, Texas is one of the states that stepped up. We currently now have 9 states that are supporting our efforts out here. In fact, where the Texas crew on our EMAC process, they'll be exactly where the Mexicans team will be in the hand crews, and they'll go through an orientation process, about 6 hours, 5-6 hours of training, and then we'll be sending folks out. This crew likely will be on the Palisades fire. That's where we're showing putting most of our resources right now.
So what's kind of the process? They're arriving, they're going to be briefed out and give them equipment and then send them out? How long is that going to take?
Yeah, so they're going to go to Beaumont to our mobile station where all of our partners, international partners, and other state and federal partners all go for orientation. They're dispatched. It's a command center with the U.S. Forest Service, with CAL FIRE, State Office of Emergency Services, and L.A. City and County. And that will organize about a 5-6 hour orientation.
Okay, that has been the governor who is out at LAX greeting firefighters from Mexico as they arrive to assist in this firefight. You are looking through the haze now from Air 7 at one of the Chinooks, which is part of what is called the Quick Reactionary Force. It is Tri-County Fire Resources. I believe this is from Colson Air, and it's Ventura, Orange County, and LA County, and they all have air resources that in the event something happens and it's needed, they can quickly respond across those counties. Right now, it's not just the 3 counties. It is state, it is federal resources. We have National Guard. We have so many different people involved in this firefight. You heard the governor say over 14,000 people. There is what you like to see, though, that water drop from the Chinook. A lot of water on that edge of the fire there for the Palisades fire. Shayla is still standing by because, Shayla, the weather is so critical, and you were in the process of telling us about the weather event that is going to be coming in the next couple of days.
Yes, unfortunately, we have a couple round of Santa Ana winds that are on the way, and I also want to show you this. These red flag warnings just extended now through next Wednesday. So we are talking about some critical fire weather as we head into the next few days. Gusts for some anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour, and humidity, you just saw it moments ago, 10 to 20% for many of us. Now, as you'll notice from the map, this is going to impact most of Southern California. We're talking about red flag warnings from Ventura County all the way down to Orange County. So we're dealing with some really strong windy conditions, and then as well that low humidity. Now, these gusts that we're talking about, 30 to 50 miles per hour, that is not going to be sustained. We have some crucial times, one being this evening, and then a second time as we head into next week. So I want to show you the winds as we head into the next 24 hours. You can see starting to pick up. It's that typical Santa Ana wind pattern, but you'll notice we're looking at winds, wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour for some, especially as we get into western portions of LA, Ventura County along the I-5 corridor, and then into portions of the Inland Empire. But this is not those winds that we saw last week. This is not going to be as strong as that wind event. And then finally tapering off as we get into your Sunday late morning, and then by Sunday afternoon, evening, we get a bit of a break. So last week, we were dealing with this strong to extreme Santa Ana winds. These next couple wind events that we're talking about, to give some of you guys a little bit of reassurance, to put your mind at ease, this is a moderate wind event, 20 to 40 miles per hour gusts. Now, this is still concerning. It's still dangerous when you're talking about these firefights and the multiple fires that are burning across Southern California, but it is an improvement compared to what we were dealing with last time. We have this high pressure that's sitting off the west coast. It's not going to move much as we head into the next week, but what is going to move is this trough of low pressure. So as this pushes out, heading into your early Sunday morning, that's going to give us that opportunity for round one of the Santa Ana winds that we were talking about. So this is tonight, those moderate winds. We don't want to see it, but at least it's better than what we were dealing with last week. Then we get a break as we head into your Sunday afternoon, even your early Monday. Then early next week, so Monday night into Tuesday, possibly even lingering through your Wednesday, this is going to be round two. We see that set up once again. It's something called an inside slider. So it's going to move around that ridge of high pressure and give us yet again a chance for some more Santa Ana winds. Once again, it's looking like this next round will be moderate. Some models showing a little bit stronger than what we see out there tonight, but nothing compared to what we saw this past week. And here's the 7-day forecast. It really paints the picture. So upper 60s for you today. Night winds starting to pick up, gusts up to 35 miles per hour, lingering through early Sunday morning. Then by Sunday afternoon, we get a bit of a break. That is going to last through your Monday. Then look at Tuesday. This is round two. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour by your Tuesday afternoon. Starting to die down a tad for Wednesday, but still breezy conditions. By end of week, we do have some low pressure in the mix, so there is a chance we could see some light moisture. Right now, the model's not in total agreement for that, but of course, it's something we really want to see. Would be much needed. Valleys, Inland Empire, upper 60s today. You have some breezy conditions lasting. For you, looking like we'll really start to see those winds peaking by early Sunday morning. A break for you on Monday, and then those 45-mile-per-hour gusts returning as early as Tuesday. Beach spots, you're in the 50s much of the week, 60s, a quick dip to the 50s by end of week. Breezy conditions for you tonight and tomorrow. Then look at this, Tuesday, expecting to see even windier conditions, gusts up to 40 miles per hour. That's going to taper off as we head into your Wednesday, but still a lot of fire weather in the mix when we look at the next 7 days. Same story from the mountains. Upper 40s for you today, those winds peaking overnight, lasting through early tomorrow with a nice break for you on Monday. Some overnight lows dipping into the teens as well, so some very chilly evenings ahead. And then finally our deserts, not as windy for you the next couple days, but you'll really start to feel it as we head into your Tuesday and Wednesday. Philip, Joanna, not as bad as what we saw with this last round of wind, but when you pair it with the dry conditions and of course the breezy conditions, it's just not something you want to see right now.
Yeah, and active fire. You don't want to combine. We have that as an equation too.
Yeah. Shayla, thank you. Of course, the community has been coming together to help all of the families, the thousands of families affected by these fires. They've left their homes with nothing. And Leanne Suter is at Santa Anita Park right now with one of those relief efforts. Leanne, so many people out there and so many donations.
Yeah, it's tremendous. I mean, the outpouring of support, overwhelming. Of course, so is the need, and that is why so many in our community have responded. We are here at Santa Anita Racetrack in the parking lot. I'm going to show you behind me what we're seeing. The first stop that people get to make is they get to stop to pick up some water. Then they will make their way around, and there's offers of food. People are bringing in homemade burritos. There are supplies. Let me just show you some of the supplies down here. We have the masks down here. Martin's got all that. And then there's the supplies of food. They can come along and they can grab, snack bars. They can grab ramen noodles. These are people that have absolutely nothing, as we have been watching this week, where everything they own has burned to the ground. Nothing is left in their efforts here. And this is where they're coming to get some help. And so I love to see this. The line of traffic is stretching all the way around Santa Anita Park here on both sides. Now take a look. Here's all the food, clothing, I should say. We have folks that are coming in looking for help, looking for clothes that may fit them. Then we have the volunteers here that are sorting all of it, trying to make it easier for the folks in need, try to find what they can use. Let me see if we can chat with some of the folks. I'm going to go in right here, Martin. Are you up for chatting with us really quickly? Just telling us, for you, what what is this all about?
So I grew up about 20 minutes away in Eagle Rock. I just wanted to give back to my community. I live in San Diego right now, so my boyfriend and I got in the car this morning, brought up donations, and then I've been here all day.
I didn't get to ask your name. What's your first and last name?
Now an Angle.
I love it. And now, for you, when you showed up, did you expect this many people, and in terms of both of donations and also the need?
I think the turnout's amazing. There's definitely been an increase since we've been here. It's just really important to kind of give back to our community right now, and this is a great example of kind of everybody showing up and coming together, and that's what it's all about right now. People are dying and losing their homes. There shouldn't be a division, and this is amazing.
And what are you hearing from some of the victims that are looking for things? What are they saying?
A lot of people I've heard have lost their homes, and they're just looking for help. They've been some of the nicest people. They're so humble, and this is just a really awesome experience and so humbling to be a part of.
Thank you so much for your time, and seriously, thank you for all of your help and volunteer efforts. Seriously, coming from San Diego, she's got more. Can we talk to you too? What is this like?
Well, this is all inspiring. It's amazing. The group of people. I came with a car full of donations, and now I'm volunteering. I used to go to the area in Palisades and Pasadena. My girlfriend lives there. She lost her home. I'm actually also, I have an extra room at home, and I don't know how to get in touch with people who need a room. So I could take up to like a mother and a daughter or something like that, and I would be willing to do that because there's so many people that are in need right now. It's overwhelming. It's amazing. This crowd is just phenomenal. So it breaks my heart.
I was just going to say the need. What are you hearing from the folks that are coming out looking for the clothes and the help?
Well, mostly they need diapers and water, and that's what they need more than anything. And they're actually telling us not to bring any more clothes, but I was determined to drop off clothes, so I got it through. So eventually they're going to need all these clothes, eventually, because I heard there's still more houses being touched. So here we are. We're doing our best. I appreciate you being out here.
What's your first and last name? For those maybe can find you if they need to look for that room.
It's Vicki Smith. I'm from Temecula, California. And I'm in the women's section over here right by the equipment share. And if somebody needs a place to stay for a short time, I live on a golf course. If they're a golfer, at least try to enjoy a little bit of life.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time, Vicki, and thank you for your efforts. I'm going to step over all the clothes here. I hear them calling for water out here and everybody coming to get clothes. Martin, I'm going to see if I can come in and chat with these guys. Would any of you guys be up for chatting with us just a little bit about trying to, what you need?
Oh, no speak English, sorry.
My Spanish is muy mal. Thank you. I'll sneak behind you. We see if we can find somebody else right over. I see a couple of other folks just to see if anybody speaks English. We could chat with us here. As you guys are looking for clothes, can we chat with you? Just kind of.
Oh, sure.
Tell us how did this all unfold for you?
So we're just here temporarily. We're missionaries, and so we cover the Pasadena, Altadena area. So it's been just kind of crazy seeing so many people lose their homes, but we try to help out as much as we can.
And if you've been in the Pasadena area, you know Altadena, and you realize how much has gone up in Altadena. Just the reaction to that and kind of seeing the destruction.
Yeah, it's really heartbreaking. It puts into perspective how easy it is to lose everything all at once, but it's also such a blessing to see so many people just come together and to really just help out, even if we're strangers, but yeah.
Same for you, just kind of overwhelming?
Exactly. Just like my companion said, we're just really sad about it, but I love how see everybody's here helping each other, and we have hope, and that's just amazing, for sure.
That's certainly what everybody needs right now is that hope. Thank you guys. I appreciate it very much. It truly is overwhelming. As I said, then we're going to I'm going to see if we can find one of the victims. Martin's traveling with me as we walk along here and see if we can talk to somebody that's looking for some. I see you guys. I'm jumping in front of people. Yes, go ahead, Giovanna.
As you walk, I have a question. This was the pop-up grassroots effort that was at the Rose Bowl parking lot, right? And now they've moved here. Do we know how long they'll be here?
Chat with you once. Hold on one second for me. Yes, it was the grassroots effort that started at the Rose Bowl the other day, and it got moved over. I'm not certain how long they're going tonight yet in terms of what the hours are, but I have found someone who is out here who is looking for some things. Can you talk to me about what happened to you?
Well, I had a grandson whose stuff burned up, his school burned up, and so we are kind of displaced in that way, and the kids are not in school. We're just kind of out trying to make sure that we have enough supplies to last us until we can get back on track.
Were you up in the Altadena area?
No, actually in the Palisades area.
When you realize how bad that destruction is and what happened, what do you think?
Horrible. Devastating. Like, it brings tears to my eyes every time I think about it. It's horrible. You know, the air pollution, the displacement, just everything. It's horrible. And for taxpayers, and as much as it costs Californians, it's horrible. And I can only imagine for people that, you know, don't have any place to sleep at night.
Thank you
But
so
God bless us all.
Exactly. Thank goodness for this effort, right? Thank you very much. So the effort's going to continue. Giovanna, I will try to get that question answered for you. I just don't know right now what the exact hours are, but I will find that out. Oh, I just got the answer. 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you very much. Do you know what time it starts again tomorrow?
They started at like 7 a.m.
They started at 7 a.m. this morning. They think probably will do the same. So it ends until
Unless we get moved by the fire.
I love it. Okay, I'm getting all kinds of... Wait, let me tell you what. Let me chat with her since she knows all the answers. Tell me what you guys started. What time this morning?
We got here about 9 a.m.
Okay, but you're hearing what time they're starting tomorrow. You think 7 a.m.?
7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. Until when?
I heard 8. 8 is pretty much it. And then we're going to be here till Wednesday until they move us again because we were at the Rose Bowl and then now here.
Yeah. And there's talk that you guys might have to move again, maybe?
Maybe, depending on the fires.
Oh, got it. Just where the need is and how big you guys get.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, grassroots effort. Isn't that amazing to see? I mean, just someone had the idea to kind of get the community united, found a location, first at the Rose Bowl. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best location since that was a staging area for all the fire departments. But then they were able to moved it over here to Santa Anita Racetrack, and it has just grown tremendously. What I love, too, I'm just going to talk to these guys quick. I see these guys manning the food. I love this. These are the grill masters out. I know this is an important thing. I'm going to try to step out of show me what you got in there.
Chicken and hamburgers.
All right, I'm stepping around to talk to you guys. What do you have? And tell me about your effort coming out here.
That's right. So we got chicken and hamburgers. We actually started this yesterday. We were one of the first people that had gotten together and kind of helped everything get assembled. So we're the equipment share, and this is all free for the community.
For you guys, why was it so important to come out and do this?
This is the community that we serve for our business, and so whenever they were in need, we just felt the urge to jump in and help out.
And what are you guys are seeing? A lot of folks coming out, obviously, that do need help, that have lost everything. And what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Some pretty horrible stories about people that have been displaced, apartments that have burned down, and they have nothing left. So we see a lot of cars with everybody's belongings full to the brim, and that's everything that they own is what they bring in the car. So
it is absolutely heartbreaking, isn't it? Thank you guys for your efforts. I appreciate it very much.
God bless.
Thank you. And so I'll see if we can keep walking around here and show you guys a little bit. It really is just about grabbing supplies, and it just depends on what people need. See a lot of folks grabbing water since they're, at least in the Altadena area, a certain area around the burn area, closest to the burn area, they have a water restriction. They cannot use the water, cannot drink it, and they cannot use it to cook with. So that has become a major issue for a lot of folks, at least here in the Altadena area. For other folks, it's just not having anything. You know, some of them, as you said, they have all their supplies in their vehicle, and so that they have nothing else but what is in the car. So I'm going to walk out here to some of the folks in line. Let's see what we can talk to some of these guys. So they end up in line where they can make their donation drop off, or else they can come in and get the supplies they need. But I see more than anything, it's a drop-off. You can see these vehicles. Look at them, just loaded with supplies.
Just
I see. Let's
wonderful.
see. So again, this is just a long line. Just amazing to see. Lots of line of folks donating and the need. So of course, continuing till 8 o'clock tonight. That is the latest here in Arcadia. Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Leanne, thank you. So Leanne is at a site where people can get that immediate need, that water, that food, that clothing. But we also want to point out, we talked about FEMA and disasterassistant.gov, but I also wanted to point out, because I saw Leanne's live shot a couple of days ago where a car quite literally melted, and she picked up what used to be liquid metal and showed that it had, you know, cooled and become this puddle. But SBA.gov/disaster, the Small Business Administration, they are providing very, very low interest loans. So for people who might even need a car, they might have lost their car. If that is loans for people who were renters, for homeowners. So there is the disasterassistance.gov, which is FEMA. But if you need to replace your car because you've got to get back to work for whatever reason, there's help for you there as well. And if you just just went to sba.gov/disaster. You can find out if you can qualify for their loan programs and maybe get yourself back on your feet so that you can work and you can get your job and you get your car going, because that's another very real need. But the FEMA help is also so huge.
And yes, and we were listening or talking to Liz Nagy earlier, who was at the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda, and we found out, she brought us the information that there are 6 FEMA representatives there right now assisting people with the start of getting their information in with federal government, with FEMA, so that they can begin the process of getting assistance, because it can be daunting.
Yeah. It will be daunting.
The paperwork is lengthy. Yes.
And so just trying to give you a couple of different options for how you can get help. Yes, there's the Santa Anita location. These are for maybe a little more substantive help as you navigate this whole process. Let's go back to Kevin Ozebic. He's from our sister station in Houston and has been monitoring this fire in Brentwood. Kevin.
Well, Phil, during one of our earlier conversations today, you asked me, hey, is there anything you can say for homeowners in Brentwood to kind of comfort them, and especially here right along West Ridge Road? Well, I can tell you, firefighters are still here and they're doing what they can to protect their homes. There's this home I want your attention to. It looks like it's under construction, and you see a firefighter with his hose full throttle. We know firefighters have been stationed in these backyards all day long doing selective dousing of vegetation to protect these homes. In fact, we're on a hiking trail just off of Westridge. Let's take a little bit of a walk on this hiking trail, Philip and Giovanna, because I believe there's another firefighters right over Smoky. It's so hazy down the valley below. Everyone, you're going to see a caravan of firefighters hiking through that valley, putting out various hotspots. And I believe if we go just over this ridge, yeah, you see it right there. They're dousing more vegetation that looks still green, still fresh, trying to make sure that maybe it won't burn, or they're putting out a hotspot right now. Again, even in all that smoke, all that ash down the valley, it's just incredible to see these firefighters moving through it. I know for most of the day you've seen us live on air, kind of on the top of this hill from above this fire. But during one point today, we were able on one of the streets on the ridge, and that was one of the staging grounds for these firefighters. And I wish we could have brought it to you live, but we just don't have cell reception down there. But let me explain to you what we saw. Up, zigged and zagged down this hill, and they told me what they were doing was creating a wet line. Essentially, they were spraying down an entire line of vegetation to try to prevent the fire from moving beyond that wet line. We're essentially seeing firefighters use multiple different tactics to protect these homes here in this Brentwood community. Some of them are dousing specific types of vegetation. Other firefighters out here are actually watching pockets of vegetation burn, and they're doing that deliberately. They actually want specific pockets of vegetation to burn to kind of prevent that from being future fuel for these forest fires. Hey, if you do live off of West Ridge Road, I can tell you there's an absolutely huge presence of firefighters here. Many of them are actually on the main street. It's not in view right now, but we've seen dozens of them lined up. They have their fire hoses all lined up and down the road, ready to go. And also, they are feeding all these firefighters right here on the front line water. So just incredible work from these firefighters. But Giovanna and Philip, as I send it back to you, let's just look down into the valley right now. I mean, sometimes doing this job, you're just in absolute awe of the power of Mother Nature. As it kind of starts to get a little bit darker, as maybe we start to see the beginning of the sunset, with all this smoke rising from the valley, all this scorched earth, Mother Nature sure has showed us her power over these past few days, Philip and Giovanna.
Without a doubt, Kevin. Thank you for that coverage. And now we want to check in with Tim Caputo, who's in Tarzana. We understand, Tim, if you can hear us, you're at the top of Reseda Boulevard, just before it crosses Mulholland. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, you know, we're actually beyond the end of Reseda. We hiked up the hill a little bit to give you a better vantage point. You could actually see some of the flames at the top of the ridge there. This is an interesting vantage point because we're seeing a lot of these crews come through these roads here, these fire roads, as you see behind me. He's heading out of here. But just around the corner, you do get a vantage point down into the canyon itself. to see where the fire is actually burning. And from here, you see where it previously burned. Just on the other side of the fire road, you see some of those tankers and crews kind of splitting the difference with the red retardant on the ground on the closer side. What you're looking to your left, and we'll pan over, that's Encino, and that's the rest of the San Fernando Valley. This is obviously the big concern, as this fire has worked its way up closer to towns like Encino and Tarzana. We're technically in Tarzana at the top of Reseda, and if you look there, that's Brayburn Country Club and the homes that are situated in there. As we drove up the street coming up Reseda to this location, there are a number of different law enforcement stop points to make sure people aren't going up into those areas. This is not a mandatory evacuation zone, but certainly an area where people are paying close attention to what's happening to the fire. This is also an interesting point, too, because where we're standing right now is essentially the line. A lot of these planes are coming over to drop both the retardant and the water on the fire itself. Just beyond the top of the ridge there, we might actually see one coming by in just a second from now. But obviously, there's a bit of distance between from where we are and the homes, and certainly from where the fire is back there in the homes. And that's obviously what they would like to keep at this point, is it not getting any closer down into the valley, into Tarzana. Encino, we were there last night, obviously a cause for concern as it kind of crested up close to Mulholland. But at the location we are right now, we have a little bit of distance as we see the planes from above. We'll just get a shot there because they're kind of making this loop through the valley and then coming across and over top around the corner. And we'll go there in a second. It's just about a 15-minute hike up the hill. You'll see a number of the CAL FIRE folks who are kind of standing on the ridge, giving those calls and those cues to let them know the exact spot they need to come over. So obviously a coordinated effort from above and from the ground here as they try to get a handle on that fire. But you see at the top of the ridge there, nearly impossible with this terrain for the folks on the ground, the firefighters, to get up there and do any work. That's why they're relying heavily on the kind of aerial attack as they come over through the valley itself and try to get a handle on this fire as it moves farther and farther in this direction. Obviously, this is a kind of important point as it gets to sunset, as it gets closer into the evening, to make sure they get a handle on this fire, especially when it gets dark out. If you guys don't mind, we're going to move up around the corner real quick. It's going to take us about 10-15 minutes to hike up that direction, but I want to give you another vantage point as some of these crews are heading there to show you from the ground exactly the work they're doing, and as you can see what's happening from above.
Absolutely, Tim, and it'll be great as you make that hike because we're going to be able to show a lot of people are familiar with Reseda. So this is Reseda right here. What Tim has done is he's gone to the end of Reseda, which is here, and this is right as it turns. This is Mulholland, that old Mulholland that they were talking about is almost a fire road here. So this is an area, Allendale Drive, Winford, near where Tim is. But as you can see, this is Braemar Country Club. This is the northern side of this firefight right now, which earlier today, Gabe Santos had explained to us that it wasn't wanting to creep this way, that the winds and the general condition, it is mostly heading south. But what I wanted to point out is one of the things that you've been watching with this fire. Here is the Encino Reservoir, and here is the firefight. This is that fire road that they used as a great fire break. They really, it's at the top of a hill, it's at the top of a climb, and so they had that natural break there because it is a fire road that has been put in. But if you notice, the value of having this reservoir right here, if you remember when the Palisades fire began, they believed, or many people thought, there was a reservoir that was easily accessible. The aircraft were not able to get up in the air, but it also didn't have water. So now, or it was under maintenance. So now what you're seeing is the value of having that water so close to this active firefight. The crews are able to cycle right through. You'll see them, they'll land, they'll get right here, they'll land, they'll get right here, and they've really been able to make a lot of progress in keeping that fire line stopped from moving north. And this is the area where Tim is. This is another wide swath of occupied area where there are a lot of homes. So that reservoir and the fact that it is that close with upwards of 12 different helicopters making their way through that area. They're being coordinated from the air, but that is allowing them to really put a lot of water on there. And then again, Giovanna, we saw with that DC-10 coming in, and they have been able to really attack the ridge lines with fire retardant and really try to get away and stop it from it. It's some sort of containment line. We're like 11% containment, but it's that water right there and the ability to quickly cycle through drops that has given the firefighters a big chance today to try to make some headway.
Philip, thank you. And we want to take a live look from Air 7 again at the Palisades fire. And you mentioned 11% containment. That is still accurate. 22,661 acres burned so far in the Palisades fire. It has grown 1,000 acres overnight. That was at last word. We do know that one new home burned in the Mandeville Canyon, one home on the 3300 block, I believe, of Mandeville Canyon Road. And earlier when we spoke with Gabe Santos, he was talking about the two flanks where the firefighters are focusing their efforts. And Gabe, are you with me now? And can you expand on those two flanks, and has anything changed in the firefight? Oh, sorry. Gabe is over Eaton Canyon now. Okay, Gabe, what can you tell us about how it looks on that for that fire?
Yeah.
Gabe, can you hear us? Not sure Gabe can hear us.
Michelle, you.
All right.
Gabe is actually talking to the booth.
He's talking to our assignment desk. That's right.
Giovanna, you know what? We can actually quickly move the map over to the Eaton fire. You see, one of the things that we see with this is the similarities between the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire and the massive destruction. If you were to just drive those communities and you didn't know where you were necessarily and you just saw video, it is remarkably similar. And I can't get away from the idea that there's just no color in these communities anymore. It's just ashen, it's black, it's just burned, and it is shocking, the devastation. We know that there are thousands upon thousands of families that are going to be definitely affected by this. This is the fire, the Eaton fire. We have the eastern edge, this area that we've been worried about, but the western edge also is something that is very near highly densely populated areas. I'm not sure if Gabe is back up, but I was going to try and find out exactly what he's looking at from this fire, because the shot that we showed a moment ago did look really good as far as what was there. Are we ready to toss to Gabe? Gabe's ready. Okay, Gabe, what do you have for us, and where are you exactly over the Eaton fire?
Yeah, so we are in Altadena and Pasadena, and we're kind of taking a look block by block at where the destruction is and where it isn't. Some of those areas, some of these neighborhoods that are just completely destroyed. And this is actually my first time being over the Eaton fire destruction. I've spent the past few days over the Palisades fire destruction, and that was shocking, and that was mind-boggling. And this too is I'm having the same kind of shock and awe moment looking at this destruction. You're looking at that's El Molino Avenue. So El Molino Avenue is a north-south that runs through Pasadena, and then it goes up straight through the mountains. That's the intersection on the right side of your screen of El Molino and Mariposa Street. If we widen out a little bit and continue coming to the north, you'll be able to see that's Lake Avenue. That's the famous Lake Avenue that runs through the eastern side of downtown Pasadena and continues north. And it's just destruction on both sides of Lake Avenue. Some of these bigger strip malls, for some reason, they have been spared, but others are a complete loss. And as we widen out the shot and continue moving a little bit towards the west down Altadena Drive, there's just a lot more destruction there. St. James Place, Santa Anita Avenue, Marengo Avenue, Raymond Avenue, Emerson Way, everything in the vicinity of Los Forest Drive and Fair Oaks Drive. Marcel, if we can push in a little bit on Loma Alta Drive and Fair Oaks Drive, tilt up a little bit there, that whole area of that whole community, it looks like, people have said it looks like a hurricane, it looks like a tornado came through, it looks like a bomb went off. Those are all appropriate descriptions as we kind of go down southbound on Fair Oaks Avenue. Starting from the hillsides and coming north, the amount of destruction, I can't find the words right now. It is mind-boggling to look at this, for me at least, for the first time.
Are you seeing active fire on that side of the fire, on that western edge? You said that you were near Fair Oaks. That is almost the western edge of this fire. And with wind event coming on Monday, you'd really like to not see any kind of fire. So are you seeing anything that would be burning that could cause problems for people who survived the first round of this?
Well, the good news is right now, I don't see any active plumes of smoke coming from the Eaton fire right now. I am hearing that there is some fire activity going on the other side of Mount Wilson. That's on the other side. There's Mount Wilson there, the Mount Wilson Observatory. That was affected, I believe, on Thursday or Friday. All the days just kind of bleed together here, but Thursday or Friday, the fire made a run up Mount Wilson, and it actually knocked out our transmissions tower up there. There's a lot of transmission and communication towers for TV stations and law enforcement up on this mountaintop, so that became an issue. Our transmitter got knocked out, but we were able to restore service to our transmitter. So if you watch us with an antenna, and a decent amount of people do, it's quicker than starting a stream or something like that. So a lot of people still watch us with an antenna. You were not able to for about 24 hours a few days ago. So we had service restored on that. But to get to your point, Philip, the fire has gone up and over Mount Wilson, skipped over the observatory. It appears the transmitter sites on top and the observatory are safe, and the fire is now on the other side of the mountain, away from Altadena and away from Pasadena. Not to say that anybody's out of the woods yet. Nobody should let their guard down. Obviously, with multiple wind events still on the way, we don't want to let our guard down at all. And just looking at this destruction, you see why. But the good news that I can tell you right now is I don't see any active major plumes of smoke, just a little bit of smoke hanging on the other side of the mountain, away from the communities of Pasadena and Altadena right now. So that's I hope is some good news that I can bring you right now as we continue to look at some of these using our sky map here. Homewood Drive, Altadena Drive. There are a couple of homes still standing on some of these streets. So you could see there's one there on the corner of Porter and Gaywood. It looks like maybe it sustained a little bit of damage, but maybe otherwise still standing. There's a home there also on Porter. We'll try and widen out and get a little bit of a cross street there for you. But it's near Porter and Homewood Avenue. So there are still, especially as we start moving a little bit towards the west side of Pasadena, there are still homes in this area that somehow survived the inferno. And that's some great news here. But then you widen out and look at some of these other plots of communities that entire city blocks are completely flattened. And I can't get over how shocking that is to see from the air.
Without a doubt. And also I want to point out, even though we're not seeing flames and a lot of smoke right now visible, we did hear from the Department of Public Health earlier today in a press conference telling folks that the air quality is still very poor. The AQMD, there's a smoke advisory that's supposed to expire today, this afternoon, but the county public health representative was saying that is expected to be extended. A local health emergency has been declared, and the LA County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks for those who need them. So if you need to be out and about, or if you're going to be returning to your home, when the time comes to sift through things, they are saying definitely mask up. N95 masks, very important. Also, they are offering, they will have available 5,000 HEPA air purifiers. You can get some of these things or access to them at county evacuation sites. Pasadena Convention Center, I believe, if I remember correctly, is one of those locations where they will be handing out N95 masks. And I believe we want to check in now. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you for those live looks of the Eaton fire area, Pasadena, Altadena. And now we want to check in with Shayla for another wrap up of the weather and what we're expecting.
Yes, and we're looking out right now at the Eaton fire. This is from earlier this morning, this time lapse. You can see, I mean, this fire has just been relentless. All the smoke just billowing through the air. So keep in mind, this is also going to have an impact on air quality as we push in not only to today, but tomorrow as well. Next week, even, we'll be noticing the impacts of these fires. Taking a look out in Eaton fire right now, you can see that smoke still going, but some good news, some silver lining here. Burbank, very close, sustained winds coming in 2 miles per hour. So we are getting a little bit of a break from those strong Santa Ana winds. But look what happens as we head into this evening. So over the course of the afternoon, we've been seeing wind gusts in the 5 to 10 mile per hour range. We do have another round of Santa Ana winds on the way tonight. For the Eaton fire, we're talking about gusts picking up around around 7, 8 p.m. in that 25-mile-per-hour range, starting to creep into that 30, 35-mile-per-hour range overnight. And then even early tomorrow morning, I wouldn't be surprised if we see wind gusts closer to 25, 30 miles per hour. You'll also notice we have a wind shifts. These winds are going to be coming from the north-northeast as we get into the overnight hours. So it's that typical Santa Ana wind setup. Now, the silver lining here is this wind event is not going to be as strong as the last one. We're talking about moderate Santa Ana winds, and we're already starting to feel some of the impact, some breezy conditions starting this afternoon. So along those Santa Ana wind corridors into Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, even Santa Clarita, you'll notice wind gusts 30 to 35 miles per hour. Not quite as windy as you head into Fillmore and Fraser Park, still in that 25-mile-per-hour range. And look at this, out toward the Palisades fire, Pacific Palisades right now, only seeing those wind gusts in the teens. So again, a lot of crucial areas getting a break from those winds before we start to see them pick up again this evening. Moving out to the Inland Empire, though, look at this. Riverside, San Bernardino, both seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour. So we're already noticing those winds starting to pick up in certain spots, and pairing it with this really low humidity, especially some areas already dipping into the teens this afternoon. Ontario, Riverside, Beaumont, Hemet, all seeing humidity in the teens. Santa Clarita, Van Nuys, same story. Woodland Hills. This is something partnered with those winds that you just never want to see. It's elements like this that give these fires opportunity to grow really rapidly, as we saw with the Palisades fire last night. Now, this is why this red flag warning has been extended now through Wednesday. We are talking about critical fire weather, not just today, but as we head into the upcoming week. Gusts could be anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour for some, and you just saw that humidity moments ago, 10 to 20%. Now, those gusty winds we're talking about, 30 to 50 miles per hour, that is not going to be consistent. We have two prime times where we're going to start to see those winds picking up, one of them being this evening. So this is going to be a critical moment for us as we head into the overnight hours. We start to see those Santa Ana winds picking up once again. You'll notice, though, some good news. The wind gusts here, we're talking about gusts 20 to 25, even 30 miles per hour, but that's not nearly as powerful as what we saw last week. Also over into the Inland Empire, seeing those breezy conditions too. And then this is going to back off as we head into your Sunday afternoon, even late morning, starting to notice difference. Like I mentioned, this wind event, we're in that moderate range, 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts. We're not even close to that strong extreme range that we saw just this past week. So that is the silver lining for those fire crews. Unfortunately, it's just not the calm conditions that we really want to see. Now, that next wind event for us is going to start Monday night, and I'll show you why. We have this ridge of high pressure that's not going anywhere. This is round one. You can see low pressure moves on out. That sets us up tonight to see round one of the winds. Then we have a break as we head into the rest of your Sunday afternoon, your Monday. Round two moving in Monday night. We have something called an inside slider that's going to move around that high pressure and give us a couple days, once again, Tuesday into Wednesday, of those moderate Santa Ana winds. Here's a look ahead at that 7-day forecast. So you'll notice tomorrow we have smoky skies in the mix, some morning wind as well, gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Hazy skies for your Monday, round two of those winds picking up Tuesday and lasting through your Wednesday. Now, there is a chance we could see some light showers as we head into next weekend. It is very light, but we have some low pressure moving in. Of course, we're all very hopeful we'll see a little bit of rain. Right now, the model's not in complete agreement, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Valleys, Inland Empire, gusts tomorrow up to 45 miles per hour. Along the coast, you'll notice those winds out there tomorrow, up to 35 mile per hour gusts. That dies down on Monday, and then winds looking to be even stronger for you as they move in on Tuesday. Mountain spots, you're in the 40s, some very chilly overnight temperatures, breezy conditions lasting for you through Sunday, 45 mile per hour gusts. Could even see them into early afternoon. And then finally, desert spots, winds in the mix the next day, and then again Tuesday into Wednesday. So Philip, Giovanna, I mean, as we were saying earlier, it's just not the conditions you want to see when you have so many fires still in Southern California.
Thank you, Shayla. Both the Getty Museum and Getty Villa have been threatened by the Palisades fire.
We have an update from the Getty Trust that owns the two museums, and we wanted to give you a quote from them. It was a watchful but fortunately uneventful night up here at the Getty Center. We've been told to anticipate stronger winds later in the day and are closely monitoring the situation. Our galleries are safe and protected. Aside from a few hot spots, the villa remains stable. We continue to be acutely aware of our Getty neighbors and hope for their safety and that of the whole region. And again, that is a statement from the Getty Trust regarding the Getty Villa and the Getty Museum.
We want to go back to Leanne Suter. She's at the Santa Anita racetrack where grassroots effort has really exploded. There are so many people there bringing donations of food, water, clothing. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, you guys. Yeah, tremendous response. It really is heartwarming. It is overwhelming, and it is desperately needed. One of those who need that help. This is David. David, you came to get some supplies for your family. Tell me what happened with your family.
Well, basically, my daughter got her kids taken away. She has 6 boys from 15 on to 3. A big accident happened, I guess, maybe because of the fire, but
Did they lose? You said they lost everything they have?
yeah, and then they're in DPSS has them right now because something happened and they think maybe she might have done it, but I doubt that.
So you came to get some stuff to help your family?
Yeah, just their basic stuff, the hygiene, food, everything that they needed, they lost. So.
And what does this support mean to you and your family?
Thank God, thank you all. I mean, I can't thank enough. I mean, I can't. I mean, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I appreciate it a lot.
I got it. David, thank you for your time. It sounds like they were okay from the fire, but had some other struggles, so at least getting some help.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it. All right, let me show you some of them. We just have the trucks and the cars pulling up here. They're getting another line of them. I want to give you guys a close-up look at what it's like. So they have all of this row, two rows of vehicles have been coming up, and they have all of the folks that are donating. I can't talk today. Pulling in, and then the volunteers here jump out, unload everything. As you can see, this one has croissants. This one has some chips in there. I'm going to see if we can talk to you guys real quick. Tell me about why you decided to donate.
Why wouldn't you? It's the right thing to do. We're going to help as many people as we can. Even if you're not affected living in Pasadena or Palisades, it still affects everybody all over. So, yeah.
And for you, what kind of things did you grab?
We've got chips, water, protein bars, Gatorade, croissants, and we have clothes, but they said they're not taking any more clothes.
They got enough for now.
Right.
When you see, are you guys locals from around here? Or do you Covina? When you see the, well, there you go. I'm gonna come around if you're okay, Martin. If I can come chat with you over there, since she was raised, I'll see if we can catch her since she knows about Altadena. What's your name?
My name is Elaine Smith.
Elaine, when you see Altadena now and you see how much is gone, it looks like almost 90% of that city. What goes through your mind?
It's horrible. It's devastating. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's something that we can't imagine. It's nothing to imagine.
It's unimaginable, yeah, unimaginable. You got it. Thank you for your time, Elaine. I appreciate it. All right, I just wanted to show some more of the volunteers here and see. I think the booth had told me, I want to make sure I'm hearing it right there, time to move on to something else, or we can keep going chatting with folks out here.
All right, Leanne, thank you. Yeah, we're going to keep going. We're going to check in with you a little bit later.
And Giovanna, what we want to do now is go to Tim Caputo. We showed you earlier, this is Reseda. And this is the Mulholland that you'll hear everybody talk about. It's not maybe the Mulholland that you're used to, but it is a really good way for firefighters to get around. But let's go out to Tim Caputo. He is covering the Palisades fire, and he's very near the Encino area at the end of Reseda. Tim?
That's exactly right. We hiked up the hill a little bit more to show you kind of where the action is going on. You see these bulldozers behind me kind of working their way in to try to clear a path to make sure the fire doesn't go any farther. If you look to the right, that's where the fire is burning in the canyon right now. And the interesting thing about this is from our vantage point here, essentially, as you guys mentioned, we're at the top of Reseda, where Mulholland becomes essentially a fire road and turns into a dirt road. And this is the Temesco fire road trail as well. So they're going in there where you could see the fire is burning down in the canyon. And it's interesting from this vantage point as well, because if you look up just above the ridge line there, you'll see these planes. That's where they're coming across to drop either retardants or that water on top of the fire. We'll let this happen live right in front of us right now from our perspective. We've seen a lot of CAL FIRE crews in this exact spot where I'm standing right now. There goes one below and one up above, about to happen as we speak. Kind of keeping an eye on the fire so it doesn't get into the Reseda and Tarzana area where the homes are actually located. It's a bit of a hike up the hill from where we are down to the homes themselves, and that's a good thing that they're keeping the fire that distance. And you see the San Fernando Valley here behind me. And if you look here a little closer, you have a whole line. If we'll could walk a little carefully, gingerly down the steps here. A whole line of these fire hoses that they're essentially handing out to these CAL FIRE crews as they go out to fight the fire. They are coming up from Zuma Beach to help with this, assist with these firefighters. Tom, I saw you tossing those fire hoses there. Those things, it's not light work.
No, it's a couple 100 pounds.
What's it been like today in assisting these crews out here and kind of traveling back and forth and helping out?
To see what they go through, it's amazing. You know, I was on another side of the spur over here, and it was blowing pretty good. A lot of people out there, a lot of crews running all over the place, getting stuff done, a lot of prisoners out there. Everybody's doing their part.
When you sit in this location and you look into the San Fernando Valley and you see how close this Palisades fire is, the one that burned down to PCH, down to the ocean, can you believe that it's already this close?
I think a lot of this is backfire too. A lot of it's backfire. The wind's blowing towards the ocean, so they're just backfiring, seeing what they can burn off, make a perimeter around it so that it burns itself out.
You're not out on the front lines, but you're doing important work out here. How many are there like you who are kind of going back and forth and resupplying the crews that are out here with fire hoses, with whatever they need?
There's, I think, 10 in our group, yeah. And they're scattered. Each fire's got their set, too, so.
And what's your day like? When do you start? How long are you working? Is it like a long?
6, 7 o'clock in the morning till whenever. We have 12-hour shifts, so some of us start later, so we can go later in the evening because we get a lot of calls down at night and so like that. So.
And you said you're retired. You're doing this on your free time.
For fun, yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you for your work.
Firefighters in the family.
Thank you for your work. Tom, obviously working really hard out here, as you see down here, all these fire hoses, and we've seen some of the CAL FIRE crews pick them up and head off. And no joke, these aren't light. I saw a young lady, she put like 3 or 4 of these in a backpack and just walk off like it was nothing. It is hard work out here. Take a step closer. We don't want that truck getting in their way. But obviously, as you see, the work is being done both in the air and on the ground, as we see a steady line of crews, the bulldozers, the fire crews on the ground and above, trying to limit this fire from coming any closer to the San Fernando Valley.
All right. Tim Caputo, thank you. Thank you. We'll check in with you a little bit later. Right now, we want to go to Kevin Ozebek, who's at the West Ridge Trailhead. You still there?
Trailhead. Still there?
Yeah, still here, Giovanna. What we're doing is we're watching these firefighters save these homes. I mean, there's a home under construction right now, and we can see a firefighter on that balcony being built, just dousing the vegetation and the hot spots below him. It has just been incredible to see the firefighting fight from kind of this perch above all the action. We're above this valley that all the smoke is belching out of, and we've seen multiple fire crews from multiple agencies use multiple tactics to protect these homes on West Ridge Drive. Giovanna, I believe I heard you and Philip say today that only one home in this area, or on one of the streets we're off of, was damaged today. I think you got to give the firefighters credit for having only one home in this area damaged, because they've been at it for hours, and this firefight is not going away anytime soon. Now, if you kind of look down this hiking trail, you're going to see some CAL FIRE crews. I wish we could walk all the way over to them, but if we do, we're going to lose reception and our ability to communicate you. But I kind of want to describe to you what they're doing. There's a kind of hillside on the other side there, and firefighters are lined up there with what they are creating, or what they are calling a wet line. Essentially, they are strategically dousing some vegetation on the other side of the hill to protect homes on the other side of the street. Unfortunately, the breeze is starting to pick up a little bit. That's not really good news for the firefight, but at times it does kind of blow this smoke so we can get a good view of these homes. And again, I mean, these hot spots have been so close to these backyards today. It's just been incredible to see the firefighters keep the flames away from these homes. Giovanna and Philip.
Thank you. I know I could not hear you when you were referring to us, we mentioned there was only one home that burned in Mandeville on Mandeville Canyon Road. Did you say that there were others?
Yeah, is that what I heard correctly earlier today?
We had only we heard
Giovanna?
We heard of one home on the 3300 block of Mandeville Canyon Road.
Correct.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is...
I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything.
No, what I'm saying is it's incredible just how close these flames have been, that it is only one home, right? Because we're only one block over from that. So the fact that these flames and this smoke and this fire has been so close to all these homes all day, I mean, it just kind of speaks to the teamwork of these firefighters, of the mutual aid among these different departments, that they've been able to keep this fire away from this line of homes and other homes here in this Brentwood community all day long. I mean, it's been been an impressive battle that they've been waging, and they've really been successful at saving so many homes today.
Absolutely. And earlier, I think I heard you say that the firefighters that you were watching were letting some of the spot fires burn and then throwing water on some other areas. Is that still the case?
Yeah, so if we kind of walk down this trail a little bit, you can see right now there is a firefighter who is dousing a hotspot and dousing some vegetation. But a crew of LA City firefighters earlier today were telling us, you know, sometimes you do want to wet vegetation. You want to make sure that vegetation may not burn because it may be too close to a home or it may be too close to a patch of vegetation that could really spark up fast. But at the same time, Giovanna, firefighters were saying there are other patches of vegetation that you actually do want to let it burn. And that's because the thinking behind that is let that vegetation burn off because it's not threatening any homes. And then what you're kind of doing is you're eliminating a fuel source for either this particular fire or a later fire. So we have been kind of seeing them game plan this out all day long. And at least from this vantage point, they've been very successful.
Yeah, that's the thing about this, Kevin, is because of the weather that is coming on Monday, we don't want any more vegetation available to burn if you can let it burn today safely, and you see that work right there. We have our map to kind of show you exactly where Kevin is. He is, as I understand it, at the head of this Westridge Road right here. So he is in the area that is an active fire zone right now, but you can see how close so many people are to the location. Here is Mandeville Canyon. At this point, Gabe has talked to us before. They have still kept the fire on the western edge of Mandeville Canyon Road, which is so critical because now here's the 405. Again, you've got more open space, but if they can stay on that side of Mandeville Canyon Road, then they have a real opportunity to make some headway here before the wind turns. Now, over here is the Eaton fire, and that is where Gabe Santos is. He is live in Air 7 right now to take a look. And Gabe, as we get a picture from you, the thing is, what we are sharing with people is so amazing in the sadness. I got a text from a close friend of mine who said he was watching your shot a moment ago when you were making your way, I believe it was on Lake, and my friend texted me and said his elementary school is gone, his childhood home is gone, and it struck me that yes, people have lost so much, but there are also memories simply that are gone. He no longer lives in that particular community, but so many people who grew up there have now seen so much loss.
You're absolutely right, Philip. I have going along that same vein, I have a friend of mine that whose family has lived in the Altadena community for the better part of 5 decades, and he has memories of coming to his grandmother's house in this neighborhood and, you know, spending so much time in the Altadena neighborhood. So many memories are attached to it, and he's telling me that, you know, relatives' homes of his have burned down. His home was safe, thankfully, but so many others are not. And the pictures you're seeing right now, we're getting a view now and using our sky map technology to really kind of hone in on what streets, what intersections, and even what parcels are affected. And hopefully this is going to give people at home a view of what buildings exactly have burned down and what still remain. You could see there at the bottom of the screen, there's a couple homes on the west side of Highview Avenue, looks like 2823 and 2817, that may have survived this. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where the parcel numbers are pinned to because we're at a bit of an angle, but you can see on the other side of the street, the 2800 block, going from 2744 and up. Those are a complete loss. As we continue panning over to Fair Oaks Avenue and Mariposa Avenue, you know, we're able to give exact addresses here, and you know, like 30 Manor Street. There's nothing around there, so you could safely surmise that that building is a complete loss. But then you see others. You know, there's pockets of homes that have made it. There's complete city blocks that are complete losses, and then there's pockets of homes that have made it. 175, I believe, that's Mariposa. 193 Mariposa. Those appear to have made it, and this is kind of a luxury that we have to give exact addresses. I want to be careful because the layering can be off by 1 or 2, but when you look at a block, you can kind of surmise whether something is probably matching that address or not to get too technical with it. But overall, the scene we're seeing here, is of overwhelming destruction. Glen Rose and Harriet at the center of your screen. A lot of homes on that block are gone. Ventura, a lot of homes on that street are gone. You see a park there that appears to have been, that's still there because there isn't much to burn there. But Grandier and Mountain View Street, there's some structures there that are gone, and hopefully this is giving some people at home some kind of confirmation, some kind of closure maybe, or the other side of that is maybe we can help somebody realize that their home maybe is still standing. And if that's the case, that's definitely some good news in all of this bad news that we've been having to deliver the past few days.
Yeah, Gabe, and attached to each and every one of these devastated homes is an entire family and years of history. And also, I just want to call attention to an announcement they made at the press conference earlier about the LA County Fire Search and Urban Rescue Team now having to begin the difficult task of and grim task of a grid search of this area, go through every home with cadaver dogs, a coroner, search and rescue teams to find potential victims of the fire. And that's a task that hasn't begun. They'll be doing this between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. because they can't do it in the evening, and they're asking people to stay away.
Yeah, and I was going to add to what you just said about the staying away. If you notice from Gabe's shot, and Gabe, maybe you can offer a little bit as well, you don't see anyone here. The curfew is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., as you mentioned, but you don't see a lot of activity, period. So they're not letting, it doesn't appear, Gabe, as if they're letting anybody in there at all.
Yeah, Philip, you have the National Guard here. You have CHP with hard closures on Lake Avenue and on Fair Oaks. There are very kind of stringent rules about who can get in and out here. And as we're kind of zooming in on some of these streets, all I'm really seeing are official vehicles. I'm seeing a lot of patrol cars, Pasadena PD, LA County Sheriff's Department doing sweeps there. There's a lot of crews from the power company. I'm not sure if that's Pasadena Water and Power or Cal Medicine, but they're in the area. They're trying to restore power to the area, which that's going to be a huge endeavor in itself with all of the infrastructure that has been burned here. We saw a crew a little bit ago trying to set up a cell phone tower, and you have to imagine a lot of cell phone towers in this very concentrated area have been destroyed, and those will need to be put back up as well. But to go back to your point, looking up and down Olive Avenue, there's no other traffic there. There's maybe 1 or 2 cars, and that's really all we're seeing from this perspective.
Yeah, it's about rebuilding an entire community. Unbelievable. Thank you, Gabe, for that. Thank you for that. We'll check in with you a little bit later. Right now, we want to go back to Tim Caputo, who's in the hills above Tarzana. Tim.
Yeah, you just saw it here. Actually, take a look to the right. This is the retardant that was just dropped down from that plane. You actually see it kind of lingering in the air and then dropping essentially ahead of the fire. We've worked our way a little bit into the canyon. Obviously, still a safe distance from the fire itself. If you look to the left, just on the ridge there, those are the 2 bulldozers that were up at our other location, kind of working their way in, drawing a line. Essentially, to my right, the opposite direction of the fire this way is where you have San Fernando Valley and Tarzana, kind of the top of Reseda is in that direction. So you understand the distance. We're probably 15, 20-minute hike from the top of Reseda. And when you look here, you actually see the retardant that's been dropped down, kind of the red bushes there, and where the edge of the fire is. It seems as though they're trying to kind of draw a line right here. We're on a fire road right now, Temesco Fire Road, which kind of splits off from Mulholland after you get essentially out of the valley. But you still see flames down there. They're doing a pretty good 1-2 punch of, as you see, a helicopter dropping down very low to put water on the fire that just kind of popped up there, as they have the retardant also coming down ahead of the fire. Truly a impressive 1-2 punch. especially in these parts of the canyon itself, which are mostly inaccessible to those ground crews. We were talking with the gentleman a little bit earlier about some of the CAL FIRE ground crews and LA County Fire and the multiple agencies that are out here trying to get a handle and get ahead of this fire. That's a big reason the bulldozers to the left there are working right now. They're trying to draw that line to stop the forward progress and momentum of the fire itself. But obviously, depending on how high you are, it's a little bit windier at that higher point we were at the moment here. Actually, if you look on the branches here, you can get a sense barely moving. It's not too bad, which is great for fighting this fire. But obviously, as those winds picked up, it gets a little bit more difficult to stop the forward progress. When it comes to Tarzana, when it comes to Encino itself, this is deep in the canyon, so there's not an immediate threat to that area. But obviously, this is why they're working out here. They want to make sure it doesn't get past this fire road behind me, and you see it's a dirt road, got a little bit of distance, so if the fire reaches it on this side, they hope it wouldn't jump to the opposite side. And that's why essentially farther down there, what they're doing is on one side putting the retardant, the fire is over on this side, so it ever reached this point, you have both a dirt road and then the retardant on the other side to prevent it from going any further. It's still a tough battle. Here we are Saturday afternoon, obviously, and they're still fighting this Palisades fire as it kind of moves up into the canyon and into the valley. If you walk this way, I just want to show you real quick to get a sense of what we're dealing with out here, because I think the threat and concern itself. We'll step up here for a second, if you would. But as you look in, there are homes far down into the canyon itself, but that's way, way far away from the fire. Look to the left here to show where that fire is. And it's been moving very slowly, if that. When we were here last night, it was kind of getting close to Encino. That's why they were using, don't take another step back. That's why they were using the water from the reservoir itself to kind of take on that fire. But as you see, with all this air support here and the work they're doing with the brush clearing and kind of drawing those lines, they are making a pretty aggressive attack to try to stop this in its tracks before it gets deeper into the canyon itself.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much. Tim Caputo showing the great work of those firefighters trying to get that fire retardant down and just slow the spread of the fire. So one of the things we've been talking about is just the fact that you don't see anybody in these areas. You're looking live from Air 7 into the Eaton fire. And we did get word this morning that LAPD has some 600 officers in that area. But another fact that we're hearing is that when it comes to this looting and crime, and if people are thinking of canvassing these areas, we're also getting word that there's so much armed private security in these areas that are watching every home that it is something that people are hopefully getting comfort from, because another thing, it's not just LAPD, it's private armed security apparently, but LAPD has undercover units that are in the area as well. So for anyone who might be thinking they're going to go into the Palisades area or into the Altadena area where it seems as if they have free reign because there's nobody there, armed security is in that area, and they are keeping a very close eye on all of the property that they can keep an eye on. And plus, we mentioned 46 hard closures by the National Guard in the Eaton fire as well. So we're just hoping that we can make sure everybody understands how much police presence is out there protecting the property of those who have survived this devastating fire.
Including the National Guard, including local authorities who have already announced 19 arrests for curfew violations and looting. So they are on guard. They are watching these neighborhoods as they should be, because on top of losing your home, you don't want to worry about losing your contents if your home is safe.
We've heard these stories of people surviving the fire and then being victimized again. Right. And so we are getting word of private armed security along with the 600 LAPD, along with the sheriffs, along with the National Guard.
Stay away from these areas, please. And we want to check in again with Leanne Suter. How's it going out there?
Joanna and Philip, the need continuing, and so has the response. I want to talk to one of the folks that's benefiting from all of that donation and all of those efforts. Amador, I know your home is okay, but you need some help because you can't go back home. Tell me what has happened.
It's for the fire, so that's why I can go home right now. The police and it's a couple soldiers that they can let us go inside right now, so I got no place right now to go. So, but I can get some little stuff that I need, so that's why.
And what kind of things did you need for you and your family?
Just a couple food and some kind of stuffs for clean,
The basics, the things you don't think about. When you need.
So because everything we have right now in the house, so we can use it. So that's why we can go.
And when you had to evacuate, how close was the fire and how frightening was that for you?
It was very close. The fire was very close. It was like 1 minute away, like 4 houses on the left and other 4 houses to the right. Yeah, so that's why we evacuated very, very fast.
And so your neighbors lost their home, but you did not?
No, not me, but my neighbors, they did it. Yeah.
So you're one of the lucky ones, and I know you're grateful for that, but at the same time, it's hard to see your neighbors, I'm sure, that lost everything.
Yeah, it's hard and painful to see how they lost his houses, and, it's very sad, very sad.
Thank you for your time, Amador. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you were able to get some help while you can. He is one of the lucky ones here, but there are so many that are not. But I want to show you, look at this. This is just boxes, stacks and stacks of diapers that have been coming in. These are just some of the supplies. On the other side, there are buckets full of mouthwash. I'm going to head back in here a little bit and see. I mean, there are things you probably don't think that you would need and don't realize. I mean, there's female supplies. There's all kinds of cleaning supplies. We saw just huge piles of cleaning supplies and sponges and all that kind of stuff. So it's just been amazing to see the turnout for stuff. I'm going to see if we can maybe find some other folks who might have been. Were you guys impacted by the fire?
Yeah.
Can we just talk to me about for you what happened with you guys?
Well, we're in this side of the fire. No, we're not in the direct cause, but we have all the smoke, and we were out of power for like 5 days.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People don't realize that you need some of those supplies. Talk to me about what that's been like.
No, I'm volunteering. No, I'm volunteering. Yeah.
Misunderstood. For you, what is it like to see this response in terms of?
It's amazing. All the people, it's overwhelming, actually. I was in the clothes section, and so many people are dropping off so much clothes, and it's a lot. And then everyone's so nice to everyone, so it's really helpful. Making little bags for everyone to take and make sure they have toiletries and stuff like that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She talked about how many people you see. I'm going to have Martin kind of show an overview. Look at it literally is just a sea of humanity out here. There are hundreds and hundreds of people out here, not to mention the hundreds of cars that have been in line for hours all day. Both sides of Santa Anita Park here, the cars stretch around the block. There are so many people in line donating goods, and the response has been overwhelming, which is really appreciated, but it has been a turnout. Look at this, toothbrushes, boxes and boxes of toothbrushes. The kids have been able to get all kinds of stuff. So certainly there have been a lot of people who are in need that have been able to get some help. Again, we're just trying to find some more. It's been hard in all of this. There's so many volunteers. It's been hard to find folks that are actually here because they lost their homes in the fire. But I know that they're here, and I know that there is an overwhelming appreciation and a gratefulness for the community response and the community support that they are getting. Live in Arcadia, Lee Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you so much. And we're going to toss to Gabe, who is above Leanne. That's the site you're looking at there. And Gabe, just a moment ago, we were talking about the bad actors out there and how the need is there for private armed security and LAPD and National Guard. That's the worst of it. And this is the best.
Yeah, Philip, I think I heard Kevin say earlier that he was, just in awe of the spirit of everybody in this community just coming together. And when you look down and you see all those people and all those supplies, I've seen the live shots that we've been doing over the course of the past couple of days. First, they were positioned at the Rose Bowl, and then fire crews actually needed to use the Rose Bowl parking lot for staging. So they had all of these volunteers basically move over to the Santa Anita racetrack, and that is where all the volunteers are positioned, and that's where they're collecting goods now as well. And just to see, I wasn't expecting this to look as impressive, but looking down, we're at 10,000 feet. We have to be this high because there's still air restrictions over the Eaton fire area due to tankers and other helicopters continuing to kind of make sure things are okay with this fire. But even at 10,000 feet, you're looking down at all these cars and all these people down there. It's just a very, very impressive and heartwarming sight to see here, guys.
Absolutely, Gabe. Thank you for bringing us that perspective. And while the goodwill is happening there is more goodwill happening in the firefight. In the midst of the firefight, we've got Kevin Ozebek. He is still at the West Ridge Trailhead, and we want to check in with him.
West Ridge Trailhead, and we want to check in with him.
Well, Giovanna, what's really nice to see from this vantage point is it looks like from here, there's less and less hot spots. I mean, there are firefighters hiking in this valley below. You see one of them right down there spraying a ton of water. These firefighters are putting out these hot spots to protect all these homes on West Ridge Drive, and they're just doing a phenomenal job. We got out here maybe around 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and Giovanna and we were out there. You know how you can just kind of feel someone's energy? People act at a faster pace. You know, you could just tell there was much more of a frantic energy this morning among the firefighters. They were laying down all those hose lines. They were getting to position. But for several hours now, even though this is still a very these firefighters have just done an incredible job protecting all of these homes, and you very much get the sense from them that they have this under control. So if you are a homeowner here and you're just kind of watching all this because you left today, you know, you can at least know that these firefighters are doing the absolute best that they can. We've been seeing this firefight from both on the ground as well as in the air. Now, about an hour ago, 2 hours ago, we saw Chinook water drop after Chinook water drop. It looks like that aircraft has moved elsewhere to prevent other hot spots, but you can see, so much more smoke was blowing from this valley, Philip and Giovanna, when I joined you a few hours ago. I mean, it just was belching out smoke. It still is. There's still a lot of smoke coming down, but it is just looking much, much better, at least in this particular part of the Palisades fire. Philip and Giovanna?
Kevin, thank you so much. And yes, there's so much acreage that has burned in that shot right there, but homes are still standing.
And they're being saved, and they continue to be saved.
That's the thing. Shayla is going to join us now. Shayla, as I was looking at Kevin's live shot, hair starting to rustle a little bit in the wind. Are we going to start seeing winds pick up this afternoon?
So we are already starting to see some of those Santa Ana winds return, and they are going to be picking up as we head into this evening. Now, the good news is this Santa Ana wind event is not going to be nearly as strong as what we saw this week. We're talking about moderate winds. Zach mentioned all of that smoke, though. You can still see it. This is a look from LAX, hazy skies. But look at this. Right now at LAX, winds coming in 12 miles per hour. So we are getting a little bit of a break. Winds not too bad this afternoon, but look what happens as we head into this evening. So out by Pacific Palisades, we're seeing those winds in the single digits, just creeping into the teens. By about 7 p.m., we're going to start to see them pick up a bit. But you'll notice we're talking about gusts anywhere from 20, 25, coming very close to even 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts, especially as we get into the early morning hours, and then dying down as we head into your Sunday late morning and afternoon. But we do have a breezy 24 hours or so ahead. Taking a look out there right now, you'll notice along that Santa Ana wind corridor, we're already starting to see those gusts pick up this afternoon. So Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, both seeing wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. Same story for Santa Clarita. Fillmore, not quite as windy, but those wind gusts in that 20 to 25 mile per hour range. Out toward Malibu and Malibu Hills, you're in the teens. And again, Pacific Palisades getting a little bit of a break. Gusts right now coming in 11 miles per hour. Then as you start to move south, not seeing too much wind out toward Glendora, Anaheim, but then out toward the Inland Empire, you are seeing some winds as well this afternoon. And those are going to pick up as we head into this evening. Again, in that 25 to even 35 mile per hour range. That 25 to 35 mile per hour wind gust range is really going to be the name of the game as we head into those overnight hours. Now, the reason fire danger is going to continue to be the utmost concern is because we have those breezy conditions and still some really low humidity. You will notice we're talking about the teens for so many areas. Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lancaster, all seeing humidities coming in 15, 16%. Van Nuys at 10%. Woodland Hills coming in 13%. But Santa Monica, a little bit better, coming in 67%. But again, once you partner those breezy conditions, those strong winds with that low humidity, this is why we now have red flag warnings in place through Wednesday, and you'll notice very widespread. We are talking about from Ventura County all the way down into Orange County. Gusts anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour, and humidity levels really low. You saw them just moments ago. Now, those strong gusts we talk about, that is not going to be continuous. We have a couple prime times, one of them being this evening. So you'll notice as we head into the overnight hours, we start to see those wind gusts picking up. Again, the silver lining here, most areas seeing 25 to 35 mile per hour winds. And excuse me, when I say most areas, I mean those wind prone areas. Los Angeles, even Long Beach, fairly calm conditions for you. Temecula, so not everyone is going to see those widespread winds like that last Santa Ana wind event we had. And then as we head into late Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, starting to die down. The next wind event won't be until next week. And all of these winds we're talking about in that moderate range, gusts 25 to 35 miles per hour. Last week, we saw winds strong to even extreme levels. That's not on the table as we head into the next 24 hours. We're looking at those moderate conditions. And even as we head into next week. Now, all of this, thanks to this ridge of high pressure sitting off the west coast, that's going to stay with us. And we have this trough of low pressure over Southern California that's going to continue to push east. Once that moves out, we get the chance for that first round of winds. That's tonight. Then Sunday night into Monday, a little bit of a break. Before Monday evening, we have the chance for round 2, an inside slider moving in. And that'll bring us another round of Santa Ana winds, most likely lasting Tuesday, even into your Wednesday. But again, this next round still in that moderate range from what the models are showing so far. Looking ahead in that 7-day forecast, you'll see LA, Orange County, some morning wind in the mix. We've also got smoky skies, hazy skies lingering through at least Monday. Those winds picking up for us once again as we head into your Tuesday, tapering off on Wednesday. There is a chance as we look ahead to next weekend that we could see some really light showers. Of course, something we all really want to see right now. Models not in complete agreement of this yet, so those chances are low, but they are in the mix. Valleys, Inland Empire, mid-60s for you tomorrow with those morning winds. Gusts could be as high as 45 miles per hour. That's going to taper off by late morning, though, with some breezy conditions lingering through Monday. Along the coast, temperatures starting off in the 60s. You dip briefly to the 50s by next week. Gusts for you picking up for Tuesday. Mountain spots, 40s to start off your week. Gusty conditions tomorrow. And then finally, the deserts. I mean, it's the same story. We are talking about some wind over the next couple days, but a little bit of a break in between. With that, I'll toss it back to you guys.
Thank you so much. We want to say hello and thank you for joining us to our viewers out there. This is a special edition of Eyewitness News. We're continuing our coverage. You're watching us on ABC7 and wherever you stream ABC7 Los Angeles. I'm Michelle Fisher.
And I'm Jory Rand. We want to thank you for continuing to stay with us here. We've been on all day long. We didn't expect to see things turn out like this today. We thought this was going to be a kind of break between the windstorms, but once again, things kind of picked up from the Palisades fire, and we saw homes in the Mandeville Canyon area put at risk today. It looks like at least one of them burned. Here is a look at the fires burning in our area right now. At one time this week, there were up to 6 or 7 active fires. Right now, it is down to just 4 main fires that we are talking about. The Palisades fire, that is drawing much of our attention because that continues to burn and put homes at risk. That started in Pacific Palisades, burned into Malibu, and is now burning east into the Brentwood area and putting homes in Mandeville Canyon at risk. Going clockwise, there's the Kenneth fire. That is continuing to burn. That is burning in the Calabasas area. That's about 1,000 acres, up to 80% containment. That is looking good. The Hearst fire burning in Sylmar, about 800 acres again, up to about 76% containment. That is a fire that first broke out around the same time that the Palisades and Eaton fires broke out, but that is doing pretty well in terms of the firefight. Then there's the Eaton fire burning in Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre. That is another massive fire that has become the second most destructive wildfire in California history, burning more than 7,000 structures. Multiple lives were lost. And again, we heard that officers with cadaver dogs will be going through the burn area there looking for victims of this fire. The death toll is expected to grow.
And we are just getting in some news, actually, that is an update on the Eaton fire. Some evacuations have now been lifted for certain areas. So reading this information as it's just coming in, orders are lifted for the following cities: the city of Bradbury and Bradbury Estates, the city of Duarte. Orders also lifted for the following areas located inside the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge. This includes all residences with the city limits as follows. So from Angeles Crest Highway east of Oakwood Avenue, north of Angeles Crest Highway at the curve west of Haskell Street, and also north of Foothill Boulevard to Night Way in the intersection of Gold Canyon Trail at Crown Avenue, east to Varro Road. And for those using the Watch Duty app and protectgeises.com, these zones, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, pardon me, but these zones are listed as LCF Crest B, LCF Commonwealth, and LCF Foothill East. And then orders are modified, we're being told by this information, from evacuation orders to evacuation warnings for the following areas. So those are located inside the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge. Also, this includes all residences within the city limits as follows: north of Night Way, Gold Canyon Trail, and east of Oakwood Avenue, Angeles Crest Highway to the curve of, again, Gold Mesa Road and Starlight Crest Drive. NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory also included in that as well. So those are some updates for people living in those areas that were impacted. It seems like those were orders, now downgraded to warnings, if you can get back to your property safely.
And that's good news. Those are the areas mainly west and south of the Eaton fire. And there was so much concern with those winds that we saw that this fire was going to continue to spread. It seems like the forward progress has been put in check, and now it's basically a race against time before the next wind event moves in tonight, and a second one is expected to move in later this week. Someone who has a first-hand view of what is going on right now with the Palisades fire is Tim Caputo. He has hiked up into the mountain range overlooking both the valley and the Palisades side. I know this is around the Dirt Mulholland area where Mulholland Drive turns into a hiking trail. Let's get to Tim Caputo and see what he's looking at right now. Tim.
Yeah, a lot of activity where we're standing. We're kind of at the crux of where the fire is and the retardant is coming down. Actually, come back over here because I want to show you. These are the folks who are coming up from the work they've been doing. I wonder if they're going to go back down the hill as well, because obviously this is tough terrain in here in the canyon itself, and a lot of these guys have been, obviously, you see how dirty they are, working really hard coming through the canyon. How we doing, guys? Where are you guys from? All right, so we got some folks out here working. Thank you for your work out here, guys. Moving to another location, some prisoner workers down in the fire itself, and we'll show you what they're doing, because there was a little fire that flared up a second ago to the left side of this kind of dirt area, but the bulldozers are doing some work, creating a path, clearing some road between where the fire is on the left side, that's the east side, and potentially stopping it from moving a little bit west. There's 3 or 4 bulldozers down there, a little hard to see behind the smoke, but you have smoke there and a little bit fire just over the ridge. What we're also seeing from above, especially from this vantage point, is a number of the helicopters and planes coming over with both the water and the retardant. Here's the thing that's about this area that's kind of interesting too, because it's tough to see where we are from essentially where I'm standing, but over in that direction, you're looking at Tarzana. The top of Reseda is just over that ridge where those guys are walking. So if you continue in that direction, where you'll get the top of Reseda, it turns into a kind of dirt Mulholland Road path, a fire road, and then it comes into this dirt trail where I am right now. Back in that direction, you're going to eventually reach the Pacific Ocean, and that's where the Palisades are. And over to our west here, actually where you're looking, as far as that, it's Woodland Hills, and you get a bit of Topanga as well. So it's crazy the size of the fire itself, because we are in an area where it's essentially kind of branching out into a lot of different directions. It seems as though they have a great handle on the fire, and you can get a first-hand look from where we're standing. They've really tore apart this area to create this kind of dirt path that stops the fire on the left, and then obviously has the area on the right, the west side, that hasn't burned yet. But we'll check this out over here. Let's look to the left. This has all been burned already to our east, and if you come up the hill here, if we take a couple steps in this direction, and this pink stuff you're seeing on the ground here, this is the retardant that the planes are dropping down, and this shows you exactly where we are, where they were trying to stop the fire itself from passing this fire road and getting to that side where you would hit Encino and Tarzana itself. Oh, there's some flames up there on the ridge. So let's take a look at this up here. So this is the difficulty with the terrain itself, as you see these guys now working up the kind of corner of that ridge to get up to where the fire is. There's retardant just to the left of it, and to the right, it's essentially already been burned out. This is what we're seeing with the flare-ups in places where the fire is still going. Come back around here as this plane is now dropping some more stuff. The retardant coming down on the ground here. And guys, obviously a very active scene as it has been. This is a huge fire that has been a real beast to get a handle on, especially as the winds and breezes have picked up. Actually, you could see the lingering retardant kind of coming down on the trees and bushes over on that side, and obviously the bulldozers below. A very active scene, lots of folks on the ground, lots of folks in the air trying to stop this, but obviously the concern as it moves further west, and it's moving slowly, is as you eventually reach farther west, you're in Topanga and Woodland Hills. We don't want it to get that far, and these crews are making sure that doesn't happen. Jory and Michelle, we're going to get another vantage point here, but obviously a lot going on essentially in every single direction above and below us, because all the work is being done all at the same time.
Yeah, incredible work, Tim. Thank you. We'll look forward to your next report. We'll see where you move to next. And it's also just so illustrative of the firefight that's going on right now with that Phos-Chek, that fire retardant that gets dropped, the clear line of delineation between what has burned and what is still intact, and when the fire finds a little pocket that has been unprotected by that Phos-Chek, it's just incredible to see. This is a look at the entire Palisades fire. It stretches all the way to Malibu and comes all the way east, almost to Brentwood. Here's the Riviera Country Club down here. You can see just the wide spans of what this fire has taken out so far. So if we pan up a little bit, let's just slide this down for you. Tim is reporting from this area here. You can see this little line. This is Mulholland Drive. It's called Dirt Mulholland, where it's no longer a road and it's just a dirt path that people kind of go through. And Temescal Fire Road is where Tim is. So he's somewhere in this region here and watching this fire as it tries to spread to the west. We'll try and zoom this out for you, and where we saw some flames and homes in danger earlier in this day. This is the Mandeville open space. Mandeville Canyon Road comes all the way up here to the top again, as we've learned from Josh Haskell, the longest dead-end street in California. 5 miles, goes all the way up right into that danger area. On Wednesday night, so this is when the fire was still basically in Pacific Palisades proper, we drove all the way up here to La Condesa Drive, and this little pocket right here, this had just burned in this tiny little valley. So we parked at the end of La Condesa, got out and hiked a little bit to this open space and saw fire coming down this way. It had not yet reached any of this area up here and has continued to spread the last couple of days and continues its northeast spread. And that is where we have our reporters up here on the ridge line. That's where the valley can see the fire from last night, and it's continued to burn in that direction. That Phos-Chek line, they've tried to paint this around this fire, and they've been doing a great job. And you have the burned area and the Phos-Chek lines hoping to stop this in its northern and northeast spread. The winds that were expected tonight are expected to blow back down in this direction. So the hope is that what has burned and what has been protected will stop its eastern march, its northern march, and once again we'll see most of this burn area. There's nothing left for it there's no fuel left for it to burn. If we slide to the east, this is the Eaton fire. This is, once again, a scene of complete devastation that we have seen play out in Altadena and Pasadena over the last couple of days, and it has just continued to smolder there with thousands of structures lost, 10,000 acres have burned. And as we slide this into your screen here, so the places that we're talking about where those orders were just lifted, so we're talking about Duarte. Let's see if I can get this on our map here. We're talking about Duarte down here to the east, Bradbury over here. This area to the east, to the southeast, is no longer under those evacuation orders that we had seen over the last couple of days. We're also talking to the west, La Cañada, Flint Ridge. JPL is in a pocket right up in here. And so this area too, evacuation orders have now been lifted in this fire as the Eaton fire. I mean, to talk about 2 major fires, thousands of structures lost. It is just, once again, we keep using the word devastating because the scope of this really is unrivaled. We have not seen anything like this before. These are the 2 biggest fires California has ever seen in the month of January. It was a freak wind event, and we're once again talking about 2 more wind events we are expected to see here starting tonight. And so while this won't be as strong as we've heard from Shayla throughout the afternoon, this won't be as strong as what we've seen in the last couple of days last week. The fact that we still have open flames, and you add to that even moderate Santa Ana wind event, hopefully the fact that much of this is already burned, there's not any fuel to spread this. But once you have open flames, and we've seen this can carry for miles and miles, there is a lot of concern tonight about what is to come. Michelle.
Lori, thank you. It certainly doesn't make the firefighting efforts any easier for the firefighters out there. We do want to get to Air 7. Gabe Santos in Air 7 now. He is over the Palisades fire as the firefight continues there. Hi, Gabe.
Yeah, Michelle, so we used our sky map to look at where the devastation was exactly in Altadena and Pasadena, and now we're doing the same thing with the Palisades. It's a little bit more of a smokier scene here because there is active fire and active flames on the Palisades fire right now, but we're taking a look now at Sosmore, excuse me for the pronunciation there, DePaul Street, just areas of the Palisades and into Malibu that are a complete, just incomplete ruins, and you see those street numbers pop up there, the 750s, the 770s, going into the 800s. There's Caruso Village right there off of Sunset. That one survived, but as we go a little bit further down and to the right, the Alphabet Streets, so much destruction in that area. Galloway, Embury, If Street, Kagawa Street, Bashford, so much destruction around there. Chautauqua, Albright, the Alphabet Streets appear to have been just completely wiped off the map. And I heard someone say, you know, we were talking to a resident there, and they said, you might as well wipe the Pacific Palisades off the map because that's what has happened here. Although, you know, just there's so many surprising instances where you see all of these city blocks just completely devastated, and then there's one house remaining, and you have to wonder how that person will be able to continue with their you know, livelihood and their normal life, because everything around the neighborhood has been completely destroyed, let alone access to the neighborhood alone. So even if you have one home on a city block that's been completely demolished, will that person even be able to access their home and you know, have some sense of normalcy? That question is yet to be determined, because I think it'll be some time before normal access will be restored to these areas as we continue to kind of look at some of these other streets here. Alma Real Drive, it looks like a few homes made it there. Earlham Street, a lot of destruction there. Lombard Street, Swarthmore Avenue, excuse my pronunciation on that one, but hopefully you're able to look at this sky map display as I am and pick out any street that maybe you've been concerned about, or any number that you've been concerned about, and hopefully we'll be able to offer some sort of closure, maybe if you've been wondering, if you didn't know if your property made it, or hopefully, you know, maybe if you're lucky, we'll be able to help bring you some good news maybe, and show you that maybe your parcel is still standing right now.
Well, Gabe, we know for the Palisades fire particularly, 5,000 plus structures destroyed. Many of those are homes, as we're seeing here. But to your point about those lone homes on an entire block that may still be standing, as people try to return to their normal lives, it's not just homes impacted, right? Schools we've seen have burned down, community stores, grocery stores, pharmacies. So to go back into this area, if you are someone who does still have a home there, returning back to your normal life could be difficult, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and something I heard you talking. Go ahead, Gabe.
Well, just to agree with Michelle's point there, it would be completely difficult, even if your home did survive, for you to have any sort of normalcy for quite some time to come, just because the entire community has been affected by this. You know, the grocery store, gas stations, you have power lines, you have water line issues, you have cell tower issues, and some of those are being worked on kind of as crews move in and work on those things. But a lot of other things like the schools in the area. If your child's school burned down, I think it's going to be some time before we have an answer to how you move on with your child's education. And these are just the questions that we don't think about until after a disaster like this happens, but it's definitely something that a lot of people are thinking about now.
You think about how long it takes to build a house. How about rebuilding 3,000 houses or 5,000 houses? It's just going to take a long time for any of these neighborhoods to look like what they once did. Let's head over to Leanne Suter, who has been a witness firsthand to the outpouring of support from this community, and it continues into this Saturday. Leanne.
Yeah, Jory, that's right. I mean, truly overwhelming, the amount of support, the donations. It is heartwarming to see. And I'm talking with one of the folks who really appreciates that, the Ricardo Solozano. Ricardo, you guys lost your home in Altadena. Take me back to that night. What happened?
I showed up. Actually, I had left before because I thought, I didn't think it had too much concern about, I knew it was windy, but there was no fire at the time. And then as soon as I went to my dad's house in Baldwin Park area, and then that's when I started hearing about the fire here in Altadena. And so I rushed back to the house. And even then, my girlfriend and her two parents were there, and we sat around, and her mom was concerned. At that time, I wasn't too concerned. I saw the fire way off, and I said, oh, it should be okay. But then just all of a sudden, you saw it like straight up north of us. And the winds were just howling, and we decided, let's get out of there now. They had begun to pack to leave, but they didn't take any shoes, they didn't take any of their clothing. Basically, it was just some paperwork, their passports, that kind of thing. So
They literally have nothing, as you said, but the clothes on their back.
exactly, no hygiene products, nothing.
And where are they now? For them, at least, you guys found a place to stay. But talk to me
We're
about
at an Airbnb.
But the supplies. I mean, there's a lot that's needed. It's clothes. I mean, what does this mean to you guys and the family?
It's very helpful. I mean, it's also. It's very heartwarming, the kind of support that I see. I didn't expect to see so much here, so much clothing, all this water, and it's nice that the community is willing to help out. And I know a lot of these people are also impacted as well by the fire, and they come out and volunteer, take time out of their busy schedules to help others.
Those of us that haven't been in your shoes, I can't imagine this has been overwhelming. How do you process the next step? And now that you know that the home is gone, is it overwhelming to think of what comes next?
You try to think one thing at a time, because if you try to think of, I got to get from point A to point Z, it's overwhelming. You see, how am I going to do that? And how much time is it going to take? When is my life going to go back to normal? Is there ever going to be a normal?
Have you guys even started the process, thought of applying with FEMA, any of that yet?
Yes, right away. And then we have a family from other areas that are assisting us as well, whichever way they can. We're lucky we found Airbnb, because that night we were just sleeping in the parking lot when we evacuated, and we kept trying to find hotels around there. Everything was sold out. There were no vacancies anywhere. So we slept in the car all night until the next morning. We got an Airbnb, and then we couldn't check in until like 4 o'clock. And it was just very tough. And it was very, at least I'm younger, but my girlfriend's parents, they're 80, 84, and for them to be stuck in the car all night and then not knowing what's going on. We haven't even been able to go back to actually look at the house ourselves.
You guys have been told it was lost.
Yeah.
I know you guys are up near the lake in Altadena area, and that has been
We have
decimated.
video evidence of it. Someone actually filmed it and posted it on TikTok, actually, and that's what we found out, that it was lost.
What goes through your mind when you first see that?
We were already expecting it. Unfortunately, we were hoping for the best, but expecting the worst at that point. Yeah.
You now know how much of the city, how much of Altadena is gone.
Yes, I've seen those aerial views drones have taken. It's mind-blowing. I never thought I would see this. I thought this was something you see in movies, but not in real life. Yeah. And so quickly as well, just overnight, just everything changed.
Everything certainly changed, and I'm sorry for your loss. I really am, and for the family. I hope you guys are able to get going. And any thoughts at this point? I know you said it's too early, but rebuild, come back?
That's the hope. But we have to jump through all the hoops, with the insurance companies. It's just so much to deal with right now. Even I can't grasp it yet.
I appreciate your time, Ricardo. Thank you for waiting very much and talking with us and sharing your story. Again, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm glad you guys were able to get something today, and thank you again as you begin this process. Ricardo's story, just one of thousands within the Altadena area. So many people that need help. I'm going to give you guys just a quick view just so you can see how big this turnout has been here at this donation area. I'm going to have Martin just pan over. It literally is a sea of humanity out of here. Just tons of things and items. You see the diapers that we got here. There are hundreds of volunteers that have shown up to help sort everything. Then you have all the folks that came out and actually dropped off all of these donations. There are cars lined up around Santa Anita Park here. Both entrances completely backed up with cars coming as they try to drop off the donations. We have food, we have water, we have cleaning supplies, there's toothpaste, there's toothbrush. I mean, everything that you could remotely or think about that you would need for all these folks. As you heard just from Ricardo, they left with nothing but the clothes on their back that first night, sleeping in their car because they had nowhere to go. So now they're going to begin the long process of trying to rebuild. This volunteer effort, this donation effort here is going to continue until 8 o'clock tonight. They're going to be back tomorrow, they said, at about 7 a.m. and it continued again. They expect to be out here at Santa Anita Racetrack through Wednesday. So those in need, come out and get what you can, get whatever you can think of. I think they have it. Literally, I've seen so many things, but the response from the community, absolutely overwhelming and so heartwarming to see that, because as we know, thousands of people across Southern California now impacted by these deadly wildfires. Live in Arcadia, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, worst of Mother Nature bringing out the best of humanity. Leanne, thank you for that report. We now want to get over to Kevin Ozebek from our sister station in Houston. He's been here helping us all week cover these fires. And Kevin, we understand you are in the Brentwood area as the fire has at time to threaten that area of the community, right?
Yeah, Michelle, let me give you a scene setter and kind of a locator so you know exactly where we are. We are on a hiking trail, which is right off of Westridge Road. In fact, off of the very top of Westridge Road, which is off of some of the major canyon roads here. And the reason we came up here is we wanted to kind of see the firefight that's going on to protect these homes. And we have, Michelle, such a great vantage point. We're kind of above the firefight. Now, we do have to let you know, when we got here around 10, 11 o'clock this morning, there were active flames down here in this valley. I mean, we saw flames just yards away from some of these homes off of Westridge Road. And just to kind of put this all into perspective, those homes over there, that's the backyard. And at times we saw firefighters on those balconies taking water from these pools, dousing out those backyards. But as a kind of a good sign, we've seen firefighters go deeper down into the valley. Also, we're seeing a lot less hot spots here. You know, as the wind, that funnel of smoke coming up. Well, now we are seeing less and less and less and less and less and less of those hotspots, which is just more additional great news. And Jory, Michelle, what's also just been so unbelievable from this location is we've seen these firefighters use so many different tactics to try to save these homes. We do have these firefighters dousing down that brush. We've also seen at times these firefighters strategically watching patches of brush burn. What they were doing was they were letting those patches of brush just burn so this fire would have less fuel. So essentially they've been tackling this from multi angles. At times we also seen the Chinook helicopter over this valley dousing water. Haven't seen any of those airdrops yet, so just another good sign that conditions here in this part of Brentwood are improving. Jory and Michelle?
Okay, Kevin Ozebek, thank you so much. Fantastic work. We really appreciate you coming in and helping us with this coverage of this massive natural disaster. And it's good to see that firefighters in that area, that is the Mandeville Canyon area, have been getting control. Westridge Road kind of parallels Mandeville Canyon Road as it heads up the hill. Of course, Mandeville continues way to the north. It's basically the top of the ridge that separates the valley from Pacific Palisades, but that is certainly one of the areas of danger we have seen over the last week.
We want to go ahead now, get back to Air 7 with a different vantage point. Gabe Santos, what can you tell us about what you're seeing from the air?
Well, we're getting back over the Palisades fire, and there's Mandeville Canyon Road in the center of your screen. You can see a lot of these homes and structures in Mandeville Canyon are covered in that fire retardant, and that's kind of what the goal was to put down as much of that fire retardant as they can to try and help with the firefighting effort and help with the flames that were creeping down Mandeville Canyon, down the side of Mandeville Canyon. And I think my first flight this morning was about in the 9 a.m. hour, and looking now at the whole scene, really, it does seem to have really improved. Earlier there was a lot of fire activity. It was slowly creeping down, but we had a lot of this dry brush burning a lot of this heavy chaparral, these flashy fuels that firefighters refer to it as, and that was going up and putting up a lot of flame, and you were seeing a lot of heat. We saw a fire NATO earlier just because of all that heat developing from those some of that brush that was burning. And now, a few hours after that, I'm looking at this scene and I'm seeing just a lot of light white smoke just kind of wafting up from the canyon, and that tells me that the fire activity has really decreased since we first brought Air 7 over this scene earlier this morning, and even since I first took a look at this scene from the mid-morning hours on. Then you could see the pink line on the hillside, the pink line on the roofs and on the hillside. That was kind of the stand that fire crews using their aerial assets were working on. They were constantly dropping fire retardant, constantly making water drops, and that appears to have worked. Looking at this ridge here, that's Mulholland Drive, going from the top left corner of your screen and down towards the bottom right. There's the Encino Reservoir there. We had a lot of fire helicopters earlier this afternoon doing pickups from the Encino Reservoir and bringing it over to that corner there where that's the old Nike silo site there at the Mandeville Fire Road intersection with Mulholland Drive, Old Mulholland Drive. That became a dirt fire break, and that fire break really worked because the fire kind of crept up the hill. It didn't really creep up the hill. It went pretty fast up the hill, but once it got to the top of the hill, it did not have any sort of momentum to continue on down the other side of the hill. And so it looks like, at least at this point, that Mulholland Drive was able to be a very good fire break on the north side of this fire, and it does not appear that there's any fire activity moving further to the north towards Encino, towards Tarzana, and that sort of thing. We shouldn't let our guards down with these future wind events coming, but at this point it looks like Mulholland Drive was able to prove itself a very good fire break. As we look now at the far west flank of the fire, this fire is kind of working in two areas. There's two areas are the most active right now. You have the Mandeville Canyon part of the fire, and you have this part of the fire that is furthest to the west, close to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. It isn't quite towards Topanga Canyon Boulevard. A flank of the fire further towards the coast actually crossed Topanga Canyon Boulevard, but this area here at the crest of Mulholland Drive, if you draw a line from the crest of Mulholland Drive over to Topanga Canyon, that has not burned yet, and that hasn't burned in quite some time. So there's a lot of dry brush there, and that's what you're seeing there. That's what you saw a second ago at the top of your screen. That was still burning. That's where those active flames are right now, and fire crews are keeping an eye on that. And if it progresses further to the west, that's when they bring in more helicopter operations, and they do water drops to try and prevent it from moving further to the west, because that still is a concern. Those are mandatory evacuations. If you're west from the fire zone, due west from the fire zone along Topanga Canyon, that's something to worry about. As we see now, one of those this is the Helitanker Chinook helicopter, capable of carrying about 3,000 gallons of water. They're about to make another drop here, but overall, we're seeing some good progress as the day has turned to afternoon here from Air 7.
Great, Gabe, thank you. And that view right there is about where Kevin Ozebek was before, where we were looking off into the distance to see the flames. That's where Tim Caputo is as this firefight continues. Here, as we have passed the bottom of the hour, we want to kind of reset here and welcome you for watching this special edition of Eyewitness News here at 4:30. I'm Joy Rand.
I'm Michelle Fisher. We want to get you to a fire map right now as we continue our coverage of these deadly wildfires burning now this week across Southern California. What you're looking at here, the LA wildfire map. We'll start with the Palisades fire, which is burning in Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and threatening now Brentwood area. 22,600 plus acres burned, 11% containment. We know 5,000 plus structures have now been destroyed. This is the fourth most destructive in state history, second most destructive in Southern California history. Also, the Eaton fire, which has been another big one we've been keeping our eye on all week long, just devastating and deadly. That's in the Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre areas. 14,117 acres, 15% containment, more than 7,000 plus plus structures, homes, and other buildings, businesses destroyed and damaged. Second most destructive in state history and most destructive in Southern California history. Also, the Kenneth fire in Calabasas, more than 1,000 acres burned there, 80% containment. Some good news there on that firefight. And then the Hearst fire in Sylmar, 799 acres, 76% containment. So it's been a devastating week here for Southern California, and the firefight not over in these areas. And we know the winds are expected to pick up again tonight, unfortunately.
Right. We'll get to weather in just a bit to see how bad things could be. But we talk about those two fires. More than 12,000 structures lost that we know of between the Eaton and the Palisades fire. That every one of those numbers is a family that has been affected by this, either by losing property, damaged property, losing a car, losing your transportation, losing your business. All that is now gone. And in the face of that, we have seen Southern California turn out and do everything they can to the point of capacity at several donation events. We have seen people house animals from Pasadena Humane to the west in the Palisades fire. It's just been incredible to see the outpouring of support. And once again, we head back to Leanne Suter, who is at Santa Anita, firsthand witness to the hundreds, to the thousands of people who have come out to help since this fire first broke out. Leanne.
Jory, Michelle, truly an overwhelming response by the community for those in need. One of them is Kevin Jordan. Kevin Jordan lost everything in the Altadena fire, including his treasured pet. He lost his cat in the fire. Kevin, take me back to that night. You said you went to bed and you woke up and it was sheer terror.
I just looked through the window and all I heard was like, help, help, not help, but get out the house, get out the house. And I just in shock mode looking for my cat. And all I can do is grab so much. So.
When everybody was screaming, those were your neighbors, I'm assuming, neighbors, family members?
Family members and neighbors. So many people came out. Like, so much I could say.
What did you see when you looked outside?
The fire and close to my window, but I could have been the first one gone. Like.
I hear the pain in your heart. I can't imagine how terrifying that was. I know for so many. Hard to process all of this.
It is.
You got word that your home was lost in this. When you saw that, what went through your mind?
I lost everything. I lost my money that I saved up, lost my cat, lost my uncle's ashes. I lost everything.
Your pet, I know, means a lot. The ashes, I know, mean a lot. That's your family member. An event like this today help somewhat as you begin this process? I appreciate it, Kevin. I know I can't even put myself in your shoes. I really can't. I know this is horrific. Have you guys even begun to think about what would be next if you rebuild, if you come back?
All I can do is work and just go 10 times harder than what I did before. That's all I can think of.
When you see this event, as I said, this helps. At least there's...
It's support. I love what everybody's doing. I love the support and everything. That means a lot. We all coming together as one strong opponent.
How long had you been in Altadena and realizing how much has been affected?
Pretty much my whole life. But my mom and my family just moved places. But this was like the safest home I ever been to. It's called home.
To see the city gone is absolutely devastating.
Devastating tragedy. It's like it's not home no more. It's nothing.
I appreciate your time and sharing your story. I can't imagine, as I said, just how terrifying that was for you guys to go through. And I'm glad you survived. I'm glad your family is okay.
Thank you.
With time, you guys can heal with this.
Thank you.
Come back stronger, right? That's what they say?
That's right. Come back stronger.
Thank you for your time, Kevin. I really appreciate it. My best. Again, those stories break my heart. I mean, you can hear it in Kevin's voice. It's just absolutely devastating. And they have lost so much, so many things that you might not think of, but they mean so much to them, especially his pet, his cat, his uncle's ashes. Those are things that can't be replaced, unfortunately. At least here he said he can get some of the basics. They're looking for a suitcase. He's looking for some clothes. He got some toothbrushes. He got all the things you would need after you've lost everything you own. It is those stories really touch you. It is also amazing to see the response from the community to help all of those in need. And I have to say, this hits me hard too, just because Altadena is so close to my home, and to know that virtually 90% of that town is gone. There are no words. There's just so many people like this that need help. So this is overwhelming to see. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio live in Arcadia. Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, that was a very difficult interview to watch, Leanne. If you could stick with us just for a moment. That's a broken human right there, and forcing a smile for what's going on, but you play that out for so many people. If we can try and get more out there to help people, Leanne, are you aware of what is still needed at this event? I know this was moved from the Rose Bowl because it was so large it couldn't be contained there, and so with so many people pouring in, what is the organization like at this event? I know you said there's a line coming in there. What is still needed for the thousands of people who are still hurt like Kevin?
I know that a lot of the organizers here say really one of the biggest needs is money. That's really some of the biggest impact they're going to have, even if it's just $5, if people can donate to the Red Cross and to whatnot. Here at this event, they really are well stocked at this point. The clothes have been overwhelming, the amount of water they get, and it keeps coming. I'm going to have Martin pan over. You can look, you can just see people walking in bags full of stuff they're bringing in. They're bringing in boxes of new things. There's toilet paper, there's food. So I have not been able to catch up with the organizer yet. I will be honest to know where they stand. I know at one point they said they were not taking any more clothes because they had so many. A couple of minutes ago, I heard them say they were continuing though with their clothes drive. So at this point, I don't know exactly what they don't need. I do know that it's all the basics really that they need in terms of some of the cleaning supplies, the sponges for those folks that have survived. And then when they will be finally allowed to go back in, they're going to need all of those kind of things. They have a lot of the toothbrushes. I see a lot of diapers. Again, it's really the simple basics of life that you